Welcome to EEE, the Education, Energy, and the Environment and Elections Committee. We are hearing two bills, first by the chair, and then we will continue with our agenda. First up is Senator Feldman, Chair Feldman, with Senate Bill 624, Public Safety, Short-Term Rental Units, Fire Safety, and it's the Jillian and Lindsay Weiner Short-Term Rental Fire Safety Act. On the sponsor panel is Elisa Weiner, Chief Robert Phillips, and Dominic Butchko from the Maryland Association of Counties. Mr. Chair, why don't you kick us off?
Okay, thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Colleagues, you know, we've had a few bills this session arising from I could only describe as some truly gut-wrenching personal tragedies, and those bills were attempts to change Maryland state law in order to reduce the likelihood of those tragedies occurring in this state and hitting other Maryland families. And so Senate Bill 624, unfortunately, is one of those bills. So SB 624 arises from, frankly, the worst nightmare that any parent could imagine, a nightmare which struck the Weiner family in August 2022 while on vacation in New York. Unbeknownst to the family, the house that they had rented did not have working smoke detectors. And when fire broke out in the middle of the night, Jillian, 21, a rising senior at the University of Michigan, and Lindsay, 19, a rising sophomore at Tulane, lost their lives in the deadly fire. Their brother, Zach, survived by jumping out of an upstairs window. The courageous mother, Elisa, right here to my left, is here today, and she's the reason I present to you Senate Bill 624 to honor her beautiful daughters and to make sure that their legacy will be that of redemption and protection for innocent Marylanders. And so Jillian and Lindsay's lives will not be lost in vain. When the investigation of this deadly fire was completed, it was determined that although the rental property had smoke detectors installed, they were faulty and failed to awaken the sleeping family. So Senate Bill 624 is narrowly crafted and focused directly on short-term rentals and basic fire safety measures. The bill requires short-term rentals to do the following. Number one, post an evacuation diagram identifying all exits. Number two, post a list of emergency telephone numbers for law enforcement and fire rescue services. Three, provide a working fire extinguisher. Four, provide working carbon monoxide and smoke detectors with alarm sounds that can be heard in all sleeping areas. Additionally, it requires the booking services, which is defined in the bill, we're talking Airbnbs and the like, to notify the hosts of the rental units of the fire safety requirements, and they must provide documentation to the booking service that they comply with the requirements. As of July 1, 2028, all counties and Baltimore City will require annual inspections for compliance and submit a report to the state fire marshal that includes, number one, laws and regulations adopted after October 1st, 2026, which is when this bill kicks in, laws and regulations adopted before October 1, 2026, the number of short-term rentals in that jurisdiction, the number of short-term rentals in compliance with the requirements that I outlined earlier. A fee may be established to cover the cost of the inspections, and the inspections can be delegated to a third-party inspector who meets the qualifications, insurance requirements, and procedures established by the state fire marshal. I'm offering two amendments that address some concerns and recommendations proffered in consultation with the fire marshal, MACO, the short-term rental platforms, and the advocates, and aligns Senate Bill 624 with the House cross-file, House Bill 1221. There's a lot of favorable testimony on the bill, but we've reduced the panel down to 3 witnesses in the interest of some time. And with that, Madam Vice Chair, I would ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 624 with the 2 amendments that I described. And so with that, I'd like first to have Ms. Weiner testify, Elisa. So.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for bringing this bill. Ms. Weiner, we are so dreadfully sorry for your loss. Thank you for being with us. Why don't you pull the microphone really close to you, and you have up to 2 minutes to present your testimony.
My name is Elisa Weiner, and I'm a resident of Montgomery County. I wish with everything I have, the story I'm about to share wasn't mine. I am here today because my beautiful daughters, Jillian and Lindsay, are not. I am here because I have a responsibility to make sure that the tragedy that happened to my family does not happen to anyone else. Jillian was a rising senior at the University of Michigan. She was adventurous, silly, soulful, resilient, and daring. She was an environmental science major, and she planned to save the coral reefs. Jillian would have been 25 years old today. Lindsay was a rising sophomore at Tulane. She was only on campus for a short time, but everyone knew her. She was kind, compassionate, and exuberant. She was passionate about combating anti-Semitism. Lindsay would have been 23 years old today. I'm here because my family rented a vacation home. We trusted that the home we rented was safe and that the safety checklist provided to us by VRBO was accurate. Our story is a nightmare. Nothing will change the outcome of that night for my family and me, but I know this bill will save lives. On August 3rd, 2022, at 3:30 in the morning, my husband Lou and I awoke to the sound of shattering glass, not blaring smoke alarms. I have no idea what temperature it takes glass to shatter and break, but by the time we were awakened, the kitchen was on fire. Our 3 children were asleep upstairs, and we could not reach them. My son, Zach, miraculously jumped from the second-floor window. I was expecting Jillian and Lindsay to follow, but they never did. If the home we rented had been equipped with smoke detectors, I would not be before you today. Currently, short-term rental platforms do not verify safety information or require proof of functioning smoke detectors. This bill provides essential fire safety guidelines. I want to highlight the most important aspects. Short-term rentals must have functioning smoke detectors with annual inspections. Homeowners must upload written proof of those safety inspections before platforms can list them. I said earlier that I want to prevent this from happening to anyone else, but tragically it has. Shannon Hubbard, a 35-year-old kindergarten teacher, and her 1-year-old daughter Maggie died in a fire at an Airbnb rental in Clinton, New York. Reading about their loss was heartbreaking. Although both tragedies happened in New York, this could happen anywhere. It could happen here. Inspired by Shannon's father, Tim Waldron, who helped pass legislation in Massachusetts, I believe we can begin creating change in Maryland. I want to thank Senator Feldman and Chief of Staff Frederica Struess for taking on this important issue and making it a priority. I urge you to pass this bill. It will save lives and could have prevented the tragic loss of Jillian and Lindsay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Weiner. Captain Phillips, are you next, or Tom? Okay. You go. Chief Phillips.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee. My name is Chief Robert Phillips. I'm a past chief, I have retired now, with 47 years of service. In the fire service, we live by the adage, if we can predict it, we can prevent it. We don't have to predict this, it's already happened. So now, the other side of that is to prevent it. Lots of things go into that prevention part. You got to start somewhere. This bill goes a long ways to alleviate this from happening again. We can get into construction, we can get into all kinds of other things, but when something fails, you've got to know about it. This bill will close the gap on places that can be rented out to unsuspecting people who go there to have a vacation, just some time away or whatever. Just imagine yourself on a vacation, in a house that you're not familiar with, and something happens. 2 o'clock in the morning, how awake are you in your own house versus how aware are you going to be in another house? This bill goes a long way to take care of that. It's going to provide that we do have smoke alarms and CO alarms. It's going to require that there is a working fire extinguisher. That somewhere along the line, you're going to be provided with emergency phone numbers. And how do you get out of the structure? All of this is included in this bill. It's not a difficult stretch. And you've heard what happens when it goes wrong, and you just can't deal with that. How do you get everybody out? And that's just the beginning of the problems. This bill is a no-nonsense bill as far as the fire service in the state of Maryland is concerned. And I would urge a favorable report on it. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Don Butchko with MACO. This bill is about common sense. This bill is about making sure that when folks have a rental in Maryland, that unit is safe and that the state is keeping that promise. There's nothing in here that's outrageous or too far. This is making sure that when families come to Maryland, families, children are safe. We have some technical amendments we're working with the chair. Counties are honored to be here, and Ms. Wiener, we're sorry. Hopefully we could do better.
That was super speedy. Thank you, Dom. Are there questions for the chair or these three witnesses? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. We do have, is Jamie Gregory here? I'm not, oh, there you are. And that's it. Jamie, you're going to wrap up this panel. You have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Fellman, Vice Chairman Kagan, and members of the committee. I'm here representing Airbnb. We're here favorable with amendments. 2 amendments. One of them, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for accepting, allowing the platforms to communicate electronically with their hosts. The second one is a little more substantive, and well, let me back up for a minute. Airbnb takes fire safety very seriously. When you sign up to be a host and you download the app, on the checklist, one of the elements is, do you have a working smoke detector and CO2 detector in the unit? If not, Airbnb will send you one for free. Since the program started, we've sent out 294,000 units to hosts to put in their units, their bedrooms. So we take this very seriously. We're very active with the fire prevention professional organizations. The Second Amendment deals with requiring the platforms to validate what the hosts are responsible for doing. We would request that on page 4, line 7, that it say require each short-term rental host that uses the booking service to keep and make available upon request a copy of the documentation. It does not make sense for the platform to hold that documentation, and I will remind the Senate that the online data privacy bill that was passed in 2024 says that we may not provide personal private information, which would include address and name and all of that, without official documentation, court subpoena, judgment, something along those lines. So access, by putting it at the platform, you're making access further removed and accessibility will be less.
Thank you, Mr. Gregory. Colleagues, any questions for Mr. Gregory? Senator Hester.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Mr. Gregory, I'm just trying really hard to understand the intent of your amendment. I mean, are you saying that Airbnb can't store like a PDF documenting a unit's inspection as current? And as far as the Maryland Online Data Privacy Act goes, I'm trying hard to understand what would be different in this letter of compliance than would be in any other kind of contract you're going to sign on Airbnb.
So all right, so there's a lot to unwrap there. And I would also say, I was going to add that you should have a letter from Travel Tech supporting this amendment, and they do a really good job of explaining the rationale. The short answer is yes, document retention. We do not want that responsibility, nor do we want that storage. We don't store documents like that now. And I can tell you this requirement is not in any jurisdiction in the country right now. And so that is why the onus should be on the host to get the inspection, maintain the certification, and make it available upon request, be it by the platform, the inspector, local jurisdictions, or even the renter.
Understand, you're saying that you only want to share the document of compliance if someone requests it.
No, we're not. What we're saying is that it should be on the checklist of items that hosts are asked to comply with. and that the documentation is retained by the host, not the platform.
Okay, I'd really like you to follow up in writing and explain how this infringes with the Maryland Online Data Privacy Act. I mean, it just seems like that amendment kind of guts the bill, so I don't know.
Oh, I don't think it guts the bill in any way, shape, or form.
Okay. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder sometimes, so is gutting. Yeah. Thank you, Senator Hester. I see no other questions. That completes, therefore, the hearing on Senate Bill 624. Senator Feldman, you are up again with Senate Bill 625, Carbon Removal Technology and Practices, Regulations, and Use of Funding. If Mark Smith could come up, Mike Tidwell, Marcus Videnix, who's virtual, we'll get to him later, Ning Zhang, and that's it. If you all could come on up.
Okay.
Senator Feldman
Yeah, I
will
think,
kick us off.
Yes, okay. Who are we missing? Mr. Vidney? He's
going to be participating in virtual.
Oh, we have a virtual witness? Okay, gotcha. Okay, Madam Vice Chair, you ready? Okay. So Senate Bill 625 is a bill that has, I would say, potential to position Maryland at the forefront of one of the fastest growing industries in the world, the carbon removal industry. And you'll hear some testimony, I think, about the possibilities of this being worldwide $1 trillion industry, allowing Maryland local farmers to be the main beneficiaries of, I think, what we're talking about here today. That's why Senator Gallion is my primary target audience on this one. It's pro-economic development and pro-environmental, doing both. Due to our large ag community and forestry base, we are really well positioned, I think, to take advantage of again, this really unique industry. So notwithstanding all the potential, the bill itself is very, very narrow. We're talking about less than 2 pages. And as amended, to conform with the House version, it takes out the funding part of the bill and narrows the definition of the technologies that we're talking about that are implicated by the bill. All the bill does is it requires the Maryland Department of the Environment to adopt regulations and standards for carbon dioxide capture, removal, and sequestration projects in Maryland by January 1st, 2028. So what is carbon removal and sequestration? So carbon dioxide, as most of you know, is the most commonly produced greenhouse gas. Carbon removal and sequestration involve capturing carbon dioxide, CO2, from the atmosphere or industrial sources and storing it permanently in geographical, biological, or technological sinks. Some of these methods include wood vaults, direct air capture with carbon storage, and biochar carbon removal, these different methods. So just a little deeper dive. Wood vaulting, that method involves a precisely engineered underground structure designed to store logs in perpetuity. A single acre can hold approximately 10,000 tons of carbon equivalent material. Currently, carbon dioxide removal credit prices are $150 to $200 per ton. So that single acre can generate between $1.5 million and $2 million in revenue, and that's a big number. Meanwhile, the land remains productive. After the vault is sealed, the surface can continue to support crops and or livestock grazing. This is not a land retirement program. It's a way for farmers to multiply the economic output of their least productive acres while keeping those acres in production. One of the other methods I mentioned, biochar, that method involves converting organic residues, wood chips, corn stover manure into a high-value soil amendment and a marketable carbon removal credit simultaneously. Farmers become both manufacturers of value-added product and generators of carbon revenue from the same operation. And biochar demand is experiencing significant supply constraints globally as corporate buyers lock in multi-year supply agreements, driving up prices. Maryland producers who enter into this market now will benefit from this premium pricing and long-term contracted revenue. Beyond the carbon market, biochar improves soil productivity, enhances water retention, increases field resilience to flooding and drought, reduces input costs and crop loss risk for the farmers who use it. So what's the main obstacle? I think Dr. Yang's going to talk about how this technology is emerging. In fact, he operates in places all over the world, from Indonesia to several states. But what's the problem here in Maryland? Okay, so the main obstacle to our Maryland farmers from fully participating in all this is that these processes don't fit neatly into the current Maryland Department of Environment regulatory framework from a classification standpoint. So taking processes designed to clear the air and clean the air and regulate them under solid waste rules designed for trash and landfill fields is problematic, cumbersome, and does not make a great deal of sense. So specifically, under the current MDA regulations, biochar production, for example, using wood chips, a raw material that the EPA itself does not classify as waste, is permitted as a natural wood waste and recycling facility, requiring inclusion, if you were to go with the MDE rules, inclusion in county solid waste disposal plans. Even the EPA does not characterize this technology as waste. Wood vaulting projects, similarly, are engineered structures specifically designed to prevent decomposition and sequester carbon, and they're classified under the current regime as landfills. These need to be updated. They need to be modernized to reflect the fact that a wood fault has no oxygen, no decomposition, no methane generation. It is the functional opposite of a landfill. Treating it as a landfill under the current regs imposes permitting burdens, delays investment, and sends a signal to the marketplace that Maryland is simply not open for this type of business, this type of industry. Regulatory clarity is what investors, project developers, and farmers need to move forward with this technology in our state. And these proven technologies are operating commercially in other states. Let me give you a few examples. In 2022, California created the Carbon Capture, Removal, Utilization, and Storage Program and directed regulators to develop oversight for carbon dioxide removal technologies. Pennsylvania, one of our neighbors, enacted in 2024 the Carbon Capture and Sequestration Act of 2024, establishing a regulatory framework for underground carbon dioxide storage. And there are now projects in Pennsylvania moving forward. Another neighboring state, West Virginia, the state Senate is currently poised to pass legislation intended to attract biochar manufacturing investment. And again, Pennsylvania and West Virginia are border states. It would be nice to allow our farmers to grow this industry here, be competitive, not take a backseat to these other states. Let our Maryland farmers get those revenue streams moving, again, here in our state. Other states, including Arizona, Colorado, Florida, Iowa, Maine, Minnesota, Nebraska, Vermont, New Mexico, and Utah have adopted legislation related to carbon capture or carbon removal technologies. And then in some colleagues, Maryland's farming community has long been asked to shoulder environmental obligations when it comes to nutrient management, land set-asides, conservation practice, often at an actual cost to farm income. And the legislation here turns that equation around. It creates a framework in which farmers can be entrepreneurs generating new revenue streams from assets they already own. Maryland farmers manage millions of acres, and the bill gives our farmers the tools to monetize what they already do well. It's an economic development bill establishing Maryland as a competitive player in a rapidly growing industry. At the same time, there are significant environmental benefits, obviously, of this bill. This industry, if we can remove some of the regulatory obstacles and uncertainty, will help us meet our 2031 emission reduction goals and ultimately our 2045 carbon neutrality targets. Madam Vice Chair, with that, I will turn it to my panel, but that's the big picture construct of this piece of legislation, Senate Bill 625.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you have a preferred order, or should we just go down the line?
Yeah, I think let's start right to my left.
Okay.
I think that would be good with Mr. Smith.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you,
Madam
Chairwoman. Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Mark Smith. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Carbon Country. We own 2 farms in Charles County, Maryland, in Nanjemoy and Indian Head. And we're pioneers on 2 of these technologies. We're working on building the first large-scale biochar facility in Maryland. And we're also working with Dr. Zhang on the first wood vaulting and storage pilot on our farm. We believe that our business is focused on transforming the economics of smallholder farms. So today, 3% of farms generate 97% of farm income. And the smaller farms are dying because they don't have the scale to compete. And so our solution is to add agrivoltaics, so solar above farming. In our case, we're doing regenerative agriculture with sheep, and the carbon removal side. So we're building the first large-scale biochar facility. Unfortunately, it has been a not fun odyssey over the last year trying to work with MDE to use the current regulatory structure to build this. And we have yet to receive our permits, despite having found a pathway, thanks to Luis Cardona and the governor's office working with MDE. This bill is really a result of the frustration around that and the realization that if this is ever to scale, that we need to find an appropriate box for carbon removal at MDE and let them fill that regulatory framework out. We're also working, as Senator Feldman mentioned, to do the first pilot on the wood vaulting and storage. And this is just a massive scalable opportunity. As he mentioned, on 1 acre of land, you can basically pay off the farm. So we hope that you'll embrace this opportunity for farmers in the country and support the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Mr. Zhang.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Lin Zhen. I'm a professor at the University of Maryland and co-founder of the Carbon Knockdown Project, a public benefit company in Maryland. I'm here to testify in strong support of SB 625. The UN and the U.S. National Academy have made it clear to stabilize our climate, gigaton scale carbon removal is no longer optional. It is a mathematical necessity. Just like renewable energy, carbon removal creates $1 trillion industry. Maryland is uniquely positioned to lead this effort using technology invented right here at the University of Maryland. For example, wood vaulting, which involves burying woody biomass underground to sequester carbon, has proven to be a low-cost, scalable solution. The potential for Maryland is 1.2 megaton per year, equivalent to taking 300,000 cars off the road. However, as a startup founder on the front lines, I can tell you that regulatory uncertainty is our biggest barrier. We're currently stuck in a gray zone where wood residuals are treated as waste rather than an asset. On December 5th, 2024, we saw the tragic consequences of this with a fire at Camp Small in Baltimore. Thousands of tons of wood residuals captured carbon that could have been safely buried instead wind up in smoke, polluting the air and threatening life and property. SB 625 starts the process of making the rules of the road. The co-benefits are immense, from fire prevention, better air quality, to rural economic development. Over the last 4 years, I've talked to many Marylanders, farmers, foresters. All would like to see this happen. Other states like California and New York are already moving. Maryland should not just follow, we should lead. Thank you.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Mike Tidwell. I'm Executive Director of the Chesapeake Climate Action Network Action Fund, and on behalf of our 30,000 supporters across Maryland, I want to express our enthusiastic support for Senate Bill 625. And I want to thank Chair Feldman for sponsoring this important bill. I've been advocating for clean energy in the General Assembly for 24 years, since 2002. Senator Feldman will remember when he was a delegate in the House and Economic Matters Committee, we passed the first renewable portfolio standard in 2004, and we've never stopped since then. And we've created hundreds of thousands of jobs in clean energy in the state, and we've got a 50% RPS now and a goal of 60% reduction in greenhouse gases by 2031. But it's just not been enough. The United Nations Governmental Panel on Climate Change now says that as a planet, we have been slow to make the conversion to clean energy. And now, since 2014, our best scientists around the world have said we have to create what they call negative emissions. We have to literally suck carbon out of the atmosphere and store it safely underground or in our deep oceans. We cannot stabilize the global climate. We cannot stay below 2 degrees Celsius or 1.5 degrees Celsius without storing up to 10 billion tons of carbon by 2050. So I came to this General Assembly in 2002 advocating for clean energy. We've had success. I'm here now in 2026 saying we have to combine carbon removal to the clean energy movement if we're going to stabilize the climate. This is a reasonable bill. Create the regulations, allow farmers and scientists to bury wood waste, wood logs, and biochar to sequester carbon and be part of that carbon removal market. It makes sense, and I wholeheartedly hope that you will vote for this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Tidwell. And remotely, we have Marcus Videnix joining us. Welcome. You have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Marcus Videnix. I live in Rockville, but I'm here today on behalf of the U.S. Biochar Council. Apologies for the dog. The USBC is a trade association representing the biochar industry. We're focused on expediting the growth of biochar in the U.S. We try to keep an eye out on state legislation that fits economically and environmentally within our goals, and this bill is exactly the type of legislation. Biochar is produced by heating biomass from ag residues, forestry residues, waste wood in an oxygen-deprived environment. It produces a charcoal-like product that is used for a ton of different purposes. 1 ton of high-temperature biochar can sequester up to 3 tons of CO2 equivalent. And today, biochar represents the majority of delivered, durably engineered carbon removal credits around the world. Maryland is uniquely positioned to benefit from biochar deployment. The state's ag base, forestry resources, and of course, Chesapeake Bay restoration efforts create strong alignment with what biochar does and does well. When applied to soil, biochar improves water retention, soil health, reduces runoff. We're also doing some really exciting things in the industry with asphalt, cement, PFAS remediation, all these things. And so SB 625 is important because it's tech neutral. It's really important to not pick favorites, not pick technologies, to just let the best work do the best work. And that's the thing that we're confident that biochar can do in Maryland and elsewhere around the world, providing really scalable solutions. Economically, most biochar production is located in a lot of small to mid-sized businesses like farms, foresters, equipment operators. They all benefit in this all locally sourced, locally activated, locally produced work. It really has an economic impact that is felt in and around where the work is done. So SB 625 strikes a great balance environmentally, economically. It's practical, it's adaptable, and it's great for technological advancement in Maryland. We really support it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you all. Colleagues, questions for the chair or any of these witnesses? Senator Gallion and then Senator Watson.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you, Chairman, for the bill. I understand the technology, and I've had a chance to talk Dr. Zhang a good bit. Could you just kind of tell me what your thoughts are as far as where would the funding, we talked about, farmers being able to make money off this, where would that funding actually come from?
Yeah. Mr. Smith, take a crack at it.
Yeah, as a farmer, perhaps I can talk to you about that. So there are a number of ways that farmers can interact with carbon removal space. So a biochar facility, right now, biochar is a soil conservation practice that's been endorsed by the USDA. And so farmers can buy biochar and be reimbursed up to $200,000 by USDA to apply that practice and be compensated for that practice by USDA. So that's the first way. The other is that they can actively participate and create a wood vault working with Dr. Zhang or another company. And so, as we mentioned, the wood vault is really a quite simple and effective way to participate. So by digging a vault between 6 and 20 feet deep and burying logs you know, as we mentioned, 1 acre, you can bury 10,000 tons of logs. 1 ton of logs equals 1 ton of CO2e. So basically, you could potentially pay off the farm. And what's cool about it is that you can actually do, let's say you have 25 acres of pasture. You could do a wood vault on every single one of those acres of pasture, cover it up, graze animals on top of it, and if you wanted to do solar and agrivoltaics framework, you could do that as well. So there are multiple layers of value that you're creating by taking on these practices that will be transformative and really turn small farms from a farm that's in danger of failing to an economic development engine for its community.
So the USDA would be the main funder of this then through their programs?
We're funding it through private money in terms of building the vault, building the biochar, et cetera, but there's additional grants and support that the USDA provides for farmers who are looking to do these practices.
Okay, thank you.
Let me add to that. There is several lines of opportunity in terms of funding. For example, the carbon removal voluntary market itself is several $billion per year right now, and it's expected to increase rapidly. The major source of these private fundings come from companies like Microsoft, Google, who have their own internal net zero goals. So they will be essentially buying carbon credits, which has increasingly shifted towards durable carbon removal like biochar and wood vaulting.
Senator Gallion, you good? Yep. Okay, Senator Watson.
Thank you. Just a couple questions. So the money will come from a federal designated pot, right, to reimburse the farmers for doing this?
Yeah, that's just one program for that's focused on biochar as a soil
any of it come
management.
From the state?
There may potentially be some state monies. I'm not aware of anything. The Maryland and Virginia has adopted that same regulatory framework that the USDA adopted and is also endorsed biochar as a soil conservation practice.
Right, so on a farm, I don't quite get it all, but let me ask a question. So on a farm, you accumulate a bunch of wood, and then you want to bury the wood to keep the CO2 from entering into the air. Is that right?
Correct. So for example, if you have a forest stand and, you know, through the inevitable weather, et cetera, trees that are falling down, those are, if they accumulate, they become a fire risk. So you could lose your entire forest stand. So instead of letting them basically rot, you can take them and bury them on your own land right now with the prescribed set of circumstances for a wood vault so that they don't break down.
So they're decomposing underground versus on top of the ground?
They're not decomposing. That's the point. So the point is when they're in clay-rich anoxic soil, that carbon that is in that log is static at the same rate for thousands of years. So Ning has dug up logs that were in a similar situation that were carbon dated to 3,500 years old, and they had not lost any appreciable amount of carbon. So the whole idea is you're taking it and sort of putting that carbon in the refrigerator, per se, by burying it in a particular kind of soil condition.
Can you build homes on a property once you do that?
You can build whatever you want to on top of it. So, for example, you could have a carbon negative community. You know, there's all sorts of options because it's between 6 and 20 feet. So everything above that, that, you know, works from a structural perspective, you can do.
All right. And so I thought I heard you mention that if you did this, you can store about a ton of wood, a ton of biomass. I can't remember how you described it, but I thought I heard somebody say we need 10 billion. So how is this really helping in the broader scheme of things other than, and I'm a big fan of, if we can get money from the federal government, they owe us anyway, let's get it to help Marylanders out. But is it really going to cut into the needs for climate and really doing the things?
Yeah, so like if I have one, just to give my farm as an example, okay?
I mean, 1 ton.
No, so one acre is 10,000 tons of CO2e, okay? So 10,000 tons, I have 25 acres of pasture on my land. Mm-hmm. Each of those acres could do 10,000 tons of logs. So it starts to scale very quickly.
So how are you validating how much you're putting away to
Weighing it.
So who validates that?
So you weigh it, and then you weigh it when you cut it down, and then you weigh it when you place it, and then it has a monitoring equipment that makes sure that it's not breaking down. And so there's a lot of sophisticated reporting that goes into claiming the credit. It's not like you just throw things in a hole. But it's the beauty of it is in its simplicity and its scalability.
All right, last question. So the vault is not a hole in the ground. It's actually, you mentioned clay that you have to.
It has to be in the
hole with?
proper kind of soil. So clay, something that's not going to let oxygen in, right, so that it won't degrade. You can also, I mean, Dr. Zhang wrote the paper, so he could talk more about it. But you basically just want to make sure that it's not being exposed to oxygen so that it's not breaking down.
Okay, thank you for your, thank you.
The only thing, Dr. Zhang, do you want to add anything real quick?
I think it's already explained. And Mikey, you have something in terms of scale.
Yeah, in terms of the 10 billion tons by 2050, this is what the world's leading climate scientists are telling us. We've put so much carbon into the atmosphere already. Just getting off of carbon emissions now is not enough. We've got to draw some of that down, and that's what trees do. They absorb CO2. There are lots of other ways you could do. You can build giant machines with fans and filters that are very expensive, but technology is not ready. You can weatherize rocks. Certain rocks, you bust them open, they bind with CO2, bury the rocks. This is just one of many type of approaches that can help collectively reach that goal of 10 billion tons worldwide. And we just want to make sure that Maryland is keeping up with our neighboring states and allowing this.
Are our neighboring states doing the exact same thing? And I mean neighboring, Virginia, Delaware.
There's 2 biochar facilities in Virginia.
Yeah.
As the senator mentioned, West Virginia has legislation to promote biochar for some of the same reasons in terms of dealing with their forest stand. This is emerging industry. Actually, biochar is responsible for about 90-some-odd% of the carbon dioxide removal certificates that are delivered. Microsoft is the biggest buyer. This is a real scalable market and a big opportunity for Maryland farmers. Unfortunately, MDE is standing in the way of this opportunity right now.
Sorry, last question. Microsoft is a buyer of what?
The carbon dioxide removal credits. They're the largest buyer in the world.
To offset their emissions,
Okay.
they buy carbon.
Got it. Okay,
Kind
thank
of
you.
like when we deal with the RPS, the
Yes.
REC. So,
Got it.
yeah, so can I just make one point? Okay, climate, environment, important. My pitch here was really about economic development opportunities for our farmers to get revenue streams. Yeah, not just from EPA grant money. We're talking Microsoft REC market. And, I think that the idea that some of these wood vaults are being characterized as landfills is what the current regime, that's why, back to my real point, which is, let's see how this market evolves, and there's potential, and it shouldn't be held back because of some definitional misclassifications at MDE. But it's to me, it's about the economic development opportunities for farmers, local farmers, small farmers.
Senator Watson, you good? Good. Excellent. Senator Carosa.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Chair Feldman, we always learn so much with your bills, carbon removal technology and the nexus to economic development. I'm very intrigued. And my question, and we've talked a lot about how this can be a benefit to farmers. I have to say, when I see that very clearly, but then I was also reading through Dr. Zen, your testimony really caught my attention when you had the reference about Western Maryland and the closing of the only paper mill. And then you went on to say utilizing the forest resources, can provide a lifeline for the local economy. And that just got me thinking a little bit, maybe Chair Feldman, this connection has already happened, but that connection with the forest industry and the tree farmers, I just didn't know if that has been kind of built out.
Yeah. So one of our investors is actually they do land clearing and forest management, and currently they have to drive their chips 200 miles and pay a large tipping fee. And so they're really excited about it because it's a value-added opportunity for them to use a residue and create value from it. And as you mentioned, there are a number of sawmills that have closed down. There's not a lot of value-added opportunities for the forestry industry. So this is a huge opportunity, and that's why you'll see a lot of the folks in the forestry industry like embracing this as a new economic opportunity. And the good thing is that it's not really confined to one area of the state. It's pretty universal in terms of the application, and so we're excited about the implications of the forestry industry, and that's why the Forest Service came out to our farm to see what we were doing. DNR is really supportive of what we're doing. So I think there's a lot of support on the forestry side for this as a economic development
Right. And I do appreciate you fleshing that out because, you know, I know we focused on the farming part, but in addition to agriculture, farming, and forestry on the Eastern Shore is big as well.
Yeah.
So.
And if you think about all of the, you know, opportunities to do something with the poultry litter that's on the Eastern Shore, I mean, that makes perfect biochar. And biochar from poultry litter, actually, I was working at Clorox for the Brita business, and we were looking at biochar as a filter media that would take PFAS out of stormwater. So, I mean, there's a lot of applications that are higher value added for biochar as well that are really exciting and impactful for the state.
Thank you.
Okay, I see no other questions, so that completes the hearing on Senate Bill 625. Thank you all for your testimony. Back to the chair with the next bill. I see Senator Reedy here. Or we have Senator Tarr. I'm going to let the chair pick.
Okay. How many? Who's the Reedy?
I just have here too.
What bill's Reedy? What's your bill number?
It is 836, a local bill.
Okay. Okay, we're going to take Carroll County Senators, and then we'll take Senator Tarr next. Okay, we're on Senate Bill 836, and Senator Reedy.
May I have a County
Absolutely.
Commissioner Krebs
A former seatmate of mine in the House of Delegates. Okay, Senator Reedy, again, Senate Bill 836 on behalf of the Carroll County Senators.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Reedy here representing Senator West and myself and our Carroll County delegation, also in the House, of course. We are a 6-member delegation total with 2 senators. Here to present Senate Bill 836, which authorizes the Carroll County Commissioners to enact a local law dividing Carroll County into planning districts and establish a district planning commission within those districts. Under existing law, the Carroll County Planning Commission is responsible for planning and zoning functions for the entire county, including all incorporated municipalities within the county, which have their own. There is no statutory authority that would permit the county commissioners to create a district-level planning commission that would serve a geographic area. So Senate Bill 836 grants the Carroll County Commissioners the authority, but does not require them to enact local law that would divide the county into planning districts, establish district planning commissions, determine the number of districts and their boundaries, and provide for the composition, appointment, and terms of member and the modification or abolishment of those districts. This bill is permissive in nature. It does not mandate a structural change, but instead it provides flexibility for our county to determine if district-level planning is beneficial. And just for the rationale quickly, Mr. Chairman, part of the reason for this is our county has experienced growth differently in different municipalities in different areas of the county, like any county. But, for example, we have a large growth area in our southeastern part of our county that is not, there is a municipality within it, but the growth area is probably larger, it is larger than just about any other municipality that we have. But it is a growth area. It's the Eldersburg, Sykesville zip code area. Sykesville is its own municipality, but Eldersburg, Sykesville outside of that. And so as municipalities grow and as areas grow, the planning needs become more complex and localized. In many jurisdictions across the state, particularly larger municipalities, local planning commissions exist to allow tailored development regulations in long-term planning. The city of Frederick maintains its own planning commission to address its unique growth and land use needs while coordinating with county authorities. So providing our county with this option for the county commissioners to choose if they would like to establish district planning commissions would allow for incorporated municipalities to address localized development concerns more effectively, encourage cooperative planning between the districts and the overall planning commission, and very important, improve responsiveness responsiveness to community-specified infrastructure, zoning, and growth challenges, but still allow county oversight. So it authorizes the local action, but it preserves local control. It's a measured and flexible approach to allow our county to have an additional governance tool without imposing mandatory structural change. And so what we request a favorable report, and just so you can show a picture of one in particular, there's these municipalities we have. We also have our Freedom District here, and it's very large in the bottom here, and it's where we have water sewer. So it's own planning. The idea would be you could set up something like that. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll turn it over to my distinguished witness. Happy to answer questions at the conclusion, of course, and thank you for your time.
Okay, welcome former Delegate Sue Krebs to EEE.
Welcome to all my old friends and some new friends. I'm now Commissioner Susan Krebs. I was appointed in September. Came out of a nice retirement. Retirement isn't very nice, I'll let you know. But you still have the itch to get involved and fill that need if you have it. The one thing you might not understand, we are a commissioner form of government. And there's only 3 counties left that I believe are called plain vanilla commissioner form of government. We're not code home rule and we're not charter. So we don't have all the authorities. We have to come down here and ask our wonderful legislators for permission to do things. And in the code, when we ask if we were able to do this, it basically says a planning commission. It doesn't say one or more. And all of your counties, most of the counties have the authority through their charter or their code to be able to do things as they need. So that's why we're here. So that's a little background. And Senator Reedy gave you some of the reasons why we need it. And I always ask the question for those of you who served in the House with me, what is the problem that we're trying to solve? Our current planning system in Carroll County has faced some challenges that have caused some unnecessary disruptions in our ability to adequately plan and implement our master plan over many years. About a third of our county is in ag preservation, and the balance is contained in these 8 incorporated municipal growth areas. Each of them have their own local planning authority. But the unincorporated areas, which are large, very rural, are controlled by the county commissioners, and then there's one growth area that is controlled by the county commissioners, and there's only one person that oversees that, and their current, there's been times when no one from the entire area has even been appointed to that commission. We could change that and say, we'd have to have a certain amount come from that area, but then we thought that would dilute the needs of the rest of the county that is more rural, and it's just very different. So we just want to have the ability to have a discussion about what would work in our county. So this bill would authorize the county commissioners to have the flexibility to deploy 1 or more planning commissions to balance the planning needs of the entire county, with the focus on finding opportunities to provide new housing and adequate plans for growth in our communities. We'd be able to better focus on proper planning and implementation. One of the issues we've had is the actual implementations of our master plans, providing for roads, providing for wastewater, and those types of things, because it's so different in our county. Most of the part in the unincorporated areas on septic. Our area is obviously on water and sewer, so it's a very different type of growth area. So all requirements of the land use article would still apply, and this bill would allow us, if we choose, to mirror the way all the other growth areas in our county are handled, and in the way in many of your counties. And it's a local bill that was requested by our county commissioners, just to enable them to have this discussion, and supported by our local Carroll County delegation. And there should be a letter in the file with their support.
Okay, we do have that letter. Okay, questions for Senator Reedy or former Delegate Krebs? Okay, seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 36.
Thank you.
Senator Attar, we're going to take up Senate Bill 879. And we do have one virtual witness, Linda Pearson, virtual. Is she in the queue? She's not. Okay. Okay, Senator Attar, you are the lone witness on Senate Bill 879.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members. For the record, Senator Attar here on Senate Bill 879. So when I was growing up, I lived in Baltimore City my entire life. I would be fascinated if I saw a deer. It just didn't happen. Now I wake up in the morning and my backyard is filled with deer. And this is happening throughout Baltimore City and throughout my district. And in fact, Baltimore City recently started in January a program where they're going to have sharpshooters trying to remove the amount of deer that we have in our parks. One of my constituents came up to me with this idea, and he said 20 out of 23 jurisdictions currently allow for Sunday deer archery. But Baltimore City is not one of those. Montgomery County was added recently, and they are one of those. And what this bill would simply do, it's a Baltimore City local bill, and it would add Sunday deer hunting in archery zones for Baltimore City. Now, it also reduces the safety zone. Currently, the safety zone is set at 150 yards, but consistent with the other jurisdictions, it would reduce it to 50 yards, specifically because when you're hunting with archery, 150 yards is way too far, and it won't be successful. The Baltimore City administration submitted a letter of support for this bill. This has not been heard yet in the Senate delegation. It should be heard this Friday, so I do not have a letter from the Senate delegation yet, but I will get that over to you as soon as possible. And with that, I ask for a favorable report.
Any questions for the senator on Senate Bill, this particular bill, Senate Bill 879? Okay, seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 879, and we're going to next move to Senator Simon Eyre on Senate Bill 588. If Mr. Dragics is virtual, is he here? Okay, we do have, let's pull him up.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Senator Brian Simon Eyre presenting Senate Bill 588. And this is hard to follow Senator West last week, who had his last bill after 12 years. Well, this is my last bill after 20, and it's in our own committee, so it's very nice. Now, unlike Senator West, this is not the biggest bill of my tenure. Quite frankly, it's not the biggest bill of this session for me, but it is a good bill, and it is a consensus bill, and it has the support as amended from the Department of Natural Resources, Hunters of Maryland, Inc., Maryland Military Coalition, Veteran Caucus, and others. So as amended, this bill does three main things. First, this bill primarily standardizes our numerous complementary licenses sections in the natural resources article so that we have consistent policy and clarify certain items that are silent in other sections. The second thing this does is it updates our existing hunting reports to provide statistics on complementary and lifetime hunting license granted in the previous year. And the third thing is it repeals obsolete commemorative lifetime hunting license program that hasn't been active for 15 years, according to DNR. They have no intention on reviving it. So to provide a little more detail, for those who are like visuals, I have a chart in the folder and you can just see all the comparisons, what we're doing. But there are three main complementary licenses: hunting, fishing, which actually has two, and recreational oystering. As you may know, many of our laws, including this section, are a result of late amendments during session, and they don't always get the vetting they deserve. And this often causes unintended differences, such as in this section. One complementary license section says shall issue, whereas the other ones say may issue. The department would like to have them all consistently say may issue. Other examples, the revision of the angler section will now use centralized and modernized terms clarifying that prisoners of war were in all branches of the uniformed services, not just the military branches. The revisions also standardize the reciprocal complementary license section to benefit our DNR natural resources officers so they can receive licenses in other states. And then the third thing is the standardization and clarification of the number of outstanding complementary licenses from other states. As I said, the second thing provides us more statistics on the reporting, and it repeals the complementary lifetime license program. So for all these compelling reasons, I ask for the last time your favorable consideration.
Okay, well, you're going out on a high note. Okay, Mr. Dragic, we're going to take you next, and you're going to be on the up to 2 minute clock, okay?
All right. Thank you, Chair Feldman. And members of this committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify in favor of Senator Simon Ayer's bill. I'm Dave Dragic, Legislative Director for the Maryland Military Coalition. Well, this bill limits the reciprocity for complimentary fishing and hunting licenses to be issued without a fee to any other state rather than all states that offers former POWs, unemployable veterans as determined by the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, and 100% service-connected disabled veterans a similar complimentary license. It also gives the Department of Natural Resources the flexibility to offer this same group of veterans a lifetime complimentary recreational oyster license, also without a fee, under the same terms of reciprocity with other states. We agree with the standardization that Senator Simon Ayer just spoke about. So the Maryland Code regarding these licenses already recognizes the sacrifices this group of veterans has made for our country while serving in uniform. Issuing these licenses without a fee is further recognition, and we applaud and endorse that action. And for these reasons, the Maryland Military Coalition strongly supports SB 0588 and asks for a favorable report from the committee. And we would like to thank Senator Simon Ayer for sponsoring this legislation and appreciate his leadership on this issue.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Senator Simon Ayer or Mr. Dragic? Okay, seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 588. Let's go next. Senator Moutz has walked in. Senator Moutz, why don't you come to the table? You've got two sponsor panelists listed. Jeannie Hadaway-Riccio, former state delegate, and committee mate of Sue Krebs and Brian Feldman back at one time. And Jeff Harrison from the Talbot Watermen Association. So why don't we, and actually, is Robert Brown here? Yeah, why don't you come on up, Mr. Brown? You're signed up straight favorable, and we'll just take you as well.
Blue Cat.
And yeah, we're good? Okay, Senator, whenever you're ready, Senate Bill 610.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Mr. Chair and distinguished members. It's a great honor to be here to present Senate Bill 610. I've got this stack of folders. I didn't know which one was going to get called first. I had to say, which bill is it? So we'll try to be to the point. I know you have a lot of work ahead of you. Senate Bill 610 as amended. It's an emergency bill, and it addresses the addresses the immediate need to reduce the invasive blue cat fish as they threaten our commercial fishing industry. Senate Bill 610 would modify commercial blue and flathead catfish, finfish trot line license to permit the use of gill nets with a mesh size not exceeding 7 inches for catching blue catfish. The way it's drafted is incorrect. It's supposed to be designated for TFL holders, but that goes beyond the point because you're going to hear some more testimony. I appreciate your consideration of this. This legislation was brought to me by individuals who are on the bay harvesting blue catfish and people that are selling wholesale, and they're having a real problem with some of the rules on harvesting. And so this was a simple suggestion on, hey, if you do this, it's going to make it a lot easier for some of the folks who are going out there trying to bring some of these fish into the boat. I'd urge the committee's favorable report and just add one other thing as far as amending and any productive way to move this forward. I'm very flexible with. It's frustrating because these are things that I would expect the Department of Natural Resources to be moving and not have to put a bill in. But albeit if it's not being done, we're going to put a bill in, which is why we're here today. So I'll turn the microphone over to our expert, Jeff Harrison, president of the Talbot County Watermen's Association.
Okay, Mr. Harrison, you'll be on the up to 2 minute clock.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members. Yeah, I'm Jeff Harrison. I'm with Talbot Watermen's Association. I have good news about blue cat. Last year, down on Tillman's Island, where I come from, Nick Hargrove processed 3.5 million pounds of catfish. One of the reasons he's able to do this is because the fish is excellent to eat. With that being known, there's an increased demand for those fish. And with increased demand, of course, we need to keep at least a steady supply, if not an increased supply. This past winter, as we know, the blue catfish in the wintertime becomes lethargic, and the methods that we use, which is hoop nets and baited trot lines, don't work at that time of year. It's really kind of bad because the fish are actually schooled up in deeper waters, and they're perfect to catch in gill nets. So this year, Nick didn't stop at the, just a month ago, did not stop processing the fish. He actually had to go to North Carolina to get some. North Carolina also has a problem with these fish. Ironically, when he went down there, they were catching them with the 5 to 7 inch gill net, what we're asking for here. So basically what happened is Maryland is helping the fishermen down in North Carolina because they're able to use this net, while our fishermen up here are unable to do so. It would be really great if, because of the ongoing problems with our oyster markets, that we would have another way in the wintertime for our fishermen or even our oystermen to go fishing for these fish. So for those reasons, I'm asking for a favorable vote on this bill.
Okay, Jeannie, what you got?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, Jeannie Hadaway-Riccio here on behalf of Talbot Waterman Association. As this committee is very familiar with, you understand the impact that these invasive species have on the Chesapeake Bay. And we believe that commercial harvest is one of the most effective management tools in our tool chest today. So we support any provision or any law that would allow expansion of that commercial harvest. And we'd like to thank the sponsor for introducing the legislation and request the committee's favorable report.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brown.
Chair and members of this committee, my name is Robert T. Brown. I'm president of the Maryland Waterman Association. These blue catfish are invasive species. They're the largest predator that we have on the Chesapeake Bay now. They thrive on our perch, our menhaden, our crabs, and many other fish into the bay. However, it has brought a new industry to us. And with that industry, it is handling a lot of fish which we need to have harvested out of the bay to maintain a balance of fish into the Chesapeake. And these people have these markets. They have some large markets like with BJ's or Costco, and they have to have a steady supply of fish. If they can't supply them year round, they may possibly take them off some of their menus and stuff, and which would hurt our marketing on these fish. In the wintertime, when the water gets cold, they need these gill nets to go down into the deeper water and get them because the fish are so dormant. And sometimes during the heat of the summer, the fish will migrate out in that deep water to where it's cooler at, and they need that net to do that. I would ask for a favorable on this, and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Senator Mounts or the panel? Senator Carrozza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Mounts, thank you for this bill. My question is to former Maryland Department of Natural Resources Secretary Jeannie Hadaway-Riccio. I was looking at the testimony file, and it does say that DNR supports with amendments, and didn't know Senator Mounts already kind of alluded to kind of working on amendments to get to yes, and I didn't know if you had an opportunity to look at that testimony and in your prior position see the best way to kind of reach that consensus.
So we have not seen the department's amendments yet, but we are happy to review them and always happy to have that discussion. And, I would just add that the legislation calls for a regulatory process, which gives the department the opportunity to formulate the regulations and go through a transparent and open process with public participation. But we'll defer to the bill sponsor on that.
And just from your experience, Madam Secretary, is this something like this would be something that you should be able to work through as opposed to, those that might have outright opposition to the legislation?
Oh, yes. And we want to acknowledge and appreciate the department for the work that they've done, as well as the work that this committee has done to tackle this really important issue for the Chesapeake Bay. I think this is one of those rare items where we can all find consensus that we want to get as many of these species out of the water as we possibly can. So whatever we can do to work together, we would welcome that.
Thank you.
Additional questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Senator Mounts. I was going to call up some additional witnesses here. We've got from DNR, is Lydia McPherson here? And Catherine Charbonneau from DNR. Is Sean Beck here? Mr. Beck, why don't you come up? You're all in the favor with amendment category testimony.
Thank you.
And why don't we start with our two DNR witnesses, and then we'll move to some unfavorables after that, okay? So why don't you start?
Thank you. For the record, my name is Lydia McPherson, and I'm the Legislative Director here at the Department of Natural Resources. Gill nets as an effective measure to removing blue catfish is something that the department has been speaking about for a little while now. In fact, it first came up in our Invasive Catfish Advisory Committee meeting back in October, and although it was too late in the season to run an effective pilot program back then, we've been doing work since to secure federal funding, and it's been an option we've been looking into for a while now, so we're ready to go for the next season. And we just think that the way the bill is currently written, it could have serious unintended consequences in terms of bycatch, but we think this more limited pilot program will help yield helpful information that can help inform management decisions with guardrails on it to make sure that we are addressing those bycatch issues. And with that, we'll ask for favorable report with amendments and happy to answer questions.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, members of the committee. My name is Kate Charbonneau, Assistant Secretary for Aquatic Resources. I'll keep this very brief. We simply are looking to be able to establish this pilot program to ensure that we can employ this in the right way. We want to remove as much blue catfish, obviously, as we can, but we also don't want to have other fish removed with that. And with that, I'll ask for a favorable report with amendments. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Beck.
They've said everything I was going to say, so we'll just keep it short. If I'm here late enough, you'll hear from me 3 more times tonight anyway, so.
I'm going to call up unfavorable testimony. Allison Colden, David Sikorsky, and do we have our, Maria, do we have our one virtual witness, Michael Wayne, all signed up unfavorable. Okay, so is David here?
He had to leave.
Okay, he had to leave. Okay, Allison, you're up, and then we'll take our virtual witness, okay?
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Allison Colden, Maryland Executive Director with the Chesapeake Bay Foundation. And relevant for today's testimony, I'll share I'm also a member of the Invasive Catfish Advisory Committee at DNR and chair of the Invasive Catfish Task Force Policy Work Group at the Chesapeake Bay Program. We agree with the bill sponsor that blue catfish are a significant ecological problem for the Chesapeake Bay and have supported many programs through our organization to remove them, including angler and consumer education, fishing tournaments that directly target blue catfish, as well as supporting the trotline bill that is the subject of this legislation. However, as with many natural resources decisions, they come with trade-offs. The 7-inch gill net allowance in this proposed legislation is the same gear used in the striped bass gill net fishery, meaning that there is a significant opportunity for striped bass and Atlantic sturgeon, which is a federally endangered species bycatch, in an expanded gill net fishery. Gill nets are an indiscriminate gear, meaning they catch whatever runs into it. And so with that concern for significant bycatch, we have some serious concerns about expanding that through the course of this bill. If you heard earlier, there are significant concerns about the availability of blue catfish. However, we know that there's also limitations to the blue catfish market in Maryland, which means that if we are going to continue to expand these gears and significantly increase the amount that is being harvested, we must also work on the marketing side. Otherwise, flooding the market with product is going to further depress the price per pound and disincentivize people from going fishing for blue catfish altogether. As with any other wild fishery, there is seasonality, and that's just part of the game. And so because of those reasons, we urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's take Mr. Wayne next. He's also signed up unfavorable, and then we'll take questions. Okay, Mr. Wayne.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Mike Wayne, and I'm speaking on behalf of the American Sport Fishing Association. And ASA is the nation's recreational fishing trade association and represents sport fishing manufacturers, retailers, wholesalers, and angler advocacy groups. While we share the goal of addressing invasive blue catfish in the Chesapeake Bay, we respectfully oppose Senate Bill 610 because it is not a workable solution and raises serious concerns for striped bass and other native species. SB 610 does not contain safeguards. The bill includes no bycatch limits, no reporting requirements, no monitoring provisions, and no defined mortality threshold for non-target species. While recent amendments describe the proposal as a 4-year pilot program, the legislation still lacks critical program details. It does not specify participation limits, geographic restrictions, seasonal parameters, or monitoring requirements. In effect, it authorizes a broad expansion of gill netting without clearly defined objectives or management safeguards. Recreational anglers fishing for striped bass have made countless sacrifices to help rebuild the species. These sacrifices have led to a 30-year low in fishing mortality on striped bass. And SB 610 would clearly jeopardize striped bass rebuilding efforts. For these reasons, we respectfully urge the committee an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 610 in its current form and instead work with stakeholders and resource managers to develop a comprehensive and responsible strategy for addressing invasive blue catfish in the Bay. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Wayne or Ms. Colden on the unfavorable category of witnesses? Okay, seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 610. Senator Mounts, why don't you come on up on Senate Bill 916? And we're going to bring Jeannie Hadaway Riccio up again with Mr. Harrison. Why don't we bring Mr. Brown up again as well? And actually, is James Mullen here? Mr. Mullen, why don't you come up too? You're signed up straight favorable, and then we have one virtual witness favorable. We'll take. Is he in the queue? Okay. Okay, Senator Mounts, we're on Senate Bill 916.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, committee members. Microphone's hot. Thank you, Mr. Chair, committee members. It's an honor to present Senate Bill 916. This will create a work group to overhaul our seafood marketing program. If you'll look at particularly, the oyster fishery right now is in peril. If you look at the factors of what's going on, if you look at the numbers, you can see the decline in the sale of Maryland oysters. It's something that should have been flagged prior to this year. The crisis we're facing right now started last year. If you look at the numbers, many people are confused that this is being driven by what's happened down the Potomac River. No, not at all. This started in November, December, followed by the freeze. It's a crisis time to sell Maryland oysters, and there's a number of different reasons that go into that. This idea addresses one of those: is how are we marketing our products. And we have an expert panel. I'll turn it over to them, and they can fill in the details. But I urge your support. This is a critical issue, and urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay. Jeannie, you want to go first?
Sure. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Jeannie Hadaway Riccio here on behalf of Talbot Waterman Association. We want to start by thanking the Department of Natural Resources and the Maryland Department of Agriculture for the efforts that they have made to date on seafood marketing. They're doing the best that they can with the resources that they have been given, but providing additional resources and discussing additional ways to collaborate through this work group will only improve our situation. We do want to point out that consumer demand has really expanded when it comes to consumers wanting locally produced food and sustainably harvested food. And we are now not just competing on a national level, but on a global level when it comes to Maryland seafood. And our producers can actually meet that consumer demand if we market ourselves in the right way. And so with that, we would welcome the opportunity to be part of a comprehensive collaboration to move and market Maryland seafood. Again, we want to thank the bill sponsor, and we would ask that the committee please issue a favorable report for this bill.
Okay, let's go next.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Jim Mullen with the Maryland Oystermen's Association. We're in favor of this bill. At the Watermen's Caucus 2 weeks ago, we had a presentation from the Alaska Seafood Marketing Department and kind of helped slingshot this forward with this bill on how they market seafood and some of the intricacies that they use. Some of our members have shot their own kind of communication videos via YouTube, and which is good to get the word out. To Senator Mounts' point about oysters, I didn't know Governor Moore actually shot a communication video last week here in town eating raw oysters at one of the local restaurants. So that'll be another communication video that'll be out there. So the idea is the more either legislators or point people, well as local people, we can get the word out about Maryland seafood, it's all the better. And this work group will help us facilitate that moving forward and with some more ideas. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members. You know, it's hard to believe that we're talking about marketing seafood from Maryland. You can go anywhere in the United States, and if you're from Maryland, they say, did you bring any seafood with you? It's as simple as that. And this year, especially on the Eastern Shore, and not necessarily everywhere, there was a lot of oysters caught in the Potomac, and there are a lot of oysters all the way around, but all over the United States. But on the Eastern Shore of Maryland, it was just terrible, the market this year. Out of a possible probably 90 days that I've been able to work this year, I've had market 31 days. Now, I did have market today, but I had to be here. But we need to do something. I don't know what it is. I know that we pay a seafood marketing charge with our licenses, and it's not much money. And, you know, maybe we can increase that a little bit. I think the watermen would be more than willing to step up to that because, as we all know, I think our license fees are going to increase anyway. But definitely, you know, we have behind us the Maryland seafood brand. People already know that there's good seafood here. So I think we just need to do a little bit more, just of some marketing, maybe some more money into some marketing campaigns. Aquaculture has had a lot of talk over the last 10 or 12 years because that was the direction we were headed. But the public fishery needs the same amount of publicity. So I'm asking for a favorable vote on this bill. Thank you.
Mr. Brown.
Chair and members of this committee, my name is Robert T. Brown, President of the Maryland Waterman Association. I started oystering back in the early 60s when I was still in high school. And when Thanksgiving came and Christmas came, it was just catch whatever you can catch because it was so much market around. And it always slowed down a little bit in January. This year, it was slow at Thanksgiving, slower at Christmas, and it's even worse now that it was January. It's picked up a little bit ahead of the past few days. Back in 2003, we only harvested 26,000 bushel of oysters. That's because of MSX and Dermo, which have wiped us out. Back in 2023, we harvested over 720,000 bushel. And we would have surpassed that this year if we'd had the market. Mother Nature's been good to us, giving us natural recruitment up and down the bay and expanding it further. And now we need help. And it's setting up a board to look in this to find help because without more market for next year, our seafood industry and the oyster part of it is going to be in dire needs. Thank you very much. And I'd like a favorable on Senate Bill 916.
Okay, thank you. For the entire panel, any questions for Senator Moutz or the panel? Okay, thank you, Senator. That concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 916. Brings us to the final Moutz bill, Senate Bill 918. Senator, would you come on up? Is Mrs. James Wynn here? Is Mr. Wynn here? Why don't you come on up?
Thank you,
Got several witnesses signed up straight favorable. Senator, if I just wanted to bring up some other favorable testimony witnesses. They're straight favorable. Jackie Cowan here. Bruce Bariano here.
Are they in the hall?
Jackie Cowan's unfavorable. Sir, I'm signed up for unfavorable.
Yeah, well, that'll be next. These are, I'm just taking the favorables, and then we'll take the unfavorables after that. You said unfavorable or favorable?
Yes, sir, I'm Jackie Cowan, and I signed up as unfavorable.
Okay, unfavorable. Okay, well, on here we had you favorable, but if you're unfavorable, then just stay put, okay? Okay, so we're going to take the witnesses that I called, and then we'll take it from there, okay?
That's it?
Okay, Senator Moutz on Senate Bill 918.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, distinguished members of the committee. It's an honor to present Senate Bill 918. This is a Wicomico delegation bill. You've heard this legislation before. It's Wicomico because I think the other counties are tired of making this bill request. It repeals the restrictions on times hunters in Wicomico County can hunt a deer on private property on Sundays. And so currently, if you'll recall, I know there's mixing this in with some of the finfish things and the bay things, but this is the deer hunting cutoff time. This would eliminate it for Wacomico County. Now, this restriction has got to be, in my lifetime, the one thing I can always look to say it makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. It was contrived as a compromise based off of negotiation and completely absent from any kind of logic. There is this imaginary cutoff regarding deer hunting on Sundays, and the rationale makes absolutely no sense. The exact same location where the person is deer hunting, they could go down and stand in the exact same field and shoot round after round after round and call it target practice. And somehow, because hunting is so dangerous or so scary or whatever, the hunting's not allowed, but you can do everything else. You can get on a four-wheeler and ride a four-wheeler around that field. You can run a tractor. You can, I know a lot of people don't like these leaf blowers. You can get a gas-powered leaf blower and leaf blow your field. You can do whatever you want, but you just can't hunt deer. It makes no sense whatsoever. None. It baffles me, and unfortunately, every year we'll have to bring this back because it directly affects our district. This is coming from Wacomico County, though, so I appreciate your attention to this. It is an important issue, even though it comes back every year. Just because it comes back every year doesn't mean it isn't important. It means, really, I mean, this is coming from, certain districts, certain areas. This matters, and it is important. And so with that, I urge I want to thank you for your attention to this, and I hope you can find a way so we can address this finally once and for all. And I urge your favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Nguyen.
First of all, I would like to say thank you all for having me here today. It's good to see you guys here doing the work. This is how the sausage is made, and it's not pretty, but I appreciate everything you guys are doing. In Wacomico County, my title is a Wacomico County Councilman. I am at large, and every year since I've been there, we put this same bill up forward. And every year in my county, I've had zero opposition against this legislation. I know you will hear some opposition, and I respect their opinion and their thoughts on it. But the fact of the matter is, they don't live in Wacomico County. The people that I represent do not mind or care that we hunt deer on Sundays. They would like to be able to experience the outdoors all day. And the 10:30 restriction is imaginary, and I think it's just a law that should be considered and removed, especially on private property. Because what you'll hear is people would like to ride horses, and I would too. I mean, I like my mother-in-law rides horses, But the fact of the matter is, if it's your private property, then there's no reason for someone to be trespassing with a horse on my private property. But I should be allowed to experience the outdoors and go hunting with my family on a Sunday afternoon or all day Sunday, because maybe we took the kids out to the farm and we want to spend the whole weekend there. So what I'm asking for is for a favorable vote to keep this bill for Wacomico County, try to keep it local, and pass this local bill, because the locals in my community would appreciate it, and you would be doing them a service by doing so. One thing I would like to add is we do have a problem with white-tailed deer in our county. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Senator Mounts or Mr. Nguyen? Senator Carrozza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Mounts, thank you for your continued leadership. We've been working on this together, as you mentioned, for several years. And Councilmember Nguyen, thank you for not only coming up today in person, but for sharing that, number one, and underscoring that this is a local bill, and that we have the same shared constituents And there is not an issue back home in Wycomico County when it comes to extending this time. My question to you, and I think just to give you the opportunity to flush this out, we're aware that there are, number one, other counties that have full day hunting on Sunday. Right. And two, the fact that, kind of focusing on what we hear directly from our constituents for the strong and consistent support for this over the years.
Yeah, so, I have lots of conversations with the hunters in my community because I actually do partake in bow hunting myself. And, a lot of people think you can hunt on every single Sunday all day. And I have to correct them, like, you are breaking the law on accident. And, I would just like to clean this up. I think we need to clean this up, just like cleaning up every other regular piece of legislation. I think this is just some legislation that just needs to be made right and to make sense. Does that help?
And underscoring that it is a local bill. And
Yes.
And again, what is your position?
Yes.
What is your elected position?
Yeah, my elected position is I am the county council member at large. So I represent all 400 square miles of my county, all rural areas, the whole thing. And I've not heard any opposition towards this bill locally.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions for Senator Mounts or his witness? Okay, seeing none, thank you to both of you for your testimony. Okay, now I'll call Ms. Cowan. You had signed up unfavorable, you indicated, so why don't you come up to the table? Also unfavorable is Christy Claggett. And then do we have our virtual? Yes. I mean, we have two virtual witnesses unfavorable. We'll take them next. So we're going to start, Ms. Cowan, with you.
Thank you.
And then we'll go to Ms. Claggett, and then we'll take the two witnesses who are virtually signed up unfavorable, okay?
Actually, she'd like me to start.
Oh, that's fine.
So, good afternoon. I'm Christy Claggett. I'm a Harwood, Maryland resident, a farmer, horse rider, and a Maryland Horse Council Legislative Committee member. And I'm asking you to oppose Senate Bill 918. The Maryland Horse Council represents all Maryland equestrians to use all of Maryland to recreate. Statewide, there are trails. These groups are Trot, Chesapeake Plantation Walking Club, League of Maryland Horsemen, Equestrian Partners in Conservation, Tuckahoe Equestrian Center, just to name a few. There are also many local riding groups that individuals from Wycomico will tell you about after my testimony. The 10:30 restriction of Sunday hunting allows for sharing of the day. In 2016, the Maryland Horse Council first proposed the 10:30 compromise and still thinks it could be a statewide solution. This is a county delegation bill. It asks this committee to believe that Sunday hunting is just a local issue. That's not so. All Marylanders use all of the outdoors using a network of private and public trails for riding, biking, hiking, bird watching. Also, it asks you to believe that it's a private property issue. Private land adjacent to hunted land is restricted in its use because bullets and arrows do not know to stop at a property line. The Maryland Horse Council has extensive written testimony about the reasons for needing a safe Sunday. 68% of Marylanders oppose hunting. Sunday hunting does not, Sunday hunting, not hunting, sorry. Sunday hunting does not increase the deer kill. It just kills more on Sundays because they use that day. And it's a convenience for hunters and an inconvenience for others who want to recreate. So you look at the reports of accidents that we've filed, the Maryland Horse Council has filed with you, you'll see numerous hunter-to-hunter accidents. Well, people say, why no horse accidents there? Or other people accidents? Because we know to stay away when there's hunting going on in the vicinity. So please oppose this.
Okay, Ms. Cowan.
Thank you very much. I'd like to address a couple of things that were said earlier. As far as tractors and leaf blowers on Sunday, yes, they can be a menace, but they don't hurt and kill. In my early lifetime, we did not hunt on Sundays at all. Sundays were free for others to enjoy their time. Property owners should be able to enjoy their time as well without the fear or the sound of hunting around them. Should be able to walk your dogs, ride your horses, take your children into the woods. As far as accidents, I will tell you that My horse club and I were out on the C&O Canal, not in Wycomico, although we do ride in Wycomico as well. But we were on the C&O Canal riding where there is no hunting. We heard hunters in a field adjacent to the canal, yelled ahead, let them know that we were coming. They stopped firing. We got adjacent to them. We were on the canal, they were in a field. They fired literally over our heads. We reported it to the county police, who said they were coming out. They did not, and there was never a report filed. So there are reports out there. Accidents have happened. Poor interactions have happened. They just don't make the records. I would ask you, please, to give this a negative report. You have a lot of folks in Wycomico County with horses who do not have trailers. They cannot load up and go somewhere else safe to ride. Everyone in Wycomico County deserves the right to enjoy their outdoors in peace and safety. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for Ms. Claggett or Ms. Callum? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your testimony. We're going to go to our two virtual witnesses on favorable. We're going to start with Ms. Capon. You'll be on the up to 2 minute clock. You're going to have to unmute yourself, okay?
Thank you, Chairman Feldman. My name is Elaine Capon. I live in Salisbury, and I am here representing Hamilton Fox Farm Boarding Stable in Salisbury. We oppose Senate Bill 918. The Wycomico Demonstration Forest with its marked trails is our favorite trail riding location. Ticks and biting insects restrict trail riding in the warm weather. Trail riding is at its very best in the fall and winter, and this overlaps with deer and turkey hunting seasons. We do not feel safe to share the same space and time with hunters. Many horsemen make use of the Wycomico forests. Hoof prints and four steps therapeutic riding makes their livelihood on the trails. Delmarva coon hunters gather on most Sundays for trail rides. I'm a member of the Algonquin Trail Riders Group. Our members wish to preserve the Sunday hunting restrictions. This past year, 9 Sundays were open to deer hunting. Turkey hunting had 6 open Sundays. It was difficult for us to track when we could or could not ride the trails safely and peacefully. If hunting was open, we stayed home. We feel discounted. Expanding Sunday hunting would hurt those of us who primarily trail ride. This is our recreational sport. My ally from the Maryland Horse Council has shared statistics and facts that I hope you will read and consider. There are large swaths of abutting forest land that are private and leased to hunting that include a large tract belonging to the Nature Conservancy on the edge of the forest. It's only fair that both hunters and horsemen should have the opportunity to enjoy the best season safely. Hunters are now allowed until 10:30 on restricted Sundays. One partial day for equestrians is not a lot to ask. We deserve our 5 or 6 hours per week. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're going to go now to our other virtual witness, Ms. Dibben.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, we could hear you. You can start.
All right. My name's Helen Dibben. I'm a Wycomico County resident and often ride my horses on state forest trails in Wycomico and also Worcester counties. These trails are also used by hikers, families with children and dogs, and trail runners, as well as my fellow riders. In the 9 months of game bird and mammal season are also the 9 months of the best trail riding. Here on the lower shore, the biting insects make the forest something to avoid for a whole lot of the summer. This bill as written takes away the few Sunday afternoons that trail users are safe from encountering hunters. I don't hunt. It's not my thing. If I did, I would want affordable opportunities nearby. Here in Wycomico, there are numerous such opportunities for 6.5 days a week, 9 months a year. Non-hunters may also wish to spend precious time off safely enjoying the state forest. By taking Sunday afternoons away, there will be more unfortunate encounters. And farmers with a a deer damage permit can already hunt 365 days a year, 7 days a week. If the deer are so bad on their farms, go get the permit. So please vote unfavorable on this bill. It's unnecessary, it's greedy, and it's an overreach. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, actually for either of our virtual witnesses? Yes, Senator Carosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Ms. Capen, we've worked together in the past. As a matter of fact, I attended your retirement party.
Yes.
I wanted to ask you, and you and I have been able to work through other situations. I was curious to know if, and I didn't ask these questions of the other witnesses because they're not from Wycomico County, but I wanted to give you, Ms. Capen, you know, the opportunity to engage because this is a local bill. Did you ever come to any Wycomico County council meetings and kind of try to work through this locally? And I was also interested to know, you know, if you were aware that the county executive last year offered to open up county parks to horseback riding, and just curious to know if you're, you know, if you're riding, when you're riding on the land, public land, other land, just, again, I think there were some local discussions that could have been beneficial that sounded like they didn't occur, and just wanted to kind of put all the facts out there to see, you know, about following up on those local conversations.
I was not aware that this issue was coming up. I look at the hunting calendar. I had not seen any information until literally the end of last week about this issue coming to the forefront. So no, I did not attend any council meetings. I was not aware that that was happening.
So, you know, and it's, again, just a little disappointing that I think some of this could have been worked through at a local level. But were you aware that the county executive offered to open up the county parks to horseback riding?
I was not. And what parks would those be?
We can follow up with that, but again, I think it underscores that maybe that local dialogue can occur at the local level.
I am not sure that there are county parks in the immediate area that would have the trail facilities that would be open, that would be amenable to horseback riding. I'm not aware of any county parks that would have.
Well, again, I think seeing that there was an effort on the county executive's part, but I think we can follow up, Mr. Chair, offline. So thank you.
Okay, additional questions for our witnesses? Okay, seeing none, that's going to conclude the bill here on Senate Bill 918. Thank you, Senator Mouts, for your package of bills. And we're going to next move to Senator Henson, who is in the front row on Senate Bill 938. And Senator, I'm going to call up your sponsor panel. Does that work for you?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Aaron Karpowitz, Tom Cole, Dana Johnson, Mary Claire Davis. I do have one other witness signed up favorable in Claudia Wilson Randall. Is Miss Claudia Wilson Randall here?
Oh, her. Ironically, she was in the hall.
Well, actually, I think we filled up the table here. Why don't we stick with who we got here? Okay, Senator Henson, we're on Senate Bill 938, and you can start whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, colleagues. For the record, I am Senator Shanika Henson, here to present Senate Bill 938, Community Development Affordable Multifamily Rental Housing Stabilization Program. We should be really proud in the state of Maryland that we have several products that promote the development of affordable housing. We have the Rental Housing Works program, which works in connection with our affordable housing tax credits. We have the Rental Housing Partnership program, which works with our local governments to support the production of affordable housing. And we also have an affordable housing trust fund as well, which you can also tap for the production of affordable housing. But what's missing from that? We also have a strategic demolition fund where if you need to knock down affordable housing and rebuild it, you have access to capital funding for that as well. But what's missing from the portfolio of affordable housing funding is what happens in the middle. If you need to demolish a property and rebuild it, we have support for that. If you need to build property, we have support for that. But in between building a property and demolishing a property is the entire life cycle of an affordable housing property. We don't have support for those developers that go into the endeavor of having affordable housing. You can imagine that if you own a rental property, a multifamily community, and the maintenance needs exceed the budget, you can always respond to that the way that markets respond to it. You can raise the rent so that you can have the capital that you need to do things like put on new roofs, upgrade the appliances, and keep pace with the maintenance needs of your property. But if you have an affordable housing property as your product, you can't just raise the rents to keep pace with the demands of making sure that the maintenance of your property is keeping pace with the property. So what happens with a lot of these projects is the developers try their best to make sure that their investments are protected, but without a similar model to what we invest in by way of financing the construction of affordable housing, sometimes they're not able to extend the life of these products as long as they would like to, and sometimes the only option is to strategically demolish the properties and to start over and rebuild those properties. But if we are able to invest just as much into making sure that we are extending the life of affordable housing properties, then we can keep residents in stable housing. We can make sure that they have those opportunities over the long haul. Now, I know this committee is very prudent, and I know that this committee probably started off by looking through your bill folder and looking at the fiscal note on this bill. And when you looked at the fiscal note on this bill, I think you probably saw a $5 million price tag and were shocked. But I hope that this committee knows that I, too, looked at the fiscal note and was shocked by that as well. Had we had the opportunity to work with the bill drafters just a little bit longer on this bill, what we wanted to do was to not just stop at the first draft of this bill after submitting the request form, but to get the opportunity to work with the drafters to truly get the bill to the posture that we wanted it. So we had to work that out through what would be proposed amendments, because we had to submit it as it was to meet the filing deadline for the bill so that it would be timely filed. But I did email to each and every member of this committee a copy of what I would introduce to the committee as an amendment to the bill, which would eliminate the fiscal note on the bill. And what it would do is use some of the existing resources that we have, and it would authorize the additional purpose of this sort of intermediate maintenance funding. So it wouldn't come at any additional cost to the state for the state to be able to authorize this sort of funding. We would be able to use our existing programs. I started off by highlighting some of our existing programs. We have our Rental Housing Works program, which the state was able to fund at $85 million last year. We have our Rental Housing Partnership Program, which we were able to fund at $65 million last year. And our Affordable Housing Trust Fund, which we are still building the capacity for that, we were able to fund that at $5.3 million last year, which was actually a high water mark for that program. But we do have some affordable housing products, which we have some investments in, and we need to continue to grow those investments because we know we still are underwater when it comes to the amount of affordable housing that's needed in the state and the number of units that we currently have in the state. But with the amendment that we submitted for the committee's consideration, we will be able to have this sort of product which would extend and expand the life of our affordable housing investments in Maryland, and we will be able to do so with existing resources that we have here in the state. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would ask the committee for a favorable report on Senate Bill 938, and I would turn it over to my panel. Thank you.
Okay, do you have a preference in order?
I do not.
Okay. Mr. Cole, why don't we start with you and we'll just go down the table, okay?
Thank you so much, Chair Feldman, members of the committee. Tom Cole here on behalf of the Maryland Affordable Housing Coalition. I'm just going to start with the fiscal note. You don't need to look any further than the text of the bill to understand that the fiscal note doesn't align with this legislation. It is permissive. The goal of this bill and the goal that the Maryland Affordable Housing Coalition has on this, and we so appreciate our sponsor trying to work to address it, is to create a vehicle that we can advocate for funding in future years. We are not looking to cannibalize any existing programs. We are simply looking to be able to create this, because the fact of the matter is that we have a crisis inside of a crisis. Inside of the housing crisis, we have a affordable housing crisis as it relates to the preservation of existing affordable housing. This is where hundreds of thousands of Marylanders call home right now. And their housing deserves to be kept up to the same standards that we expect every other housing to be kept up to. And thankfully, because of the providers we have here, they're able to do that. But the gymnastics that they need to do with the restrictions on accessing things like reserve funds that are monitored and determined by DHCD in terms of utilizing those funds are significant. So what we want to be able to do is to address that crisis, the preservation crisis, which you're going to hear more and more about. Because remember, the federal low-income housing tax credit program was created in the 80s. Many of the housing communities that were created under that program are now coming due for renovation. If not, they're decades past needing that renovation. And so we need a funding source. Right now, DHCD does not have that funding source. And so this legislation would create the vehicle that we could advocate for funding for in future years. So that fiscal note, look at the may. It is permissive in the bill. May fund. It's not required. So with that, we would ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 938. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Cole, why don't you just hand that mic?
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. My name is Mary Claire Davis, and I am with AHC, also known as Affordable Homes and Communities. We have been an active nonprofit housing developer throughout the region for the last 50 years and active in Maryland for 25 with a core focus on Montgomery County and the Baltimore region. Our goal is to preserve and create safe, healthy, and affordable homes for families, seniors, and persons with disabilities. Today, I also represent the Maryland Affordable Housing Coalition as a board member and on behalf of many of our member organizations. I am here to support Senate Bill 938 and to establish the Affordable Multifamily Rental Housing Stabilization Program in the Department of Housing and Community Development. This bill would create a new program that would provide grants to affordable rental housing properties that have urgent or emergency capital repair needs. These are properties where reserves have gone down and they are strapped by today's economic circumstances. There are many properties across the state owned by MAKE members that could use this type of grant. Some are too small or on the wrong timeline to take on a bond or low-income housing tax credit financing structure, which is one of the ways to support a substantial rehab. This program is designed to help properties that house lower-income Marylanders with support for capital needs. These would be items like heating and cooling, roofs, or elevators, for example. For example, a senior property whose elevator becomes broken in the middle of, a week or a Sunday and your residents can't use it. Some of those are old parts. You have to buy a new elevator. They're very expensive. We want to take care of our most vulnerable citizens. So we urge you to support this coming out of committee and help us tackle the urgent needs of high utility costs, high insurance, and property costs across the country and help our most vulnerable Marylanders.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Feldman and members of the committee. My name's Erin Karpowitz. I'm the CEO of Arundel Community Development Services. I'm testifying in strong support of Senate Bill 983 today. My organization is Anne Arundel County's quasi-governmental housing and community development agency. We administer a number of financing programs and housing programs on behalf of the residents of our communities. Since our inception, ACDS, or Arundel Community Development Services, has provided critical low-interest loans and financing for the development and redevelopment of over 40 affordable housing communities in Anne Arundel County that leverages a lot of state and low-income housing tax credit funding. Each year, we add additional properties to our portfolio. Currently, we have a pipeline of approximately 14 projects that we're expecting to close in the next 2 years, which will really, we think, help make a dent in that crisis that Mr. Cole referred to. As these new and existing properties age, there's a need, though, for resources to maintain the properties as safe, affordable assets for both the residents that live there and the surrounding communities. And as the sponsor has mentioned, no dedicated state programs or sources of funding for the focused repairs that are targeted under this bill currently exist. One example that exemplifies the need for this program is a project called Homes at the Glen in Annapolis. This project was originally constructed in 2003, and after 20 units were sold as affordable homeownership units as part of a lease to purchase program, 30 34 units remained as a small rental development community. The aging units were in dire need of roof and HVAC repairs, and while the project had established and continuously funded a reserve for replacement and operating reserve, the cumulative reserves were inadequate, and the project was too small to refinance or recapitalize. So the state indicated it did not have resources, and so our agency had to step up. We found the funding, we dug deep, but that meant funding that wasn't available to go to the other projects that we had in our pipeline. And we currently have a gap of over 13,000 units in our county, serving people making 60% of area median income and below. So thanks to the sponsor for supporting this, and thanks to the committee for considering it.
Okay, let's go to the end of the table.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to share our support for SB 938. My name is Dana Johnson. I am the CEO of Homes for America. We are a nonprofit housing owner and developer based here in Annapolis. We are focused every day on providing quality, affordable housing enhanced with services for low and moderate income families, seniors, and persons with disabilities. Our work has become increasingly challenging over the last few years as the cost to operate our properties has escalated dramatically. Paying higher costs for insurance, utilities, and staffing while limiting rent increases to ensure that rents remain affordable for the residents we serve means that operating margins that were very thin pre-COVID are now non-existent or even negative. This means there is little to no cash to fund repairs and replacement of aging equipment. As Mr. Cole said, this is a quiet crisis unfolding across the state out of the spotlight. Affordable housing owners are increasingly challenged to maintain our properties, and there are very few resources available to support preservation. While there is an understandable focus on new construction and adding more housing to address the housing shortage, we also need to invest in the preservation of the housing that we have. It is efficient and cost-effective to invest modestly to help properties replace roofs, aging HVAC equipment, elevators, et cetera. This will ensure the health and safety of residents and the quality and sustainability of the housing. Homes for America has many older, smaller properties that are over 20 years old, have no cash, and depleted reserves. This includes a 23-unit building for seniors in Dorchester County, a 30-unit townhouse community for families in Cumberland, and a 22-unit building in Baltimore serving the formerly homeless. Without access to additional capital, these properties are at risk of deteriorating and being lost as affordable housing options. I urge you to support SB 938.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming today. A couple questions. What is the state median income right now?
Sir, I don't have the state median income, but I can tell you that in Anne Arundel County, which is the Baltimore median income, the Baltimore metropolitan statistical area median income is $70,000 for a household size of 3.
So this would only apply to folks making $35,000 or less. You said 50% of the median income.
No, 60% of area median income.
60%. So it only applies to those folks.
So 60% of area median income is $70,000. I have that statistic.
So help me out. The thing that bothers me is, this just brings me back to rent stabilization. I'm not a fan of rent stabilization. And let me explain why. Because I've seen firsthand where you put rent caps on and the landlords decide to do nothing because they're going to take their profit anyway. What this bill sounds like is a backdoor way for the landlords to hold the rents to where they are, rent stabilization, but then be able to go through another mechanism to close that gap and do the upgrades that they should have done the first time.
Senator, if I may?
Yes.
So, Senator, this is within the existing construct of the low-income affordable housing programs that we have right now. So it is not rent stabilization, it is not rent control, but rather these housing communities were created under certain funding sources that this is our primary financing vehicle for creating affordable housing. And so that's what the eligibility relates to. This is not necessarily a renovation rehabilitation program for average homeowners, but rather it's for these multifamily properties that are providing housing for our workforce. And that's where the income restrictions come into play.
So I was thrown by the word stabilization in there. That always brings up a red flag for me.
And for us in many circumstances as well. So we're aligned on that.
I see. And so once again, this would only apply to individuals who are renting property who make 60% or less of the median income, regardless of the jurisdiction that they're in, correct?
And rather, Senator, for housing providers who provide housing to those individuals. Yes.
So what if they provide housing to a variety? Some are under the cap and some are over the cap. How does that work?
So under this program, and I would need to dig into the language further, there are many, so there would be income averaging over the property as a whole, so it would still qualify for this program, and in many of those properties, there are some market rate units that are incorporated into this, but rather it's more addressing, Senator, the fact that we have these communities that were created specifically for those that could not participate in market rate housing. And so these units are set aside for them. But unfortunately, because of the financing mechanism and because these property owners and managers are not allowed to access the same capital that a market rate project could, that's why we need a program like this.
Right. So the landlord would use the median average of all tenants to determine if their facility qualified.
Yes, Senator.
Right? Okay. Thank you.
Additional questions for Senator Henson or the remaining witnesses? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your testimony. I've got two additional witnesses signed up. Claudia Wilson Randall, I think Ms. Randall, I saw you come in. Why don't you come on up? You're signed up favorable. And then Safar Shah, Maryland Legal Aid, you're signed up favorable with amendments. That'll be the extent of the testimony on the bill. So Ms. Claudia Wilson Randall, you can proceed.
Good afternoon, Chair Corman and members of the Education, Energy, and Environment Committee. My name is Claudia Wilson Randall. I'm the Executive Director of the Community Development Network of Maryland, and we are a statewide network of more than 100 member organizations that focus on small affordable housing developers, housing counseling agencies, and community-based nonprofits across Maryland. You heard from some of my members earlier, and you have my written testimony, but I want to speak in favor of Senate Bill 938. I think it's really important, what you heard from the previous panel. You heard from housing providers who are providing housing across the state of Maryland to children, women, elderly, disabled, and have been for a long time. Those buildings are now aging, and those buildings need attention. And when we center this, while the previous panel really centered the needs of property owners, I want to center the needs of the people who are living there, who need a working elevator, who need working HVAC as the planet gets hotter, who need access to safe and healthy air. It is that we need to center when we're thinking about this funding. It's an urgent priority that the state focus on the preservation of the affordable housing that we have. So we're not just building new and have a hole in the bottom that's taking away the old housing. And it's that lens that I hope that you will consider a favorable report for Senate Bill 938. Thank you so much.
Mr. Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Zephyr Shaw from Maryland Legal Aid. Maryland Legal Aid represents tenant associations and individual renters in many of the properties that are in DHCD's portfolio that could be beneficially impacted by this bill. We believe as a core principle that low-income renters in affordable housing are stakeholders in preservation of affordable housing. And what we have asked in our testimony in proposed amending language is, as Ms. Wilson Randall said, to put tenants at the table, put their needs into the process. And so what our amendments do are really, these are friendly amendments. which require any applicant for these funds in this program to have met with the tenant association of their property or with the majority of renters to essentially focus group what they believe are the compelling needs for remediation in their property. And then amendments that require DHCD, as they administer this loan, to monitor for compliance with things such as whether the compelling needs of tenants are being factored into the use of funds, to make sure that there is not displacement of renters during a remediation process, and that they are essentially taken care of during our remediation. For example, such as ensuring that whenever there's a remediation that takes more than 8 hours, keeps a tenant more than 8 hours away from their home, that they have some alternative shelter and out-of-pocket expenses. These are important things that we see in other federal subsidy programs. We'd like to see that in this instance too. We do think that this is a possible lifeline for these properties. We'd like to see it as a lifeline for our clients as well. Thank you.
Okay, questions? Two panelists, okay, seeing none, that's going to conclude the bill hearing on Senate Bill 938. Thank you, Senator Hansen. Going to next go to Senator Carrozza. Call up your panel on Senate Bill 875. That was, the last bill was 938. We're now on Senate Bill 875. Senator Carrozza. I've got Jeannie Hadaway-Riccio back at the table, Jeff Harrison, Robert T. Brown, and Jim Mullen. Mr. Mullen, why don't you round out the panel, sponsor panel for Senator Carrozza on Senate Bill 875. Senator Carrozza, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Senator Mary Beth Carrozza, representing Maryland's coast, and that's Worcester, Wycomico, and Somerset counties, and really been looking forward to present this bill, Senate Bill 875, to you, which would establish a limited 5-year rotational harvest pilot program for oysters to be implemented by the Department of Natural Resources in 4 specified areas: the lower Choptank rotational harvest area, the lower main stem Chesapeake Bay rotational harvest area, the Herring Bay rotational harvest area, and the lower Chester rotational harvest area. I want to be clear that these 4 areas were identified by the Board of Directors of the Maryland Watermen's Association based on strategic locations with a geographic balance and a sensitivity to travel to the harvest areas. And Mr. Chair and members, and I know we have a new member since this was heard back in 2023, but to remind you that similar legislation was introduced that I sponsored in 2023, but it was withdrawn, Mr. Chair, because we were waiting for the completion of the Fisheries Management Plan. The Fisheries Management Plan has been completed, which allows this legislation to go forward in coordination with the Maryland Department of Natural Resources. Both the House sponsor, Delegate Jay Jacobs, who is the chair of the Watermen's Caucus, and I have been meeting with the Maryland DNR Secretary Kurtz and staff over the past 3 years to move forward with an oyster rotational harvest pilot program. And as a little bit of background, Maryland has 51 designated oyster sanctuaries covering 253,000 acres of the Chesapeake Bay. And I want to underscore this: the 5 main sanctuary areas which receive federal and state funds, Harris Creek, Little Choptank, Tread Avon, St. Mary's River, and the Minokan, are not part of this legislation. Under this legislation, the county oyster committees receive Maryland Department of Transportation MDOT oyster restoration funds and the oyster surcharge funds to pay for the planning of the new oyster spat in these limited 4 areas, 4 out of portions of 4 areas, 4 out of 46. I want to be clear, the watermen are not requesting DNR funds for this rotational oyster harvest pilot project. The House sponsor and I have reviewed the fiscal note for this legislation, which is outrageous. The costs were dramatically inflated, and we want you to note in the fiscal note that the Department of Legislative Services, it says in the fiscal note, the Department of Legislative Services is not able to verify whether this level of spending is needed to implement the bill. This legislation addresses portions of only 4 out of 46 sanctuaries, which were originally established for a 5-year study. Now it has been 16 years with little or no investment by the state. As a result, the oysters in these sanctuaries are silted over, which means no oyster growth is occurring. By exposing or rotating the shells, the larvae can attach onto clean shell and oysters can grow. I want to be clear, before opening an area to oyster harvesting under the pilot program, the Department of Natural Resources must survey and investigate the area to collect baseline data, including water quality. After closing an area in the rotational harvest areas to oyster harvesting under the pilot project, DNR must continue to monitor the area to collect additional data on the matters for which baseline data was collected. We've been doing this in coordination with the Maryland Department of Natural Resources. I just want to, again, a bit of background, and as all of us have been learning more about oysters over the years, rotational harvesting is a sustainable resource management practice that ensures certain areas are left untouched for regeneration while others are actively harvested, balancing ecological health and biodiversity with resource rotation and overexploitation prevention. While rotational harvesting is the dominant management strategy for agriculture, and I was looking over at Senator Callahan if he was here, rotational harvesting is increasingly used for sedentary marine species like oysters. For example, rotational harvest areas are heavily employed in the Virginia portion of the Chesapeake Bay, supporting both the oyster population and Virginia watermen. And this is what I want to emphasize. Maryland's own Chesapeake Bay Oyster Plan, published in May of 2019, includes a rotational harvest strategy. The 4 areas identified in this bill have experienced little to no restoration since 2010 and are silting and sinking away without the appropriate care and investment. Adjacent public fishery areas have shown vast improvements in the same time period, with the county oyster shell committees planting seed, shell, and spat-on shell, and also showing sustainable harvesting. This legislation, SB 875, would allow Maryland watermen to use rotational harvesting to restore portions of the 4 designated areas in the bill. DNR is empowered to use its discretion to manage the oyster harvest and may adjust catch limits, limit the hours and days for harvest, and restrict the gear that may be used. A tidal fish licensee who holds an oyster authorization may catch oysters in the 4 rotational harvest areas that are open for harvest and must ensure that the oyster shells are replaced on the bar where they were caught in an amount of bushels equal to the amount of bushels of oysters caught. And I want to point out, again, deferring to the chair of the Watermen's Caucus, Delegate Jay Jacobs, an experienced waterman, this legislation is based on a proven strategy as the Swan Point Oyster Bar in Kent County was restored using this same method beginning in 2014. The House sponsor, Jay Jacobs, was heavily involved in that project. We have made tremendous progress in restoring the Chesapeake Bay oyster population. Senate Bill 875 would continue those efforts while also supporting and collaborating with the people whose livelihood depends on a healthy bay. And Mr. Chair and members, I just want to underscore that we've been working on this for over 3 years. The legislation was withdrawn in 2023 because we were waiting for the Fisheries Management Plan. We now have our own Chesapeake Bay Oyster Management Plan that includes a rotational harvest strategy. So we were asking to work in good faith again with the Maryland Department of Natural Resources, and I move forward with asking for a favorable report for Senate Bill 875. And I'd like to hear from my panel, Mr. Chair, beginning with former DNR Secretary and Delegate Jeannie Hadaway-Riccio.
Okay, Madam former Secretary / Delegate, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the members of the committee. Jeannie Hadaway-Riccio here on behalf of Talbot Waterman Association in support of Senate Bill 875. Rotational harvest is a sustainable harvest method that allows licensed commercial watermen to build and rebuild oyster populations on designated bars where oysters can be legally harvested. Rebuilding those oyster populations not only helps our economy, but it helps to ensure the long-term health of the Chesapeake Bay. And as we discussed in the previous legislation on seafood marketing, consumer demand for sustainably harvested seafood and Maryland products is continuing to grow. So passage of this legislation and implementation of the proposed pilot program would allow us and position Maryland to meet the demand by harvesting and producing sustainably caught seafood. And for these reasons, we ask for the committee's favorable report on this bill and thank the senator for introducing it.
Okay, Mr. Harrison.
Mr. Chair and committee members, thank you for letting me speak on this bill. Actually, we were here yesterday evening down to the Talls building. I'm OAC member, and one of the topics, of course, was rotational harvest. We were told that any time we would do rotational harvest in sanctuaries, we had to keep up at least the 20 to 30% of bottom has to be in sanctuary. There are 9,000 acres of sanctuary bottom. What we are talking about is putting 4 areas that are 75 acres. It would be a 75-acre plot in each of these sanctuaries. We would break them up into 3 individual spots. They would be planted every 1 year, the first place, the second year, and then the third year. Then we might harvest on the 4th year, the first place, but then there's a good chance that we might let it go farther. The Swan Point, they actually let it go to 5 years, and that would be for marketing purposes. So at any one time, there's only 300 acres that we're talking about in the sanctuary bottom. But really at any one given year, we would only be harvesting off of 25 acres. So it's really only 100 acres we're talking about. So it's a very low percentage of the bottom that we're talking about. This bottom, especially the one that's down in my location, the lower Choptank River, it's within 2 miles of Broad Creek. And we had spot sets there this year of 3,600 per bushel. And yet right across the river, straight across, not less than 2 miles, the highest numbers I've seen in the last 5 years was 18 per bushel. Now, I have not seen the numbers this year. Maybe they're higher. But our whole point is this bottom is sitting there wasting away when just right across the creek, or river from it, it's doing amazing. So I'm asking for a favorable vote on this bill. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Brown.
Chair and members of this committee, my name is Robert T. Brown, President of the Maryland Waterman Association. The sanctuary bill was put back in, was drawn up in 2009, went in fixed in 2010. And after 5 years, it was supposed to be reviewed and recommendations were to be made on it. In 2016, Senate Bill 937, Sustainable Harvest Act, that's called for a study of the public oyster fishery. That stopped us from moving ahead because we had to have recommendations for it for a sustainable harvest at that time. Then in 2017, we had a straw man proposal submitted to review and debate underperforming sanctuaries. Also in 2017, House Bill 924, Oyster Management Prohibition Action. Well, that said we had to have a new OAC before we could proceed ahead, and that also stopped us from looking into the rotational harvest anymore. In 2019, House Bill 2019 and Senate Bill 448, Sanctuary Protection Restoration, OAC in discussion investment for a 5-year sanctuary. Then we turned around, we had, back in 2011, we were planning on getting it in. We were down to a management plan. We didn't have an oyster management plan. What we want to do is help rebuild and cultivate these abandoned bottom for over 16 years, dredge it, clean it up, put shells in needed Virginia seed or spattle shell. The funding will come from the counties, license fees, surcharge, and tax money. This is time for us to have this rotational put in way, so this pilot program, we can move ahead and help get these things, these bottoms moved again in habitat. I'd like to ask for a favorable on Senate Bill 875. Thank you, sir.
Okay, Mr. Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Jim Mullen with the Maryland Oystermen's Association. In 2014, I was involved in what was called the Swan Point Project, north of the Bay Bridge. Senator Joan Carter Conway and Senator Roy Dyson, the chair and vice chair of this committee at the time, also working with Delegate Jacobs, we had a bill in, but instead they all agreed that we would sign a contract with the Department of Natural Resources. And so within that contract, we would work on the Swan Point demonstration project, which is now referred to as a pilot project. And so what happened was we met with the Department of Natural Resources. We signed a working agreement. We set out goals and objectives. We also had founding principles. And so really what we did was we used all Oysterman's money. There was no state investment in this or federal. It was all to the amount of $288,000 that was invested. We would go out, plan it, come back the next year, check it. There was all these benchmarks built in there. It was a totally supervised operation, and all we're asking to do is take that template from 2014 with your predecessors and apply it to today. And I have all the documents here that we had to use, and we had interim meetings. It was kind of neat because you had the scientists, the folks from DNR, and the industry all working together, going out on the boat, seeing it, touching it, feeling it, photographing it. And that's what we're looking to do, is replicate what happened in 2014 with Swan Point to today. So that option is open with his contract if the committee would see fit to that, and we would follow the same framework from 2014 and prove to everybody that this would work. Thank you.
Okay. Questions for Senator Carrozza or her sponsor panel? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Okay, I've got some additional witnesses. I'm not sure if they're still here. Is Julia Howes here? Is Ms. Howes here? Come on up. Got William Scerba? Yeah. And then do we have, okay. Okay, so we'll take your testimony, then we're going to move some unfavorable testimony. So whoever wants to go first, you're on the up to 2-minute clock.
My name is Julia Howes. I'm here to represent Anne Arundel County Watermen's Association. I am also the president and CEO of our Southern Anne Arundel Chamber. I'm a commercial waterman, TFL license holder, and despite me not working on the water, my husband is on the water full-time, making a living for our family. Oyster sanctuaries were created with the goal of rebuilding the population. However, some sanctuaries have not been planted, maintained, or actively restored in 16 years. Without regular shell planting or reef maintenance, some of these areas have become silted over and may no longer function as productive oyster habitat. Federal government and Maryland has invested millions of taxpayer dollars into oyster restoration. With that level of investment, it is reasonable to ask whether long-term closed sanctuaries are being actively managed and whether they are producing measurable results. Adaptive management should be part of any successful fishery policy. This could include reassessing long unused sanctuaries and considering options such as limited access, rotational harvest, or targeted management strategies, all supporting oyster population and allow responsible use of the resource. With the recent cuts in funding for restoration, this time has come to look even harder at other avenues for underfunded sanctuaries in Maryland. This pilot program is just that, with one goal in mind: more oysters. This allows the oystermen to prove themselves and show what we can do. Oystermen gets nothing out of the industry until we have actual results, while other groups get paid as soon as they secure funding.
You will probably hear from them of why this bill is not a good idea, but they are considering their funding as being in jeopardy. When they lose sanctuaries, they lose their funding. We must keep in mind that oysters in the bottom is good, and that is what this bill will do. These interest in environmental organizations are funded by state and federal, plus private donations. Thank you for your time and consideration. Please vote favorably to pass Senate Bill 875, the rotational harvest bill.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Scarborough.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I'm Bill Sherbo. I'm president of Anne Arundel County Watermen's Association. The sanctuary program has left Anne Arundel County oystermen with few options within the county to go to work. Left with small underfunded bars to the north that receive no natural recruitment, watermen are forced to move to more productive bars in the south. South meaning Solomon's Island, Calvert County, Point Lookout, St. Mary's County, 1.5 to 2 hour drives. When Maryland formulated the sanctuary program, it aimed for 25% of the productive oyster bottom in the bay, but the program took more than 50% in Anne Arundel County. That's why watermen in Anne Arundel County are for SB 875. This bill would allow for the enhancement and cultivation of the southernmost oyster bar in the county, in Herring Bay, Holland Point Bar in particular. It is far enough south that in these times of historically high spat sets, it has a better chance for natural recruitment. Now, some people will say, this is something for the AOC to work out. Unfortunately, the OAC, excuse me, she's not going to do it, has proven itself unequipped to do anything but spitball ideas and not come to any consensus. In 15 years, the sanctuary program has not benefited from the enlightenment of this group that it is supposed to possess. That is why we are talking about SB 875. One thing to remember, this state is strapped for cash, and we all know it. There's already talk of a 40% reduction in oyster restoration funds for next year. That's why watermen want to help restore oyster bars within the sanctuaries. 15 years of indecision, neglect, underfunding, pipe dreams is enough. We have literally talked these oyster bars to death. In these times of historic spat counts, now's the time to act. We can do this. The Bay's future and future generations depend on this bill. Please support this bill, 875. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Questions for this panel? Okay, thank you both for your testimony. I'm going to next go to a panel of unfavorables. Michelle Dietz, Lydia McPherson, David Sikorsky, Allison Colden, Kathleen Gramp, and Kathy Charbonneau. Okay, so I got 6 witnesses and maybe, how many seats we got there? 6. Well, okay, let's just start on our left. We'll go down, and I guess I may have called one person who doesn't have a seat. I'm not sure. Okay, we'll start with you on behalf of DNR.
All right, thank you so much. Lydia McPherson, once again, for the record, here from DNR as legislative liaison. I do just want to start off by saying thank you to the sponsor for what I think was a helpful conversation on Friday with the secretary. And I did just want to say, we appreciate the intent of this bill. And while I think our written testimony goes into some of the details about why the specific locations might not, be the best locations for this program, I think that the department respectfully ask for an unfavorable report on this bill for the simple reason that there is already this process through the OAC for these types of management decisions to be decided. And just as a little background, very briefly, I'm sure as all of you are aware, back in 2019, the legislature passed legislation to revamp the Oyster Advisory Commission, which includes a diverse set of stakeholders, which can make the conversations around management decisions difficult, but at the end of the day, we're protecting our natural resources, and we think it's important to have these conversations with all the stakeholders at the table. I will pass it over to my colleague, Catherine Charbonneau, to go into additional details, but happy to answer questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Feldman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Kate Charbonneau, Assistant Secretary for Aquatic Resources with Maryland DNR. And as noted, DNR respectfully requests an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 875. Our oyster restoration efforts in sanctuaries are paying off. We've tripled oyster abundance since 2009. Yesterday, we announced our 2025 fall survey results, and frankly, they were fantastic. Our spat average was nearly 6 times higher than the long-term average, and it was the second highest ever recorded in the 41-year modern history of surveys. So oysters are growing, they're growing in more places, and disease and mortality are low. These efforts are benefiting all Marylanders. As noted, the OAC was restructured in 2019. It includes a diverse group of stakeholders, representatives from academia, advocates, and members of the legislature. They had to work through a number of tasks, including adopting and updating the fishery management plan, which was done in December 2023. Since that point, we've been working through a number of tasks, including starting last fall a discussion about how the department can enhance more of our sanctuaries using the tools at our disposal. Last night, we did continue that conversation at the OAC. A number of ideas were discussed. Certain ideas we're going to bring back to the May meeting, including relocating oysters and working with the committees to establish cooperatives that can lease areas within our sanctuaries. And then our watermen can operate through more of the year. Rotational harvest is a management tool, but it can be done anywhere, including on public fishery bars. These are tough conversations, but there are opportunities we can advance that make sure everyone benefits from the oyster resource coming back. That includes those who appreciate oysters for their habitat and clean water benefits, and the watermen whose livelihood depends on a sustainable resource. Consensus building can be a slow process, but it is fair and accessible to everyone, and we have every expectation that OAC facilitator, Dr. Scott Kanaki, can successfully guide the OAC through this evaluation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Michelle Dietz, and I'm representing the Maryland, D.C. chapter of the Nature Conservancy. TNC strongly opposes SB 875. TNC is dedicated to restoring a healthy Chesapeake Bay that supports over 3,600 species of plants and animals, thriving local communities, and sustainable industries such as fisheries, farming, and tourism. Healthy and thriving oyster populations are an important part of achieving the overall goal of a healthy and thriving Chesapeake Bay. TNC's approach to oyster restoration balances habitat conservation with sustainable food production through aquaculture and wild fisheries. We use the best available science to guide management decisions, and the current recommendation is to protect 20 to 30% of productive oyster bottoms and sanctuaries to ensure long-term resource sustainability. We're also a member of the Oyster Advisory Commission. Despite decades of strong conservation, the Bay's oyster population remains critically low at 2 to 3% of historic stock. We cannot afford to roll back protections for existing reefs. Protected oyster reefs provide benefits for the fishing community. They provide habitat for blue crabs, striped bass, white perch, other finfish. They also produce oyster larvae that benefit sanctuaries and adjacent public fisheries. And looking ahead, the updated Chesapeake Bay Watershed Agreement seeks to restore or conserve even more habitat, at least 2,000 more acres, while also maintaining existing reefs that were established in the 2014 agreement. To achieve the vision of the 2025 Bay Agreement, we need to stand firm on protecting our existing sanctuary areas. TNC strongly opposes reducing oyster sanctuary boundaries, and we urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Colton.
Thank you, Chair Feldman, members of the committee. Again, for the record, Allison Colden, Maryland Executive Director with the Chesapeake Bay Foundation, here on behalf of our 71,000 members in Maryland in strong opposition to Senate Bill 875. As my colleague mentioned, Michelle, this bill would open 56,000 acres of oyster sanctuary to harvest, reducing the overall sanctuary area from 24% to 15%, which does not meet Maryland's goals to protect 20 to 30% of areas and sanctuaries. Now, if 20 to 30% sounds familiar, it's because it is best practice for conservation globally in aquatic and terrestrial habitats and is the basis for the 30 by 30 land preservation goals that Maryland has adopted through Maryland the Beautiful Act. To be clear, rotational harvests in sanctuaries are by legal definition and function mutually exclusive. That means there is no such thing as rotational harvest in an oyster sanctuary. It's true that Virginia does use rotational harvest as a management tool, but not in sanctuaries, only in areas that are already open to public fishing. And respectfully to the sponsor panel and others, I would like to make sure that the committee has some accurate information on the 4 areas that are listed in the bill.
Of those 4 areas, 2 out of the 4 received no plantings in the area in the years before they were turned into sanctuaries. 3 out of the 4 have received restoration plantings by the state since they were made sanctuaries, and all of them have seen increases in oysters since being made a sanctuary. So I wanted to make sure that that is accurate, and I also wanted to point your attention to our written testimony, which includes a map of all of the sanctuary areas that the Chesapeake Bay Foundation and our partners have invested private and state federal dollars, yes, but mostly our private money that comes in to support our oyster restoration activities, which are not reflected in what the state does, but are significant inputs to improving the habitat and oyster populations in those sanctuary areas. And with that, we urge your unfavorable report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kathy Gramp, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Advocates for Herring Bay. We have a direct interest in this bill, having led a community-funded project that spent $40,000 last year to restore oysters in the Herring Bay Sanctuary. We would like to alert you to 2 problems with this bill. First, there could be financial fallout. People like us donate money to restore oysters based on our trust in state laws that prohibit harvesting on Yates bars and sanctuaries. Bill 875 breaks that trust, putting our donated oysters at risk of being wiped out by inadvertent harvesting errors or possibly theft by poaching. To put it bluntly, donations will stop of money or effort if people think their investments will be wasted. And the cost may not stop there. According to the fiscal note, Maryland may have to repay the $150,000 that DNR already invested in the Holland Point Bar in Herring Bay. Similarly, some private donors might seek some form of compensation if the oysters they donated to the sanctuary are threatened or harvested. Second, Herring Bay doesn't need an industry pilot program to kickstart investments in restoration. Over 96 million oysters have been planted in Herring Bay since 2023, and it was selected by DNR to be one of the state's next big 3 large-scale restoration sites. Because of its favorable features, Herring Bay is expected to provide at least half of Maryland's new oyster habitat under the Chesapeake Bay Agreement. What this bill does is take Holland Point Bar, the crown jewel of Herring Bay, and divert it from restoration to harvesting for several years. That will thwart investments by the Army Corps of Engineers and DNR, hurting the resilience of our watershed and the state's ability to meet its 2040 commitments. We ask for an unfavorable report.
Okay, thank you. Questions for this panel? Senator Carrozza?
Mr. Chair, and I have questions for both the Department of Natural Resources and for the Chesapeake Bay Foundation. Starting with the department, first of all, do you acknowledge that your Chesapeake Bay Oyster Management Plan, published in May of 2019, includes a rotational harvest strategy? Yes or no?
It is an option on the table,
okay,
yes.
So yes, okay. So as you well know, and I wanted it on the record, Delegate Jacobs and I, in good faith, working with the secretary, literally going down to his office, working through this. Legislation introduced in 2023, again, in good faith, working with the secretary, only to have it withdrawn because we have to finish the fisheries management plan. So then going back to the drawing board, an acknowledgement that this is one of the options. So I guess my question would be why it's taking so long to do a pilot project.
Thank you for the question, Senator. I believe in talking with the Secretary over that legislation from 2023, the intent was also to work with the OAC to develop, the sort of parameters around that idea of rotational harvest. The current effort obviously is a little bit broader, and we're asking for a variety of ideas to be put on the table about how can we invest in our sanctuaries in a smart way that also brings economic benefits. Rotational harvest has been part of the conversation with the OAC. It's a tough one. They're still working through it. But there are also some other ideas that advanced last night, and our ask is to be able to continue to use the OAC as the process to develop that strategy.
So just so the average person, the OAC, the Oyster Advisory Council.
Yes.
Okay, so we're saying oh yeah, we're interested in this, the department's interested in this, but we're going to do this, even though you have the authority to do it, but we're going to do it through the OAC. Can you tell me what are the percentages needed with the Oyster Advisory Council for them to be some type of agreement or consensus to move forward with anything?
Right, so the OAC makeup is 60% industry, and the remaining 40% is academia, advocacy groups, and others. The consensus vote is 75%. And we have proceeded with some consensus votes in the past, including like the Eastern Bay Region Project is a pretty good example of one that benefits aquaculture, sanctuaries, and our wild fisheries.
So how many watermen are on the OAC?
I believe it's 11.
Okay. So we have a structure where, again, dealing in good faith, where DNR has this option to do pilot projects, but we're going to say no. We want it to go through the OAC. Then you look at the makeup of the OAC and your rules, and to even reach, some type of consensus, you're saying, we got to have 75%, and we think that's a fair shake for our watermen.
Well, I do believe that there could be some opportunities to talk about, what does a pilot study look like that includes research parameters. I think UMC's provided a letter of information about, how can we really test this in a robust way. And so, we have not reached that level of conversation yet with the OAC, but it's certainly the watermen could bring it forward. But I think, having academia involved, having others at the table, we have reached consensus in the past, and it's still an option that could be made here.
In the conversation I had with the secretary on Friday, I made that abundantly clear that if this is what the department, I believe that this legislation, puts on the table that you can move forward with the pilot project because this has been so many years in the works. But I am concerned about, again, what another, in 2023, it was, we can't go forward with it because we have to finish the fisheries management plan. Now it's, we can't go forward with this because it has to go through the OAC. It's, you have a sense then that this population, this constituency, isn't getting a fair shake. So I want that on the record. I also, I've heard there's some concern about the 4 proposed sites. Well, again, work with us. Are there other sites that, we are, again, trying to be very limited approach. I keep hearing that we're rolling back everything we're doing in sanctuaries. There's 51 designated oyster sanctuaries, and, here we're talking about portions of 4 sanctuaries. So the contention from the Chesapeake Bay Foundation that we're rolling back on what we're doing with sanctuaries, it just doesn't fly. But are there other sites that, the department is coming back with to work in good faith?
So the Chester River proposal came up again as part of the OAC conversation last night. I think we could certainly explore that some more. And again, bringing this through the OAC is a challenging process. There's a lot of different opinions on the table. But, we are interested in trying to, working with Dr. Scott Kanaki. He's recently taken on the role of facilitator. I think with his assistance, we can get through some tough conversations about, where could rotational harvest be most appropriate, if it is the right tool, how could you structure a pilot study to basically, determine is it an effective management tool, and where could it be most effective to, our sanctuaries are intended to grow oysters, and so we would want to make sure we meet that goal of both restoring that resource and,
So am I hearing correctly that if you're not in agreement with the 4 sites proposed, and I think that there should be some openness to the 4 sites proposed, that other sites you're going to deal in good faith on other sites as opposed to just, those 4 don't work.
Right. I think we laid out in a written testimony some of the technical concerns with those 4 sites from our scientists. And, they have concerns about those sites being successful. We could certainly provide more information on sites that we think could qualify and be potentially more successful.
Okay, Senator, we've got a lot of
And
witnesses.
just two quick follow-ups. Dr. Colden, would you acknowledge that in Maryland's own Chesapeake Bay Oyster Management Plan, that it does include a rotational harvest strategy?
It does, and it also includes the commitment to maintain 20 to 30% of sanctuary area.
So, but you understand, you gave the impression in your testimony that we were rolling back on everything with the 51 sanctuaries. You understand that this bill was just portions of 4 sanctuaries. Do you acknowledge that? Sorry.
And this bill would result in us going from 24% to 15% in sanctuaries, which is below the 20% and therefore inconsistent with the oyster management plan.
But you understand that it's a narrow focus. And then my last question on your fundraising question, I just wanted, you gave the impression that anybody that was donating to the organizations to, for oyster restoration would no longer donate, and that would threaten fundraising because, we would have this one pilot oyster rotational program. And I just wanted to let you know, I represent 3 counties, Somerset, Worcester, and Wycomico counties, and I have constituents that are very generous to those organizations, but also support our watermen.
If I can comment very briefly, we live in a community of, my brother-in-law's a waterman. We have neighbors who are watermen. But the donations we get are for individuals and one-to-one fundraising. And the commitment that we raised when we talked to them is the law protects it from harvesting, and that mattered to people. So it would definitely affect the people in our
Okay, I understand your point, but I know constituents who I represent who are very generous, and they support both. Thank you.
I think we're venturing into debate here. Okay, additional questions for this panel? Seeing none. Is Mr. Sikorsky here, or did I miss Mr.?
No, he had to leave.
He left. Okay, we're good. Okay, that's going to conclude the bill hearing on Senate Bill 875. We're going to next move to Senate Bill 733. Elijah. Okay, is Elijah from Senator Washington's office here? Okay, Elijah, you're going to be here on Senate Bill 733, and why don't you present the bill, and then there is some unfavorable testimony coming up after you, but why don't you take the time you need to present Senate Bill 733 on behalf of Senator Washington?
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and committee members. For the record, my name is Elijah Clark. I am Senator Washington's Social Policy and Constituent Affairs Assistant. I'm here to present Senate Bill 733 on her behalf. There's a lot of momentum right now around development, and Senator Washington supports thoughtful growth. But growth should not come at the cost of community voice, and that is exactly what this bill is about. Senate Bill 733 does 2 things. First, it strengthens the definitions that govern land use decisions in Maryland. Right now, key terms like development, resident, and permit are either vague or undefined in the land use article. That ambiguity can be used to exclude community members from processes that directly affect them or to sidestep reviews that exist for good reason. This bill defines those terms clearly so that residents know they have standing and developers and agencies know what triggers a review. Second, it strengthens the role of boards of appeals. Boards of appeals are quasi-judicial bodies that hear challenges to local zoning and land use decisions. They're often the primary and sometimes the only avenue a community member has to contest a decision about what gets built in their neighborhood. This bill clarifies how those boards are constituted, how members are appointed and removed, and how appeals are filed and heard. It sets a clear 30-day window to file an appeal, requires public notice, and ensures that an appeal pauses the challenged action while the board deliberates. Taken together, these changes ensure that as development pressure increases, the public retains a clear and protected path to participate. Communities deserve to know the rules, understand their rights, and trust that those rights will be honored. We anticipate opposition from local governments and developers, and we understand their concerns. Senator Washington shares the commitment to expanding housing supply and supporting Maryland's growth. That is precisely why this bill matters. Development works best when communities trust the process. Across Maryland, residents face inconsistent rules, unclear timelines, and boards that operate differently depending on where they live. Senate Bill 733 establishes a common baseline, not to obstruct development, but to ensure that the public process behind it is reliable and legible to the people it affects. She recognizes that boards benefit from some discretion in resolving disputes, and she is open to continued discussion on how to strike the right balance. A process that is visible and well documented works better for everyone, residents, boards, and developers alike. As Maryland grows, communities deserve to grow with it, informed, heard, and protected. Senate Bill 733 helps make this possible. Thank you for your time and consideration, and we respectfully request a favorable report.
Thank you. Any question for our representative from Senator Washington's office on Senate Bill 733? Okay, seeing none, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. I'm going to call up 4 unfavorables. I've got Dom Butchko from MACO, Lori Graff from Maryland Building Industry Association, Angelica Bailey-Pari from MML, and Tom Ballantyne from NAOP. Those 4 are signed up unfavorable, and those are the witnesses left on this bill. And so, Dom, why don't you start, and we'll go down the table, okay? Unfavorable testimony.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Dom Butchko with the Maryland Association of Counties, here in respectful opposition to Senate Bill 733. Local governments share the need for public input. We hold that as sacred. You know, we're elected officials. We need to hear from our constituents. And that's an important policy decision on how do we strike that right balance. Unfortunately, Senate Bill 733 goes way too far in the other direction and candidly would stall almost all development in the state of Maryland. It dramatically expands the scope that can be appealed beyond zoning errors, variances, and special exceptions to basically the entire universe of things, both administratively and otherwise, that would be considered by a local government. Additionally, it would have automatic project freezes. So if I want to stall a project, I would appeal. The project would automatically be frozen under this bill until that appeal is resolved. And then finally, all or nothing outcomes. This bill ties the hands of local jurisdictions and removes flexibility. We're in a housing crisis. We need to move forward. This bill moves us backward, and we respectfully urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Angelica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, committee members, Angelica Bailey-Thupari for the Maryland Municipal League. What?
No, you're good.
Just following up on what Mako said, we are also in respectful opposition to this bill. And just to flesh out some of those thoughts a little bit more, for the appeals board, this would require that every local government establish an appeals board under a standardized structure. Many municipalities already have appeal systems that adequately reflect their size, their staffing, their governance structure. As you've heard me say time and time again, one size does not fit all. And appeals could also be filed under this bill by a resident, not just an aggrieved person. That means that a routine zoning permit could face multiple appeals from nearby residents, even from folks who are not directly impacted. And so that would increase the number of appeals filed, take longer to process. It would obviously stress local government resources and basically gum up the process, which is in direct conflict with the goal that we've all been working so hard towards this session of making these processes more streamlined and workable for all parties. So we are in respectful opposition. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Graff.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Lori Graff, CEO of Maryland Building Industry Association, in respectful opposition. Just not to be too repetitive, you guys have heard about the housing shortage. You've heard about the problems with getting housing built. This would only prolong the project. 2 things I just want to really point out. One is the term resident is drastically expanded in this bill. It could be a tenant, it could be somebody that's only living there for a short period of time and is not really aggrieved. That's a really big concern for us. This bill really does expand standing. And lastly, we do have a very robust public input process already, and this is just going to make it much more challenging to get any project online. So with that, we ask for an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee. Tom Ballantyne on behalf of NAOP Maryland. We're a commercial real estate trade association here to request your unfavorable report on Senate Bill 733. We share the concerns of the prior panelists on the scope of the bill, the granting the resident who lives in a local jurisdiction in a zoning classification or anywhere in the state the ability to appeal land use decisions is incredibly broad. The aggrieved person standard is pretty much wiped out by this bill. So today, people who bring appeals must show that they are harmed by the decision. This allows common policy disagreements to become the subject of appeals. And together, these changes, we think, will slow down the process. The automatic stay of projects while the appeal is, once the appeal is filed, will delay projects, and the scope will slow down the process, make everything more expensive on the developer side and the county side. And for those reasons, we respectfully request your unfavorable report.
Okay, thank you. Questions for this panel of unfavorables? Seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 733. And a call is, Elijah, you coming back up here for Senate Bill 754? Are you testifying on that? Okay. Senate Bill 754 is next up. And on behalf of Senator Washington, Elijah from her office, and you can proceed, okay?
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of this committee. For the record, once again, my name is Elijah Clark. I'm Senator Washington's Social Policy and Constituent Services Assistant, and I'm here to present Senate Bill 754 on her behalf. Maryland's jurisdictions already have tools to shape how land is used, such as transferring development rights from one parcel to another, easements, and open space preservation programs. These tools have mostly been used to manage where and how development happens. But these same tools can also protect natural resources, such as our forests, wetlands, floodplains, and habitats. Senate Bill 754 simply makes that explicit in state law. It clarifies that when a local government uses these land use tools, protecting natural resources is a legitimate and recognized purpose. We anticipate that some will argue that this bill pits conservation against housing. It does not. Senate Bill 754 does not mandate that any jurisdiction take any action. It does not restrict development, impose new regulations, or require any local government to change its operations. What it does is clarify in state law that the land use tools jurisdictions already have, tools that have long been used to shape and direct development, can also be used to protect natural resources. This bill makes that authority explicit so that when a county wants to use a transfer of development rights program to protect a wetland or preserve a floodplain, there is no ambiguity about whether the law supports such a program. Maryland is in a moment of significant growth, and that growth is necessary and welcome. But development and conservation are not opposing forces. They depend on each other. Healthy forests, functioning wetlands, and protected floodplains are not obstacles to growth. They are part of what makes places worth living in and building in. Senate Bill 754 ensures that local jurisdictions also have the tools to protect what makes their communities worth growing. Thank you for your time and consideration, and we respectfully request a favorable report.
Okay, any questions for Elijah? Okay, seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 754. So yeah, 754. And we're going to next move to Senator Lewis Young, and we're going to pass it to the Vice Chair.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Next up is Senate Bill 750, Senator Karen Lewis Young, Local Government Trap Neuter Return Policies for Community Cats, Requirements and Restrictions, Ashes Law. Joining Senator Lewis Young is Ashley Nichols, Corin Julian, Patty Crankshaw-Quimby, and Katie Haynes. We've got a couple of virtual witnesses as well. Senator Lewis Young, always good to have you back in our committee.
Thank you so much. Always good to be back.
Thank you. You may begin your testimony.
Pardon me, I didn't hear you.
You may begin your testimony whenever you're ready.
Thank you so much. I am here to present today a bill called Trap, Neuter, Rescue, which I will refer to going forward as TNR. This is a humane and best practice program for controlling the population of community cats. Let me explain what community cats are. They fall into 3 categories: feral, semi-feral, and stray cats. Feral cats grow up in the wild, and typically they're afraid of humans because they've been unsocialized for all or most of their lives. Semi-feral are pretty much the same, but sometimes they'll recognize their caregiver. Both feral and semi-feral cats are usually not adoptable, and they can't be rehabilitated due to their lack of trust in humans. So let me explain how this TNR program works. Trap, that's the first component. Humanly trap all the cats in a colony. A colony is a group of cats living outdoors together. Part 2 is neuter or spay. Volunteers take the cats to be neutered, vaccinated, and that's important, checked for a microchip. That's important too, because if the cat has a microchip, it is not a feral cat, and it can be returned to its owner, which is the first and highest priority. Then the cat is ear-tipped. That is a process that is done by a veterinarian, and it's a universal symbol of a cat that's neutered and vaccinated. That way you know if you come across an ear-tipped cat that it's been neutered and vaccinated. The final element is return. Upon recovery from the ear-tipping process, the cat is returned to their outdoor home to live out their lives unless the cat would be in imminent danger. Now, I have an amendment, which I'll discuss later, that better defines imminent danger, because that is a bit of a controversy, because you don't want to return a cat to a place that could be dangerous. Also, I might mention that there are some jurisdictions that won't return a cat because they claim they're a nuisance. When cats are in heat, they make a lot of noise, and they can be considered a nuisance. Once they're neutered or spayed, they're not making that noise anymore because they're not looking to mate. And that's important. Why is it named Ash's Law? It's named in honor of a cat that was a really beloved community cat, but Ash and her kittens were impounded in an animal shelter and euthanized in less than 24 hours. Her caretaker actually came to pick her up in less than 24 hours, but unfortunately she had been killed along with her kittens. We don't want this to happen. There's really no reason for it with this program. Let me tell you a little bit more about it, how it works and how successful it is. It has proven success to stabilize community cat populations by stopping this whole cycle of reproduction, improves the cat's health through vaccinations, and it benefits animal control agencies and shelters by reducing cat intake and calls for concern. Some of you know I've been involved with animal rescue for half a century. My dad and I started Lycoming Animal Protection Society in Williamsport, Pennsylvania. And I happened to call them recently to see how they're doing, if they work with TNR. They have 150 cats. We once had 70 in our backyard. And I was told they have, we had over an acre of land, we had hot and cold running water, shelter, the whole bit. Yeah, we were a rescue. They have 50 more cats than they really have room for. And this is a universal problem all over the country. Shelters are over capacity. They don't have the room. So jurisdictions that are not dealing or utilizing this practice are euthanizing cats that could live a healthy life. The community cats with the TNR program who can't be adopted are returned to their outdoor homes to thrive rather than be impounded by local shelters. Now, you may hear concern today from opposition that they live, community cats only live 1 to 5 years. This isn't necessarily so. A good friend of mine has been participating in a TNR program for over 2 decades. She's taking care of a cat that just turned 15, so they can live healthy lives. TNR is practiced by local entities, individuals, grassroots groups, veterinarians, and shelters across Maryland and the country. This bill creates uniformity because right now, if you look at Maryland, about a third of our state does have formal, robust TNR programs. A third have what I call quasi-programs, and a third have no programs. So ensuring that TNR is permitted and community cats are protected from being killed in shelters, but also that those who care for community cats are treated consistently is the purpose of this bill. And I want to emphasize that because one of the key motivations for this bill is that people, good-natured volunteers who return cats to their habitats, to their community, are concerned that they will be accused of abandonment. And we want to make sure that that doesn't happen. So I had mentioned that we have some success stories. Want to give you 2 examples in Maryland. Anne Arundel County Department of Animal Services has been able to lower the number of feral cats euthanized from a high of around 1,000 per year in 2011 to just 50 in 2025. That's a 95% reduction of euthanized cats. Currently, to stop suffering and the spread of disease, only unhealthy cats are euthanized, unhealthy and feral unhealthy cats. The Community Cat TNR program has also helped overall intake in this specific shelter that I referred to. They've been able to increase their intake by about 47% between 2012 and 2025. Not only does this save lives, but it saves taxpayer dollars because these shelters throughout our state are supported by tax dollars. And it opens up space for adaptable animals. Baltimore City has a very successful TNR program. It's at the Barks Animal Shelter, which is Maryland's largest shelter. They've worked with these volunteer caregivers to safely reduce the cat population and protect public health. Since the inception of the program in 2015, feline euthanasia has decreased by 75%, and cat intake has decreased by 50%. 2 quick examples of out-of-state success. In the San Francisco Bay Area, population of community cats has declined by 99.4% between 2004 and 2020. And in Atlantic City, since the implementation of TNR in 2018, the population of community cats has decreased by 68.4%. So I want to address some concerns with the non-TNR process. I've already mentioned the most obvious ones, that some shelters are either killing or permanently removing cats. And this creates a vacuum in the community environment. In fact, it's known as the vacuum effect. So new cats will move in to take advantage of this vacuum when they see spaces opening up. They quickly breed, and the cat population not only rebounds, but it can grow. But if you're returning these tipped cats, then the space isn't available. You may recall, for those of you that have been around for a while, that in 2013 a fund was established at the state level to reduce animal shelter overpopulation and euthanization by financing grants to local governments and organizations that do effective spay and neuter programs for cats and dogs. In 2022, we renewed it, and so it's good till 2032. This funding that is state-sponsored should be connected to a best practice state policy that we're advocating for today. As I mentioned, Maryland shelters are operating above and beyond capacity. An out-of-state organization has recommended that we shouldn't utilize this process, that cats should be kept in shelters. We know that's not humane. The shelters are euthanizing them when they're overcrowded. So, I just want to, before I close, I want to address some of the concerns that are brought forward by MACO. They want a registry. We are opposed to a registry for a couple of reasons. Who'll enforce it? If it's MDA, there'll be a fiscal note. Would it be local animal control, county or town offices? What kind of a registration, one time or annual? Will there be a fee? Will this fee prevent people from not only volunteering, but discourage them from donating to food? There is a precedent for state policy superseding local policy. We do it in health and safety all the time, even in education. We've done numerous animal protection bills at the state level, and I truly believe this is a best practice program that should be implemented throughout the state, and therefore we do resist the registry amendment. Thank you for your time and attention. You all know this is an issue that is near and dear to my heart, and I will pass it on to my panel.
Thank you, Senator Lewis-Young. Is this the order? You want to take it up the panel? Okay.
Yes.
You guys, we're glad to see you. We still have a bunch of bills left. So if it at some point becomes a Me Too, that's awesome. But if not, that's totally good. You get up to 2 minutes and you may begin your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman Feldman, members of the committee, for the opportunity to speak today, as well as Senator Lewis-Young for sponsoring this bill. I am Ashley Nichols, a practicing small animal veterinarian and board member of the Maryland Veterinary Medical Association. On the behalf of the association, we urge a favorable vote for SB 750. I have almost 2 decades of personal experience with the benefits of TNR, participating in the management of cat colonies both in the U.S. and internationally. Through my experience, I have seen firsthand how important TNR is to providing these cats the best quality of life they can have while mitigating public health risk. As a veterinarian, we take our responsibility to uphold our oath to protect animal health, welfare, and promote public health very seriously. In the case of TNR, a licensed veterinarian examines, vaccinates, and sterilizes the cats. As a part of the veterinary exam, we assess the health and well-being of these cats. When sick or contagious, they are treated prior to return, preventing the spread of disease. Before we do anything, however, we are provided with the necessary information for the responsible party for every patient. This is not just for medical record purposes, but because of our disease reporting responsibility. Vets have to report cases of specific diseases to the state, which includes the contact information for the responsible party, in this case, the caregiver. Because the partnership between caregivers and veterinarians in the care of cat colonies, their care continues beyond the TNR incident. Caregivers are vital in the ongoing monitoring of the health of these colonies. They are the first to see if a cat's unhealthy, pregnant, new, and the CDC further mirrors the importance of them. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nichols. Appreciate it. Next, please.
Hello, good afternoon, Chair Feldman, all members of the committee. My name is Corinne Julian, and I'm the Program Communications Officer at Alley Cat Allies. On behalf of our many supporters in Maryland, I testify as a proponent of Senate Bill 750.
Corinne, could you just move the mic a little closer to you and speak up a little? Thanks.
Okay, I'll start over. I'm Corinne Julian. I'm the Program Communications Officer at Alley Cat Allies. On behalf of our many supporters in Maryland, I testify as a proponent of Senate Bill 750, or Ash's Law. As the leading advocacy organization for cats, Alley Cat Allies works with lawmakers, shelters, and the public toward humane laws and policies that serve the best interest of cats and communities. We're very grateful to work with Senator Lewis Young in support of this historic bill. Ash's Law would be the first comprehensive law providing statewide protections for trap, neuter, return, or TNR. In enacting it, Maryland will save countless cats and support and inspire the people dedicated to caring for them and improving their communities. TNR is the only humane and effective approach to community cats, who are unowned cats who live outdoors. It's practiced across Maryland by advocates and organizations alike. But without the protections and consistency that SB 750 would create, many TNR advocates could face roadblocks or even risk penalties. So this is Maryland's chance to provide those protections and stand at the forefront of our nation's humane movement. Alley Cat Allies named this bill Ash's Law in honor of Ash, a beloved community cat who lived in Riverdale, Maryland. As the senator went over, Ash and her young kittens were taken from their outdoor home and impounded in a shelter. Ash spent her final day confined in a cage, and she and her kittens were killed less than 24 hours later. Ash's story exposes the consequences of inconsistency in humane policy. In ratifying TNR, Ash's Law will stop the killing, support those caring for cats, and bring Maryland communities together in life-saving action. For all of these reasons, Alley Cat Allies respectfully urges a favorable report, and we thank you very much for your consideration.
Next witness.
Honorable Chairman Feldman, Chairwoman Kagan, members of the committee, and Senator Young, and those who co-sponsored this important bill, thank you for your time. I am Patty Crinkshaw Quimby, the Executive Director of Talbot Humane and Chief Animal Control Officer for Talbot County. I am here today representing Professional Animal Workers of Maryland as the President of the State Association of Shelters and Animal Control Agencies. Our organization has representation in every county, including Baltimore City, and we overwhelmingly support this bill, including the safety amendment. I'm not going to repeat what others have said. I do want to emphasize what Senator Lewis spoke on, that we created legislation mandating Maryland shelters reduce euthanasia. That is what the Spay Neuter Fund is for. Since that time, we have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars annually specifically on TNR programs. Maryland is already supporting this effort, so we should deem this as the preferred manner of handling feral and community cats. We ask, excuse me, we also ask that the amendment being introduced, surrounding the cat's safety be included to ensure the protection of the cats, the citizens, the shelters, and the animal control units. Additionally, we do not support the recommended idea of a, of a registry for citizens performing TNR. The written testimony provided by Maryland Association of Counties references the already successful TNR programs with local shelters, animal control agencies, and nonprofit partners, and they are essentially speaking of our membership and our community. We feel a registry is unnecessary, burdensome, and on already overburdened staff, and will harm the already successful programs. Thank you.
Ms. Haynes, why don't you wrap us up here for this panel?
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair, Co-Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Katie Haynes, and I am here representing Maryland SPCA as the Assistant Director of the Community Care and Advocacy. I am here to urge a speedy and favorable report with amendments on Senate Bill 750. And I just wanted to kind of give you an idea of why this is so important to Maryland shelters. In 2025 alone, we took in 1,071 kittens and 1,352 adult cats. In our warmer months, we regularly take in what we call mega transports of kittens. That's about 8 to 10 litters from county and county shelters that see a higher number of cat intake than ours. And that's as far west as Washington County, as far east as Cecil County. By TNRing these community cats, we see thousands less animals come into our shelter every year. From the standpoint of Maryland animal shelters that are already operating at or over capacity, the suggestion from out-of-state entities that we remove feral and community cats from the community and house them indoors in our shelters is simply not practical or humane. We are already struggling with reduced space, staffing shortages, and high intake numbers. To introduce a large number of healthy community cats into an already full facility, you would inevitably see higher overcrowding, increased shelter stress, and increased illness in shelter animals, and an increase in euthanasia, which are all outcomes that we're working to prevent. Shelter trap, neuter, release programs are working to manage the population within the community rather than funneling them into a system that is not built to support them long term. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Haynes. There are two other witnesses who are here and then one virtual, but these are the favorable. Colleagues, do you have questions for this panel or for Senator Lewis Young? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. And if we could please invite Stacy Volodin and Caroline Griffin. If you are here, why don't you join us at the table? And you both signed up as favorable with amendments. If you could make sure that you clarify what amendments you are suggesting. You can go in either order. You have up to 2 minutes, and then we'll go to Ms. Radoff.
Hello, esteemed committee, chair, vice chair. My name is Stacy Volodin. I am the Maryland State Director of Humane World for Animals, formerly known as Humane Society of the United States, here on behalf of our thousands upon thousands of supporters across the state. We are here to urge support on SB 750, favorable with amendments. The amendments to which I speak are the amendments addressed by the professional animal workers of Maryland, just to ensure that a cat's safety is fully taken into consideration when the return factor is occurring. In order to save your time, I am not going to belabor the additional points that I had, but I do want to advise that our supporters, as well as from my understanding, the additional colleagues that I have that will be testifying after me, our supporters support this bill with the safety amendment and support it strictly because the registry it prohibits a registry. So I just want to have that on the record, that the people behind this bill support without registry. That is it. I urge a favorable report on SB 750.
Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee, good afternoon. My name is Caroline Griffin. I am the co-founder of the nonprofit Show Your Soft Side. We work with professional athletes and celebrities around the country to show that compassion to animals is a strength. And we support Senate Bill 750 with the amendment proposed by Professional Animal Workers Association. I live in Baltimore, actually in Senator Attar's district, and Senator Young has described the absolutely profound effect that TNR has had in Baltimore. In a nutshell, TNR works. Show Your Soft Side has a companion program. We provide urgent medical care for sick and injured community cats. And sadly, 55% of the cats that we have helped in the last 2 years have been friendly, suggesting that these are cats that have been abandoned by their owners. Pet ownership is just tragically too expensive for many people. But collectively, all these efforts from all these organizations are saving the lives of animals, reducing the burdens on animal shelters and on taxpayers. So we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's hear from Lisa Radoff, and then we'll take questions if there are any for any of these three favorable with amendment witnesses. Ms. Radoff, welcome. Up to 2 minutes.
Members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Lisa Radoff. I am president and chair of Maryland Votes for Animals, here in support of SB 750, favorable with the sponsors amendment. You've already heard compelling and informative testimony about this important program. Essentially, I'm going to be giving Mewtwo testimony. This bill is extremely popular with our members and across Maryland. When we sent out our action alert, it went viral on social media. The last time that I saw this level of engagement with a cat bill was your bill, Senator Kagan, in 2022. And I can remember the kind of time that you spent doing interviews on that popular bill. Cats matter to Maryland residents. SB 750 supports a practical, compassionate solution that has been working successfully in Maryland. It benefits communities, shelters, taxpayers, as well as the cats themselves. In closing, I want to thank Senator Lewis Young for sponsoring SB 750 along with her amendment, and respectfully ask the committee to issue a favorable report with just the sponsors amendment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Radoff. Thanks to all of you. Are there questions for the three favorable with amendments? Witnesses? Seeing none, I will thank you for your testimony. We will shift to unfavorable, and leading off in person will be, let's see, will Dominic Butchko from Maryland Association of Counties and Kathleen Michaels. Are you here? Kathleen Michaels. Okay. Mr. Butchko, you may begin.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Don Butchko with the Maryland Association of Counties. I will say, while the letterhead on our paper does say oppose, I think support with amendment is really a better way to classify our thoughts here. You've heard our argument pretty well from the proponents. Local governments are charged with protecting public health. We view a registry as a way to make sure that if there's an issue with the caregiver, if there's an issue with the cat colony, et cetera, we have the correct contact information. I think we're really willing to work on fees, privacy, ease of use, et cetera. Like I said, our oppose is really more of a support with amendment. We are very happy to work with the senator. We've already had some positive conversations, a little bit more work to do. That being said, in the next few days, I don't see a reason why we can't move this forward. So thank you.
Mr. Butchko, it sounds like you're saying for sure you're for this bill, potentially.
With amendments, for sure.
I heard that,
yeah.
For sure. Okay. Virtually, Susan Rich is unfavorable, as is Rachel Bellis. They are on their way in. We will hear from them, and then we'll take questions. Ms. Bellis, since you're with us, why don't you unmute, and you may begin. You get up to 2 minutes. Thank you for being here.
Good afternoon. My name is Rachel Bellis, and I'm speaking on behalf of People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals and our more than 100,000 members and supporters in Maryland to urge you to vote no on Senate Bill 750. If passed, SB 750 would have unintended consequences that would endanger Maryland's animal and human residents, including stripping free-roaming cats of any manner of protection from suffering, neglect, and cruelty by exempting anyone claiming to be doing trap, neuter, release of the animals, even though they may not be, from the state's animal protection law, which prohibits animal abandonment. It also seeks to prohibit local government from requiring basic, sensible measures like registration of those claiming to be doing TNR or establishing effective procedures for addressing resident complaints about roaming cats and their welfare, impact on native wildlife, and more. Several counties throughout the state require registration of cat colonies to help ensure that those who are feeding cats also provide them with minimal care, including spaying and neutering, drinkable water, and needed medical care and protection from the elements. These are reasonable requirements that aim to protect cats. It's deeply concerning that SB 750 lacks any provisions to protect the rights of private property owners, many of whom don't want cats trespassing on their land. Frustrated property owners often harm cats when their complaints fall on deaf ears. Roaming cats, including those in managed colonies across Maryland, have recently been shot with darts, arrows, and guns, and those are just a few of the cases that made media headlines. Most go unreported. Struggling native wildlife also don't stand a chance against roaming cats, regardless of whether they are fed. Cats instinctively attack and kill birds, amphibians, and other animals who are already struggling to survive. PETA is concerned about cats and wildlife alike, and we hope you'll consider wildlife too. Please review PETA's submitted letter and attachments and vote no on SB 750. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bellis. Susan Rich, please. Ms. Rich, you'll need to start your video and make sure you're unmuted, please.
Okay, can you hear me now? Hello?
We can hear you, we can't see you.
I'm sorry, I'm just going to go ahead.
That's all right.
Thank you. My name is Susan Rich. I've worked for several animal protection organizations and rescued many animals over the past 30 years. I learned the harsh reality of TNR when I rescued 3 cats some years ago in my neighborhood in the dead of winter, and later found out they'd been released to the very group pushing this bill. The cats were put back outside by the group with no caretaker or shelter. When I questioned them, they said, "Don't worry, they can go into the sewers." "What about food?" I asked. "They can eat rats and mice." Really? This resulted in me having to take legal action, which resulted in the shelter no longer releasing cats to the group. I retrapped the cats who were actually friendly and found them loving homes, and I have retrapped many cats since. It's truly shocking to see a bill that would obliterate longstanding protection these cats have had, to lump social, friendly cats in with feral and socialized cats so they can be thrown outside to fend for themselves is the very definition of cruelty. It's also just outsourcing euthanasia, where the cats generally die slow, lingering deaths and don't last very long. I tried to think of the reason the TNR folks would propose this law, this change in the law. And all it is an effort to beat the clock, because in California, there is going to be a ripple effect from a court ruling that was found that the local Humane Society's practice of releasing friendly, adoptable cats under a community cat program violated animal protection laws. The Humane Society, it was found, failed in its duty to provide proper care for the animals by shifting responsibility onto communities ill-equipped to handle the burden. And here we're not talking about Chevy Chase or Bethesda. We're talking about communities like mine, lower to middle income. One last thing I want to say, this program is largely illegal. These cats are vaccinated for rabies once and never again, putting both the cats and the community at risk. Again, the rabies law has been on the books for years and it's being ignored. I urge you to look at the documents, find out how many cats have been vaccinated after the first year.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Ms. Rich. Last call for Kathleen Michaels. Kathleen Michaels, okay. Then we have 3 witnesses, unfavorable witnesses. Colleagues, any questions for any of the 3 of them? Seeing none, we thank you for your testimony, and that completes the hearing on Senate Bill 750. Thank you all, and handing it back to the chair.
Would you come on up here, Senator Muse, on Senate Bill 755?
Thank you. My Senate person is actually in your office, and I need to get her out. She's in your office, trying to get them to tell me when to come over. So we can get her out of there. She has my testimony. That's like taking a preacher's sermon away.
Let's see. Okay, where is she again? She's over here. Okay, we'll find her. We'll find her.
Give me a call.
While we're locating her, can I just call up your sponsor panelists? Oh,
yes,
is that it?
I'm about to preach up a storm in this place.
I think she got it.
Something I've never done before.
Okay, Senator Muse. I'm going to call up some witnesses. Okay, you've designated some folks to be on your sponsor panel.
There's
Robert Brown from Watermas. I know Mr. Brown is here. Brian Hardman. I'll just call when you hear your name. Come on up. Joseph Gaskins.
Yeah.
Robert Newberry. And
Timothy
Mr. Mullen, you're signed up straight favorable. Can you just, no, actually, run out of seats. You'll be next up. Okay, Senator Muse, we've got a panel, and we're on Senate Bill 755, so you can proceed.
Thank you, and to the committee. I know you're working hard, and good evening. Or afternoon, whatever it is. Good evening. For the record, I'm C. Anthony Muse, representing the 26th Legislative District in Prince George's County, and I respectfully submit this testimony.
Put the mic a little closer.
Okay.
Senator Muse.
I respectfully, just start over again. I'm going to identify myself. For the record, I'm C. Anthony Muse. I represent Prince George's County, and I'm here, of course, to introduce to you Senate Bill 755. This bill was introduced in response to serious concerns raised by stakeholders regarding regulations being considered by the Maryland Department of Natural Resources affecting striped bass known across Maryland as rockfish. These concerns center on two critical issues. One, the long-term sustainability. The long-term, let me read something. These concerns center on two critical issues. The long-term sustainability of the striped bass population and the significant economic impact that current regulatory decisions are having on Maryland's fishing and tourism. First, Senate Bill 755 prohibits the Maryland Department of Natural Resources from establishing a recreational catch and release season for striped bass between March 1st and April 30th. This period coincides with the spawning season in the Chesapeake Bay, when the species is most vulnerable. Targeting striped bass during key spawning periods in the Chesapeake Bay raises legitimate concerns about whether we are protecting the species during one of the most critical phases of a life cycle. There's a growing concern among the ability of striped bass spawning population to meet the 2029 target spawning stock biomass. Achieving that benchmark essential to maintaining a healthy and sustainable fishery. Second, the bill provides clear statutory direction for recreational and charter boat summer and fall seasons, establishing consistent guidelines for anglers while maintaining reasonable conservative limits. We've got to recognize that the real economic consequences facing Maryland's charter fishery industry regulations affecting striped bass have already had a substantial impact on charter boat operators, recreational anglers, tourism, and local business, particularly on the Eastern Shore and southern Maryland communities where the fishing economy supports countless families and businesses. Equally important, SB 755 requires the government to prepare and submit an economic impact statement when proposed fisheries regulations are expected to have a major impact on stakeholders. Regulations affecting fisheries do not occur in a vacuum. They are consequences for charter boat captains, recreational anglers, tourism operators, and small businesses in the coastal communities across Maryland. Proponents of this legislation will provide testimony highlighting how socioeconomic impacts have been disregarded, scientific studies have been basically dismissed, which shows the harm to the striped bass population. And very important, historic regulations have been ignored. So Senate Bill 755 seeks to bring greater balance to the conversation. It recognizes the responsible stewardship requires both sound science and thoughtful consideration of the communities whose livelihood depends on the health of fishery. The Chesapeake Bay is the largest in the Northern Hemisphere and one of Maryland's most treasured resources. We have a responsibility to be good stewards and of this ecosystem while protecting the economic vitality of the communities that rely on it. I respectfully urge the committee to carefully consider the testimony that will be presented before you today and move this bill forward so that Maryland can continue working toward a sustainable striped bass fishery while supporting the industries and communities that depend on it. So thank you very much for your consideration. I'll turn it over to our panel.
Okay, thank you, Senator Muse. Okay, why don't you want to lead off, sir, and then we'll take it from there. And each of you are going to be on the up to 2-minute clock, okay? We have a lot of witnesses, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair, and the members. My name is Brian Hardman. I'm president of the Maryland Charter Boat Association. I would like to take this opportunity and ask our Maryland charter boat captains to stand to be recognized that have been here. We fully support this Senate Bill 755 with amendments. Maryland charter boats, they've been here all day waiting for this. Maryland charter boats are enrolled in electronic fax reporting system, have been for years, and that fax system is what gave us our second fish. During that program requires us to report our daily trips, number of fish we catch, number of fish we release, and the amount of passengers on our boats. In January of 24, our second fish was abruptly taken away without prior warning. We tried to have it unsuccessfully reinstated with DNR and also asked the governor for help numerous times. We made it known that this reduction would cripple our business, and here's some of the results. There's 407 charter boats in the fax system with only 202 reporting one trip last year. We went from catching 92,000 fish down to 34,000 fish. Passenger count went from almost 80,000 down to 46,000. We primarily take out middle to low income, blue collar, hardworking people, which are landscapers, tree companies, plumbers, drywall, home builders, school kids, summer camps. We take out a variety of people. We provide a chance for people to go fishing that otherwise would not have access to the bay. Also in the last 2 years, 59 charter boats have been sold or listed for sale, 5 tackle stores have gone out of business, and 60% of the remaining captains had to seek full or part-time employment. What took 25 or 30 years to build got decimated in 18 to 24 months. We need our second fish to survive and rebuild. 6 years ago, we voluntarily closed our April fishing season because we agreed with DNR that it was the right thing to do to protect the female spawning stock. We still agree to that to this day, and the focus should be on reproduction. Historically, 80% of the female fish spawn in April. Most of these fish carry between 3 and 5 million eggs. The number one concern here should be the eggs. Catching and releasing fish can cause stress in the fish, lactic acid, and cause an early discharge. Gravity is another factor that causes a cartilage tear and can cause discharge. By voting favorably on this bill, you'll give life and hope to historic Maryland industry and protect the female spawning stock. we appreciate your support.
Thanks, Mr. Hardman. You've got the power to designate who you want to go next, okay? Ms. Brown?
Chair and members of this committee, my name is Robert T. Brown, President of the Maryland Waterman Association. Our commercial season for catching rockfish into the spring of the year ends on last of February. And there's a reason why we ended up the last of February, because during the months of March and April, it's a staging area in the middle part of the bay there below the bridge where these fish come in to get ready to spawn, and they just lay in that area. And to have catch and release during that time is wrong. These fish need to be left alone. These are the fish that are going to give us the young of the year in our future. The young year has been down for the last 3 or 4 years. It was a little bit better last year, but we got to protect these spawning fish. And when you go out there and catch them and drag them out of 60 or 70 foot of water, have to fight them all the way to the top. And once they get to the top of the water, then you got to dip them up. Then you got to get them in the boat. Then you got to take the hook out of them. And then you got to hold them up and get your pictures taken for them. It is too much stress on these fish and could cause them to either abort the eggs or they just too much stress. They just not finished being mature. So March and April should not be no catch and release, and that's taken care of in this bill. Also, the charter boats, it's less and less charter boats all the time because they don't have two fish. What this does is you got an they perform a service for people who don't have boats, and they come out and show them the bay to get to catch a couple fish and come in and enjoy the trip, and it's good economy for us. Thank you very much, and I'd like to ask for a favorable on Bill 755. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Brown. I'm going to pass it to the gentleman to your right. Thank you. Tell us who you are.
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, my name is Captain Robert Newberry. I'm Chairman of Delmarva Fisheries Association. It's good to be here and see you again. Just want to touch on the economics on this to start off with, and just to give you an idea. About 12 years ago, I moved my business and my family down to Tillman Island, where we had 48 charter boats. Make a short story, you know how many are there now? 2. The economy has been hit. We've had every county send this committee that we work with, Kent, Queen Anne's, Dorchester, and Wicomico County has sent letters in here supporting what we're doing here. The groups that we have supporting this, we have Queen Anne's County Watermen, Kent County Watermen, Dorchester County Watermen, Talbot County Watermen. Every waterman's group on the Eastern Shore supports this bill for how important it is. Mr. Brown hit on a very big comment here, is the fact that everybody's you're going to hear the opponents to this complain about it. We are matching with the commercial fishery in lockstep. Commercial fishery supports the recreational supports the commercial. So don't let anybody think there's any division driven between us, and there isn't. Some of the other important issues here, other than the economics, is the health of the fish. And to make a long story short, you're going to hear stories about this doesn't hurt them. Last week, down at Calvert Cliffs, they found all these dead fish. The commercial industry was blamed for it. MDE did an autopsy on the fish. It came from catch and release of the fish this time of the year. These fish can't take it. They need to be left alone. You don't walk into a maternity ward with a chainsaw and a bush axe. You leave it alone. These fish need to get back to the point where to 2029, we will reach the biomass. Simple thing is, leave them alone, continue the way we're going. Thank you very much, and I've asked for a favorable vote on this bill. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Let's go.
I can.
Where wants to go? Begin on the up to 2-minute clock.
Sure. My name is Jason Seaman. I'm the Vice President of the Maryland Charter Boat Association. I run a small family business on Maryland's Eastern Shore. I'm here today to represent the fishermen behind me. Obviously, today we've pointed out the 2 highlights of this bill. One is a sustainable fish population, which is promoted by protecting the fishery during the months of March and April. And also the economic stability that this bill provides, putting forth a season that is determined ahead of time. The fishermen behind me don't know what their season is today. They don't know when they're going to go to work. Stability is what we're asking for. we're asking for a hand up, that we're asking for help. And we're doing this through this process. We've tried to go through DNR. We've tried to go through that method and rationale. Today we're here looking for your help. I'll say this, I'll add on to my colleagues here, or my constituents. Maryland DNR and their latest March newsletters, this is a direct quote, DNR biologists have emphasized the need to enforce protective regulations for adult striped bass in order to maintain a healthy breeding population. When the environmental conditions are right, a good stock of spawners could bring a large year class to the Chesapeake. So what are we doing today? Why aren't we putting policy in place for the betterment of it? This Senate bill will do that, I believe. The recruitment of the Chesapeake Bay spawning stock biomass and accessibility to Atlantic's greatest resources is of the utmost importance. It's the greatest concern of the charter boat captains and watermen of Chesapeake Bay. I appreciate your time. I've submitted my written testimony as well. Thank you for your time today.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Joe Gaskins, and I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Business and Clergy Partnership, as well as we have one missing person from the Prince George County Contractors and Business Association who was supposed to testify, but his testimony has been submitted. But I'm here to support this bill. First, we represent over 10,000 businesses and over 1,500 members of the clergy. That equates to about 1.5 million individuals who are impacted by this particular bill. And you said, how in the heck does that happen? Well, what those individuals do is fish, simply fish. They use the water, they fish. They don't own boats because they don't have enough money to own a charter boat. They don't want a charter boat. They don't want a regular boat to go out. They want professionals so that when they spend their money, they can go out and they can have a good day. But they cannot and will not, when there are other options, fish in the state of Maryland, because the limitation in the state of Maryland is 1 striped bass per person. It is just doesn't make good financial sense for them to spend $150 per person to go out on a boat just because they have a passion for fishing. They can go to Massachusetts, they can go to Delaware, they can go to New York, they can go to North Carolina, they can go to South Carolina, they can go to Florida, and they can make it a trip. So why are we chasing those individuals out of the state of Maryland over something as easy to solve as this? And I would also suggest that this group of individuals have invested a lot. So I ask you to support this particular bill.
Mr. Gaskins, okay. Yes, Senator Carrozza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I first want to thank everybody that came up here, taking time from your livelihood and your families to be here, because I think you're bringing to our attention the real economic consequences that are facing our charter fishing industry. I want to make sure I understand the bill and what you're supporting, and then and make sure that I'm hearing what you're specifically requesting, I think, with the guidelines. So this could be for maybe the association. One, you're just being very clear on the first part of this bill. You're just saying, don't do catch and release because that is hurting the fishing population. Is that what I'm?
We're trying to protect the female spawning stock during that time period, and that's when the fish are most vulnerable, and 80% of the female fish.
Here, Ms. Martin, could you, there you go. Don't touch it. Yep, don't touch it.
We're trying to protect the female spawning fish during that time period. In April is when 80% of them spawn, and the fish at their most vulnerable, so they come up early and they stage. So we're trying to also match that with the commercial closure, which for years has always been March and April. We think it ought to be consistent.
So just to be clear, we have, all the folks here involved with the fishing industry coming forward to say, don't do this. This is how you have to protect the species. So one. Two, I want to better understand when you're saying, I think you talked about the guidelines that you need, some consistency. Can you tie the need for the guidelines to the fact that without them, it's having devastating economic consequences?
Well, without determined seasonality and regulations, we don't know what we're planning for. We don't know what we're selling to our customers. So the confusing part about fishery regulations, politics, or what have you is we make decisions on 2-year-old data sets. We don't wait for that data to come to fruition to make a decision. We proactively make decisions based on 2-year-old data, and that's put us in a bind as a fishing industry. It's yearly decisions are made, and with the amended bill, we're sympathetic to our fellow fishermen. Okay, I understand, but there has to be a time when these fish are protected so we can have more positive recruitment. That's the seasonal portion of it, the March and April. Those are the defined regulations that were, you don't go fishing commercially during that time period. That's what made sense to commercial fishermen. We're trying to mimic that. The state of Maryland is currently trying to popularize that in their new baseline, but it also restricts us from going fishing during the summer months, which is mainly when we target a male population of resident stockfish. But that's when local economies are, they're flourishing. It's the most economic benefit essentially by MRIP and NOAA. It's identified. That's when you do the fishery studies. It's statistically, it says that's when you're taking the most amount of trips. That's when your local economies are budding. That's when we run our businesses, the majority of us.
So the reason that you need legislation is right now, I mean, I was looking at the terminology that Senator used in his testimony, talking about consistent guidelines. You need this in statute, because right now you don't have that clear guidance, and so therefore everything's volatile by not having the guidelines.
I'd like to touch base on that. You're exactly right, because right now, when this bill goes into effect, then we know that our season's going to start May 1st and it's going to end December 10th. We can go ahead and schedule towards that. But every year it seems to change, and some years it's May 1st, some years it's May 16th, and then the closures change. Everything's all over the map. This would put consistency on when we're going to fish so that we can actually run our business. And that's what we need. So it gives us two things. The closure is really for protection of fish. That's not about us. That's just for protection of the fish. But to give us a start date and an end date on there, and to give us our second fish is the only thing that's going to bring these people back that have fled the state of Maryland, bring us back to our business, because it's going to take years to rebuild our business again. You can see the passenger count went from 80,000 down to 46,000. But our fish that we caught also went from 92 down to 34. It'd take years to get back there again. So giving us a second fish, when it was taken away, we were never accused of overfishing. That was never the issue about doing that. It's just someone didn't like the fact that charter boats got 2 fish, somebody else got 1, and it had nothing to do with science or data. So we're asking to put that back into this bill and give us consistency, just pretty much put us back where we were.
And would this legislation affect the fishery statewide? And what I'm asking here is, I know we have a lot of captains and fishermen from the Chesapeake Bay area, but at the same time, I represent Ocean City and the ocean fishery. So can you explain how
Very good question. It's different management between the coastal fisheries and the bay fisheries. So they're managed altogether different. Under that, they got different rules, they got different size limits, and that's really always been that way. Okay. So no, this bill would not affect any coastal fisheries at all.
Okay. That's it, Mr. Chair.
Okay, any additional questions? Oh, okay, Senator Brooks.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, the reason behind the catch and release, I guess, would be to maintain population. But what about the mortality of catch and release,
Yeah, it all depends, Senator, on what time of the year it is. At the time of the year that they want to do this catch and release, the striped bass come from the ocean. This time they're in a pre-stage mode right now, and they're pre-staging for the spawn and then the post-spawn when they leave. But they come up this time of the year. They basically, their system being they're a cold-blooded animal, they're in like a semi-dormant stage right now. very vulnerable to being caught. I mean, you can see videos of some of these guys that are targeting these fish. They're in big, tight schools with the male fish on the inside of the school and the females on the outside of the school, so they can specifically target. I mean, it's right in their videos. They'll show you how to do it. But the bottom line is, it is a cold-blooded animal. And what you have to understand, it's like, if you go to the gym and you work out and your arm gets stiff, that's lactic acid building up in your body. We're warm-blooded. We can move that lactic acid through different organs in our body. A fish is a cold-blooded animal. When you first catch him, he's fighting like crazy. I know you've caught fish before, and they're fighting like crazy.
Right.
And all of a sudden, they give up and they come to the boat.
Right.
That's the buildup of lactic acid in the fish. Now, how does that, in the biochemistry of the fish, affect that fish? That lactic acid is absorbed into the bloodstream. The fish shuts down. That fish is going to need quite a bit of time to recuperate. So that's why, like you see in the big fishing tournaments, the guys have the fish alongside the boat, they hold it, they make it swim back and forth. They don't take it out of the water.
Right.
Our guys catch the fish, take it out of the water with a net, put it on the deck, pick it up, take a picture of it. That can take a couple minutes. They put the fish back in the water. Well, this fish has already gone into catatonic shock.
Oh, okay.
So they put it back in the water. It may swim away, and they say that the fish will live. But what happens, and the report is out underneath the Woods Hole Marine Institute in Massachusetts and University of Amherst, that says these fish will suffer physical consequences from this type of handling. And what they do, they will abort the eggs or abort the semen that they have so that their body can compensate for this lactic acid buildup. So by targeting them at this time of the year when they are that vulnerable, which they're not here all year, they're only here for a couple months to come in, lay their eggs, and then they're back out in the ocean in a bigger area. So this is the time of year. If we want to protect the fish, I mean, if you want a population to grow, you don't mess with the brood stock. I have some cattle that I raise. I don't go out and kill my females. I have more females. I can have one or two males, but that's the way it's done. Right. And this is most important to understand, that if we are going to reach the 2029 goal as set by the ASMFC, which is the Atlantic States Coastal Marine Fisheries Commission, this will have, let's say you kill 1,000 fish in the year. If they kill 7 million eggs apiece, that's 70 billion fish you're not going to have the chance to spawn. The simple thing is KISS. Let's keep it simple, stupid. Leave them alone.
Okay.
right.
Senator Brooks, you good?
I'm
That's
good.
Okay.
Got a lesson on that
I
one.
will say this is a Muse Hershey, and I see Senator Hershey's in the House observing, taking notes. Okay, any other questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none, thank you all for your testimony. I've got, let's just bring up Mr. Mullen. I know you signed up straight favorable. We're missing a seat there for you. And then we'll call Jeannie Hadaway Riccio and Jeff Harrison are signed up favorable with amendments. And then we'll move to unfavorable testimony. So, Mr. Harrison, okay, Jeannie, Mr. Mullen, why don't you take the stand? And actually, since Mr. Mullen was straight favorable sign up, why don't we start with you, and then we've got our two favorable amendment witnesses, okay? There you go. You don't have to, don't touch it. Don't touch it.
Thank you, Chairman. A respectful time, I agree with what's been said.
Okay. Now that was good testimony. Mr. Harrison? Yeah. Yeah, we love that Me Too stuff.
Yeah, I'm going to do a little bit more than that.
Okay.
But, I'm Jeff Harrison. Thank you all for listening to me. It's been a long day. So anyway, I'm here. I am a commercial fisherman. I used to be a charter boat captain. I have a small quota of rockfish, but I'm actually here as a recreational fisherman today. I enjoy fishing. It was one of the first memories I have as a child. I started with my grandfather fishing, then my father. I've taught my kids, and now I'm taking my grandkids with me. My biggest concern is the month off, and this year proposed is a month off in August. That's a time when kids want to go to fish. They're out of school. And some of my greatest memories are taking my kids fishing, my grandkids fishing. And I just want to say that I'm in favor of this bill if it could at least change something to do with that. Thank you.
Okay. Jeannie?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. For the record, Jeannie Hadaway-Riccio here on behalf of Talbot Waterman Association, and we support the bill with amendments, specifically the amendments that were proffered by the Maryland Charter Boat Association. Maryland striped bass populations have experienced decline for the past 7 years. And we know that there are many natural and environmental causes that can contribute to population declines. But as you've heard from the previous testimony, certain methods of catching striped bass can also contribute to pressure on those populations. And you have our written testimony. We've quoted a couple of studies that point to that. At the same time, we want to acknowledge the importance to the economy. So you know that I come from a long line of watermen in my family, but we also have a charter boat captain in the family. My brother is here today on the front row, and many of us are recreational fishers. So we wanted to pause and recognize that all three of those sectors are really important to Maryland's economy and really important to Maryland's heritage. And that is exactly the reason that we need to find a balanced approach that considers both environmental factors but also economic factors in the state of Maryland. And we believe that this legislation with the amendments will help to strike that balance. I also would be remiss if I didn't state for the record that we are strongly, strongly opposed to catching striped bass during spawning season. We need to protect that spawning population in order to meet our goals to rebuild the population. And with that, we would respectfully request a favorable report from the committee.
Okay, thank you. Questions for the panel? Senator Carrozza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Secretary, putting that hat on, plus the hat that you described as both family members of watermen and charter boat captains. When, you know, again, kind of focusing on what I think is the call here is to have some guidelines and consistency. I guess speaking in your formal role, can you, and with amendments offered, what's the pathway forward?
So I think as you've heard in the prior testimony, just having a set of guidelines that are and regulations that are adopted in time for the industry to be able to respond to that. And more importantly, making sure that those regulations really are considering the impact that each sector has on the populations and doing whatever we can to protect the spawning stock. And that is really the entire point of the draft Addendum 3 to Amendment 7 that the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission has passed, is trying to rebuild spawning stock.
And in anticipation of the opposition that says, you're rolling back and everything else, how do you respond to that?
So again, I think with the amendments, this strikes the right balance of looking at the economic impact of these industries and sectors, but also the environmental factors. You know, we're not here to roll back opportunities for people to fish. As you've heard from everyone, everyone is on board with protecting striped bass. But we have to acknowledge that certain practices, and in particular certain catch and release practices, do have a disproportionate impact on striped bass populations and specifically spawning striped bass.
Thank you.
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you to the panel. Okay, I'm going to call up a group of unfavorables to make up the next panel. Okay, if you hear your name, come on up. Carol Marshall, Stephen Griffin, Tom Weaver, Sean Beck, Allison Colden. Let's see. Okay, Allison, I think you're going to fill that last spot up. Okay. Yes, sir. We'll take this testimony, and then there's one additional panel, some additional unfavorables after this. And then, okay, who? We'll go down the table.
One down on that end. I don't touch
Okay, do we got somebody who wants to lead off? Sir? Okay, you're the...
I don't touch this? Okay.
Yeah, don't touch it.
Good afternoon, Chairman and committee members. My name is Captain Tom Weaver. I'm the representative for the Maryland Light Tackle Guides Association. Charter captains that fish, in the Chesapeake Bay. Chesapeake Bay is a world-class fishery, and we all respect it. It's beautiful. And it's a public resource that should be available to all Maryland anglers. We actually support the opportunity of all Maryland anglers, including the Charter Boat Association, to maintain their businesses. We think it's very important. The two-fish problem that they are having is definitely an issue, and we would support anything that could help them to do that. But this bill simply wants to prevent catch and release fishing. It's rather strange, really. It was amended. We've just heard the amendment as it was read out. We had no idea what the full bill was until we were sitting here. So there was a lot of other opportunities they were looking for, and there were issues with that, obviously, that weren't going to work. So catch and release fishing. So since 1980, catch and release, or any fishing in the spawning grounds has been prohibited. We've never been allowed to fish on the spawning grounds. So they're shutting down the whole Chesapeake Bay and the Maryland waters. It doesn't make any sense. One of the numbers, I'm just going to run this through quickly because we didn't have much time to prepare. The number of fish that are caught and released on the data by the recreational angler in March and April, that's the number that are caught and released, is the same percentage chance of any one of us, getting killed in a car accident in America. It's absolutely doesn't move the needle. That's the fish that are caught and released, not fish that are the mortality, it's even less. There's more chance of dying in a car accident. I don't have any more time, and there's plenty more to say. I'm sure these guys will fill it.
Okay. Who wants to go next?
Good.
Okay, Mr. Beck? No? Okay, sir? Yes. You start.
Hello, my name is Captain Stephen Griffin. I am the owner of Griffin's Guide Service, a charter operation here on the Chesapeake Bay. We have 3 full-time, I want to emphasize full-time charter boats, myself and 2 other captains who are employees of mine. And I want to talk a little bit about what everybody's been talking about today, sustainability and also economics, right? So let's go with the economics first. Let me ask you, how does shutting down a fishery and access to go fishing at all on the Chesapeake Bay help with economics? Think about the tackle shops. Think about myself and my charter business. If we shut down for 2 months, are we all supposed to go get full-time or part-time jobs as well? It just doesn't make sense on the economic side. And when we talk about sustainability, catch and release is a practice that is used around the world successfully for sustainable fisheries. It is the absolute practice that they use for sustainable fisheries. So catching a fish and putting it back in the water, how can we access and show people a good time, show our clients a good time, and give people the opportunity to go fishing? How can we do that in a more sustainable way than catching a fish and putting it back in the water? I don't understand why this is vilified so much. As Tom said, all the spawning grounds are closed. They have been for years and years and years. These fish, I don't think anybody's mentioned, but the mortality rate is 1% in the months that we're talking about closing. So the same number of fish that are equal to you getting killed in a car accident, now only 1% of those fish are actually going to die. So we're talking really little things here that are going to be a big impact on the economy.
Okay, thank you. Who's next, Mr. Beck?
Yes, my name's C.L. Marshall. I own and operate Tangier Sign Charters.
Never mind, Mr. Marshall.
I own and operate Tangier Sign Charters out of Somerset County, Maryland, which coincidentally was one of the counties that was not mentioned by the Watermen's Association back here. I'm speaking unfavorably on this bill, which should have been killed long ago. Balancing commerce and fishery is a tricky business. I understand that. But I got to ask you, do you really care about the future of striped bass? If that answer is yes, then I implore you to kill this bill immediately. This bill encourages targeting and killing the largest, most prolific breeder fish of the species, which is in direct conflict with the Atlantic State Marine Fisheries directives. This could result in the immediate federal shutdown of this fishery. This bill favors killing fish over catching and releasing fish. It absolutely is beyond me why we're here today. Reducing or eliminating Maryland's vibrant catch and release fishery removes 100 days of fishing opportunity from me and these gentlemen sitting right back here. That's 100 days we can't go to work. That's wrong. And it also removes 100 days of fishing opportunity for the general public, the stakeholders in this thing. This bill would crush charter boats and ancillary businesses around the state of Maryland. For this reason, and the negative impact that it would not have on the fishery, I implore you to kill this bill. And then when we talk about August, hot water, low dissolved oxygen rate, and a catch and release mortality that reaches 70%. You heard them talk about catch and release mortality. In August, those factors come into play for a mortality rate of 70%. That's where all the floaters come from. Additionally, it's key to understand that the Maryland Charter Boat Association does not speak for all charter operators on the bay. I've never been, anyway, we won't get into that. They don't speak for all charter operators on the bay. There are many like us who practice a catch and release fishery in a very sustainable manner, whose release mortality in the cold water months, as shown in great detail by the University of Massachusetts study, it's less than 1%. And additionally, I urge you to kill this bill, not kill Maryland state fish and the livelihood of myself and my fellow captains. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Colden, why don't you go next and then we'll end up with Mr. Bitt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Allison Colden, Maryland Executive Director with the Chesapeake Bay Foundation. As you've heard, there's a lot of passionate folks here today on this bill, many of whom have, economic concerns, and that's understandable, but our organization is a little bit different. We have no direct economic stake in the striped bass fishery. We're here simply to talk about its long-term conservation. And to do so, I'd like to talk to you about Atlantic Menhaden. Let's switch it up a little bit. I actually serve as the board-specific proxy for the General Assembly to the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission for Atlantic Menhaden. And that is just one, along with striped bass, of 27 species cooperatively managed from Maine to Florida by the Atlantic States Commission. And passing this bill and moving this forward would undermine Maryland's position in cooperative management with those 13 other states, which work together to manage ASMFC's 27 different species. That includes a one fish limit and many of the other provisions in this bill that were implemented in response to extremely poor stock assessment results for the Atlantic striped bass stock along the coast, including a one fish limit that is not just in place in the Chesapeake Bay, but is in fact in place along the entire Atlantic coast. All of our neighboring states and partners are sharing in the pain and sharing in the long-term conservation of Atlantic striped bass. As was mentioned before, non-compliance with Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission fishery management plans are referred to the Secretary of Commerce and can result in an entire moratorium. That will not only hurt the folks on this panel, it will hurt the folks on the last panel, and there's nothing more economically damaging than a 100% moratorium. So not only does this bill make specific recommendations for management, it also removes DNR's authority to comply with the Atlantic States Commission's FMP in the future, risking continual noncompliance findings and moratoriums and significant economic impacts. And we urge your unfavorable report.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Beck. You'll be the final witness on this panel.
Hi, my name is Sean Beck. I'm a recreational angler from Howard County. I also happen to sell flies to a few local shops, so I do have a little bit of an economic interest in this as well. We've heard a lot about catch and release so far. I'll point out some numbers published by DNR in 2020. According to Department of Natural Resources, 706,700 anglers spent $487.5 million while fishing in Maryland that year. These funds, similar to the hunting world with Pittman-Robertson funding, this spending results in Dingell-Johnson funding for conservation of our fisheries in the state. And restrictions on catch and release absolutely would affect the Department of Natural Resources and other fisheries programs economically as a result of banning catch and release fishing. Similarly, as already mentioned, extending the summer season to go through the hottest time of the year absolutely introduces additional problems with catch and release mortality on fish. Unfortunately, we can't will a certain size of fish to eat a fly or a lure or whatever. You can't say, I'm going to put this here and I'm going to get a slot fish. You can't do that. And so as a result, you're going to be catching undersized or oversized fish as you're trying to get your one fish of the day or two if you're on a charter boat. And as a result of that, you have a lot of extra dead discards. This negatively impacts the population significantly more than standard catch and release fishing outside of those time periods. Also, establishing a trophy season during April absolutely will affect the spawning stock. We've heard about how catch and release fishing negatively impacts the spawning stock. Well, I would argue that removing those fish completely certainly impacts the fishery more. And so for these reasons and others that we can't address in 2 minutes, I ask for an unfavorable report on this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Beck. Senator Perosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank all of you for coming up and sharing the perspective. I tend to be someone who looks to see where can we strike a balance. And so what I'm hearing is, this has been a very difficult hearing in that hearing about all the economic challenges. We, seem to have a shared goal in the protection of the species, but different approaches. And I guess this will go to C.L. Marshall, because I really appreciate the perspective that you bring. And we heard, the previous balance of the previous panel and the former secretary saying, what is that balance? Do you have, some of your, if this isn't the bill, do you have, and yet there seems to be a need for guidance and direction, and we know that we've got these economic challenges and we want to protect the species. Do you have some other recommendations if this isn't the bill that you support?
I do. I have several recommendations that I believe could be a long-term solution for everybody in this room. The biggest thing to think about, everybody in this room, the gentleman behind me that are on the speak unfavorably for this bill, as well as the gentleman behind me who spoke favorably for this bill. We all agree on one thing. We're all in it for the long-term sustainability of this fishery. Rockfish are a vital resource, both commercially and recreationally for the state. It's Maryland state fish. Everyone in this room shares that sentiment. But dead fish don't breed, and that is the root of it all. The catch and release fishery, and I appreciate the arguments on both sides, that's for sure. But, in my experience in the catch and release fishery, which I participate in 40, 50 days a year, Mr. Griffin does more, Mr. Weaver does more, and the other captains behind me do a lot more than that as well. I'm fortunate to live in Somerset, Lower Worcester County, and fish the Somerset County area where I have options that the Upper Bay fishermen don't have. But I do think there's some common ground to talk about, with the 2-fish limit. I know personally, I can't speak for the rest of this panel, but, I think that is something that we could certainly talk about. Banning catch and release is not the answer. Okay, there might be some opportunities to explore with the TFL program and the tags that some of the commercial fishermen get, being able to utilize that in a charter situation. That may be on a road that, or a topic that bears discussion. But as far as closing the catch and release fishery down, to me that idea is as foreign as me speaking Chinese. I don't understand either way of thinking. The catch and release fishery is a vibrant fishery. There's probably, there's 70 of us in the Maryland Light Tackle Guides Association that participate in that. And we are a new breed of captain. The way we operate, the way we go about things, our whole mentality is on catch and release of the species. And like Captain Griffin said, there's no more sustainable method to handle this fishery than that. Dead fish don't breed, and that's the end of the day. And when I think about this 755, the thing that bothers me most about it is, and it's on very simple terms. I'm going to break it down in lower Eastern Shore terms that everybody I think in this room can understand. This bill wants to stop us from releasing fish so we can kill more fish. And I just can't think that way. But I think some of the compromises that I laid out, I think they bear discussion, and I'd welcome those discussions.
Thank you.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, I think that's going to conclude this panel because we do have a few more witnesses before we go to Senator Bailey.
You guys have had a long day.
Yeah, we have. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, I'm going to call, is David Sikorsky, I think he may have had to, is he here? Okay, yes. So Kathy Charbonneau from DNR and Lydia McPherson from DNR, and then we've got, okay, Michael Wayne is virtual. Those are going to be the final witnesses on this bill. So let's go to our 2 DNR witnesses, then our virtual witness, and then we'll move to the final 2 bills from Senator Bailey. So why don't you guys proceed?
Thank you so much. And for the record, Liddy McPherson, once again, with Department of Natural Resources. I'll keep it very short because I think a lot of what we wanted to talk about was covered in the last panel. So just as written, 75.5 would end catch and release, but would also, more importantly, put the state out of compliance with the Atlantic States Marine Fishery Commission, which could open us up to liability, which I will keep it very short and let my colleague go into detail on.
Good evening. Thank you, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Kate Charbonneau, Assistant Secretary for Aquatic Resources with Maryland DNR. DNR respectfully requests an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 755. As noted, it would prohibit the agency from having catch and release striped bass season, and it codifies what an open striped bass recreational and charter boat season could look like. So again, this would not only take away the discretion from the department, but it would put us out of compliance with the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission striped bass fisheries management plan. I cannot understate how significant that is to both the recreational fishery, but also to the commercial striped bass fishery in Maryland. It will lead to a moratorium and shut down all fishing for striped bass statewide, including the coast. This morning, we provided this committee a copy of a letter from ASMFC Executive Director Robert Beal, which provides a full explanation on that process. And again, I just want to note, the measures that we have taken recently to help protect our striped bass fishery are what we need to be moving forward on. The mandated season that's in this bill exceeds the targeted mortality allowed under the approved fishery management plan for striped bass by adding back the second fish, and it brings back a trophy season. No fish over 31 inches is currently allowed to be harvested recreational in any state, not just Maryland. So both of those actions will have a serious negative impact on the striped bass biomass gains we've been striving to make in the past few years, and it will raise significant concern at the ASMFC and by our partner states. An out-of-compliance finding will eventually result in a moratorium on all striped bass fishing in Maryland. Finally, because this bill establishes catch limits and seasons by law, it would take additional legislation to make any necessary changes to bring us back into compliance as opposed to regulations. For these reasons, we respectfully request an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Okay, let's get Mr. Wayne in, and then we'll take questions. Mr. Wayne, you're on the up to 2-minute clock, and you're unfavorable.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Mike Wayne, and I'm speaking on behalf of the American Sport Fishing Association. ASA is the nation's recreational fishing trade association representing businesses that produce fishing equipment, rods, reels, lures, line for all anglers. We urge an unfavorable report on SB 755 because it would undermine the science-based management framework that has guided striped bass conservation for decades. Striped bass, as was discussed, is managed by the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission to ensure regulations remain aligned with strict conservation goals. The catch and release season that is the focus of this discussion was vetted through the ASMFC scientific process to ensure it met those conservation goals. The conservation goals agreed to have resulted in a 30-year low in fishing mortality. SB 755 would override those regulations that were previously vetted to keep the fishing mortality low enough to achieve population rebuilding. Also, SB 755, as was discussed, would jeopardize compliance with ASMFC and could trigger a complete shutdown for everybody. The revised baseline season has been developed for months by all stakeholders and gained broad support because it would increase angler access from 83 to 92% of the year while maintaining those conservation goals. There's so much at stake here economically. Maryland's striped bass recreational fishery contributes $803 million to Maryland's GDP and supports more than 10,000 jobs. For these reasons, we respectfully urge the committee not to advance Senate Bill 755 and instead allow striped bass management to continue through the established regulatory process at the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for this panel? Senator Carrozza?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're talking a lot about the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission. And first of all, I don't why would the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission vote for a moratorium? And don't other states have votes? And how would they vote? And so, I mean, it's a lot's being thrown out in this hearing about the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission and trying to, and I don't know if there's a lot of assumptions here. So I'd like to better understand that.
Thank you, Senator, for the question. So the commission is made up of Maryland and 13 other states. We each have 3 members on that commission. They break out into committees as well that help manage all of the individual fisheries. You know, these fishery resource, it's a shared resource. So the management decisions about that shared resource are made together, and under the rules of the compact, we are obligated to follow those rules as they're laid out in the fishery management plans approved by the commission, which is all of those states. If Maryland takes an action that increases mortality, which, you know, we're trying to make mortality low, right? We want to rebuild our stock. If we take actions that could threaten that rebuild, that is of interest to the other states. And because again, they are also interested in conserving the striped bass fishery. So together, they would bring it up at the next meeting in May. And if this bill were to, you know, pass and be approved and be enacted, they would come to their attention in May. They would have a discussion about it. It takes some time, but the other states have an interest in how Maryland manages.
I understand you just went through the organizational structure, but I think the testimony that's been presented today, there's been a lot of assumptions and, of what, the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission would do, how other states would vote. And I just think when we have these type of hearings, when you make some of those assumptions, we're not, they should be put out there that they're assumptions because we don't know. So, I appreciate that, you've talked through this commission, but I just think that we, on this end need to not, look at this and not just base it on assumptions of what other states might do.
Okay. Any additional questions? Seeing none, that's going to conclude the bill here on Senate Bill 755. With that, Senator Bailey, I know you've been patiently waiting back there. Why don't you come on up, and we're going to start with, you've got our final 2 bills. We're going to start with Senate Bill 559, if that works. Okay. I see Mr. Brown is already coming up to the table. Mr. Mullen. Is Mr. Beck still here? He was on the last panel. Why don't you come on up? You've signed up favorable. It's just, he says he's straight favorable. Unless, is that okay?
So I'm actually favorable with amendments.
Okay, then why don't you sit?
I'll wait.
Yeah. I was only going to take you if you were straight favorable, but you go back there. Okay, we've got your 2 sponsor panelists. We've got Robert T. Brown and Mr. Mullen. And that's where we're going to go. And then after that, there's some favorable with amendment testimony. So Senator Bailey, Senate Bill 559.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and distinguished members of the committee, I just want to talk to you just for a minute about Senate Bill 559. This would provide data to ensure the accuracy of Maryland's striped bass recreational catch data, requiring people who catch striped bass under a recreational license or a registered boat to report the catch to the Department of Natural Resources. That's the only part of the fishery that's not already counted. Point out, just for clarification, you all just talked a lot about rockfish. And the issue is all the commercial and the charter boat fish are already counted. The recreationals aren't. Due to the hour, you have my written testimony. And I just want to speak very quickly about a quick kumbaya moment because you talked so long today. But DNR, Chesapeake Bay Foundation, and I and these watermen have been working on an amendment and have come to a consensus, and we'll be forwarding you that language. I ask for a favorable report.
Okay. Mr. Brown, with that in mind.
Chair and members of this committee, it's been a long day, and just want to, it's all been worked out, so we feel like we're good to go. Thank you.
Mr. Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thanks to Senator Bailey's fine work on getting this over the finish line, and we're just grateful that the hypocrisy has ended. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, question? Okay, question for Senator Bailey's sponsor or the two sponsor panelists. Seeing none, thank you, Senator Bailey. Okay, I'm going to call there are some additional witnesses, so I'll have to get them. Mr. Huff, are you going to testify, Tyler, or not? Okay, all good then. Okay, Ms. Colton and Ms. Charbonneau and Ms. McPherson, want to come up? I think that's it. David Sikorsky is not here, I think. So, okay, you'll be the final witnesses on this bill then, it looks like. So
Yeah,
why don't you proceed?
Lydia McPherson has gone next door. So for the record, Kate Charbonneau, Assistant Secretary for Aquatic Resources at Maryland DNR. And yes, as indicated by Senator Bailey, we are here in favor of this bill with amendments, and we've worked at all the details. So I really don't need to go into much more testimony given the time. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Colton.
Thank you, Allison Colden, Chesapeake Bay Foundation. We look forward to seeing the final amendments, but as we understand them now, we are also happy to support the bill with amendments. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for the panel? Seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 559. Senator Bailey, why don't you come on up? This is our final bill of the day. Senator Bailey, we're on Senate Bill 643, and sure who you want to bring up exactly, but you've designated Harrison Palmer, Paul Pedito. Let's see. Well, actually,
So I had
who else? I mean,
just
Tyler,
myself,
we've got several favorable witnesses, but I don't know if we want to.
Paul Pedito and the Department of Agriculture. That was just who I was going to have on my first panel.
Okay, then let's go. Senate Bill 643.
Mr. Chair, distinguished members of the committee, Senate Bill 643 gives the Department of Natural Resources greater discretion under further expansion of Sunday hunting in Maryland. This bill recognizes all the work and time of the stakeholders' meetings that we went through this summer. This bill is focused on access and opportunity for all. It recognizes DNR's role in conservation management, the role of science in making management decisions, the role of hunter education and ethical responsibility, the role of landowners and their property rights, and the role of DNR and landowners as stewards of our natural resources. I know that nearly all of you have served on this committee for multiple seasons. Some of you were here when I was a member, and I'm sure by now most of you know exactly what I and just about everybody else are going to speak about when it comes to Sunday hunting. You have my written testimony in your file. And I just want to summarize some of what is in the testimony. Hunting is significantly regulated by the state and can only be done on private property with the written permission of the landowner. It is particularly important for younger hunters who often have school sporting events on weekends and Saturdays to allow Sunday hunting so that the next generation of hunters has the opportunity to participate in this great tradition. I think most of you have met both of my children and a bunch of other children that have come up. I think one might be on the Zoom from Clemson today. Our restrictions on Sunday hunting are a relic of an era that has long since passed. So I want to weigh the support for this bill against the opposition to the bill. The support for this bill this year is not only the parade of people in camouflage, blaze orange, or the change we made in the law last year, or pink, like it has been for years. In your file, you will see the support from not only hunters, not only sportsmen's groups, not only DNR, the Department of Agriculture, but you're going to see the support for the opportunity from the unions representing tens of thousands of working Marylanders. So to go back, and as you look at that, you're going to see that this bill is supported in its entirety by unions representing tens of thousands of working Marylanders. You see support from the insurance industry, right? Multiple insurance companies. They know the damage that is going on our roadways. Actually, when we talk about deer, you know, with a firearm, we say there's about 50,000 deer killed a year, where there's over 30,000 killed with a car on a highway. This bill is about access and effective wildlife management. In opposition, you will find a small group of entitleists who believe that their preferred form of recreation should be prioritized through arbitrary restrictions on others, who enjoy their own carve-out from the Sunday hunting law for their own fox chasing. You will also find opposition to the waterfowl provisions from professional hunters, many whom come from jurisdictions that have a special carve-out in our law that limits the access and opportunity to the general hunting public to hunt waterfowl. When I came to the Senate in 2019, Sunday hunting bills were largely a matter of local courtesy. That year, I sponsored a bill that made St. Mary's County the 5th county to allow full-day Sunday hunting on every day of the applicable hunting season. No county has been added to that list since, despite numerous counties, including Calvert County, which I also represent, submitting delegation-supported legislation to have the same Sunday hunting rights that we have in St. Mary's County, as well as Allegheny, Cecil, Garrett, and Washington counties. Why is this? It's because a 10:30 time limit has been imposed at the urging of this one special interest group. Let me be clear. I understand why there are jurisdictions whose legislators decided that a 10:30 time limit is appropriate. But in most of the counties that we have the 10:30 limit, it was not done by the request of the delegation. It wasn't done by local legislation, right? It wasn't done by any of that. Why does this matter? Because it is the reason why this committee has heard and will continue to hear so many bills. The fact is, if every county whose legislators wanted to allow full Sunday hunting had been allowed to, very few, if any, of these bills on this topic would be brought forward. Many of these counties have already returned with legislation to repeal the 10:30 time limit. However, by continuing to impose those arbitrary restrictions, decisions about Sunday hunting are no longer about the will of the people in a particular jurisdiction as expressed by their elected legislators, nor about expanding opportunities and access to hunting, nor about upholding private property rights, nor about wildlife management needs. This has led to Maryland being an outlier as one of the very few remaining states to restrict Sunday hunting. Senate Bill 643 is a result of stakeholder discussions that occurred over the interim in an attempt to resolve this issue. As many of you know, this was championed by Delegate Boyce. She is also the cross-file on this legislation. This expanded regulatory authority for DNR only applies in counties that already have authorized Sunday hunting. It would not apply to Baltimore City, Baltimore County, Howard County, or Prince George's County. This bill does not allow hunting on public land in the state park system on Sunday and requires any regulation adopted by DNR to allow at a minimum Sunday hunting during these hours and days when it's permitted as of June 30th, 2027. This provision would sunset in 2030 to allow the General Assembly to evaluate the effects of this change. We trust DNR to make other hunting and conservation decisions 6 days a week. We can trust them with this one as well. To briefly address the concerns about lifting the restrictions on migratory waterfowl hunting on Sundays, as I know you are aware from the bill last year, the preservation of our Canada goose population and the prevention of future hunting moratoriums is a priority to me. But I do not believe this bill would make any significant difference to this issue. Allowing hunting for Canada geese on Sundays will not add additional days to the hunting season. 30-day season, still going to be a 30-day season. A 45-day season is still going to be a 45 days season. Our neighboring states have all allowed Sunday waterfowl hunting without harming the conservation of the Canada geese. The bill empowers DNR to make conservation decisions on Sundays, as they can either allow all licensed hunters to hunt waterfowl or only the persons specified in the bill: juniors, seniors, and apprentice hunters, and full-time students who hold a hunting license to do so. Further, as regulations, any expansion of Sunday hunting authorized by DNR would be subject to public comment and scrutiny through the AELR process. I would like to recognize ASME Council 3, who supports this legislation on behalf of their 55,000 members, and also to share with you the words of the president of the Mid-Atlantic Pipe Trades Association, who has submitted favorable testimony on this bill, who said, many members of our many locals in Maryland have expressed strong support for this legislation. Our members work demanding schedules on construction and industrial projects throughout the region. And for many working tradespeople, Sundays are often the only realistic opportunity to participate in outdoor traditions such as hunting and fishing. In the past 8 years, I have yet to see the recreational hunting community come to this body, specifically to this committee, and object against recreational activities that others do on their own land. I'm just saying. For these reasons, I respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 643. I thank you for your consideration, and I turn this over to the Department of Natural Resources and Department of Agriculture.
Okay, Mr. Pedito from DNR.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Paul Pedito, Assistant Secretary of Land Resources. You have our written testimony, so I'm just going to highlight a couple things. One, the history here. Many people don't know this, but I believe this is the oldest section of law that has yet to be repealed in Maryland. In 1723, when this existed, there were a variety of other blue laws in that space. You couldn't work, you couldn't fish, you couldn't drink booze, you couldn't sell anything except tobacco, candy, carbs, and oil for your machines. It also said you couldn't have fun. There was no recreation allowed, including a prohibition against playing baseball in the city of Baltimore beginning in 1860s, and that stood until the late 1900s. Every single one of those prohibitions has been overturned except this one. That's 303 years. The legislature did a minor repeal of this in 2003. Since then, this section of law has gone from 8 to 88 lines. It is a complex piece of legislation. It is difficult for us to implement and enforce. We're hoping what we have here today sort of balances the outcome of 8 months of work, a homework assignment given to us by the leadership in the Environment and Transportation Committee, with hundreds of stakeholders participating. We do not have unanimity. We get that. We understand that. I think all of you know it's hard to get to a unanimous outcome, but we believe this strikes a reasonable balance. I'm going to reinforce a couple of things the Senator said very briefly. What this bill does, it retains the focus on private land at the discretion of the private landowner with written permission required of the hunters who participate there. It allows counties to opt out, allows counties to opt in, as has been the case. It balances the handful of firearms season days. So where you see the change from the 1030, that's 4 counties, basically 2 days in each county. We're talking about 8 days total, and Mother Nature gives us the ability to essentially split that time of the year, 5 hours for the other participants, 5 hours for the hunting participants. It creates an all-new permit for landowners to help manage deer damage in their particular jurisdictions. That's statewide. That has been supported generally by all of the participants, even some of the opponents to this bill. In the deer management permit context, folks have been supportive of that. This just expands it a little bit. And then it creates an all-new trail safety provision for the equestrian community by requiring a setback to the trail system where they adjoin those private landowners who are using these tools. So with that, I'd urge your support of SB 643 and eliminate this oldest section of law.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pedito. Mr. Pedito was supposed to be on the clock, but we didn't do it. But you're going to be on the clock on behalf of the Maryland Department of Agriculture, so you're on the up to 2-minute clock.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Senator, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Harrison Palmer, Chief of Staff at the Maryland Department of Agriculture. Promise to be brief. We urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 643. As Mr. Pedito and the Senator alluded to earlier, this bill came as a result of extensive work group feedback and proactive work in the off-season from the homework assignment assigned to DNR. But we're very grateful for the collaboration and the support that MDA has been able to provide to support the initiative that is put forth in front of you today. This bill gives DNR the targeted authority, specifically in the deer management complex, where we know that deer damage is the leading cause of wildlife-related challenges for Maryland farmers. And this effective management strategy that's put forward offers a real solution that is statewide and can be implemented in a very meaningful and effective way that this body will continue to have influence over. In 2024, MDA and DNR launched the Joint Deer Management Initiative that helped better connect farmers and hunters to start tackling this issue. But what we've heard year over year from the agricultural community is that there is no one clear solution to deer management on agricultural property. But what this bill does is it's an inclusive step across the state that helps to tackle that issue. We're very supportive of Senate Bill 643 and urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, questions for Senator Bailey, the sponsor, or his 2 witnesses, sponsor panelists, Senator Carosi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Bailey and Paul, I just want to thank you because you mentioned the enormous amount of work that went into this during the interim. I think you referenced the 8 months. I actually participated in some of those meetings, driving up from Ocean City to participate and really working through the issues. There's some information, Senator Bailey, I think in your testimony that those of us who have been involved with Sunday hunting from the beginning may take for granted, but I wanted you to flesh it out if you could. One, about, this authority only applying to counties that already have Sunday hunting, to flesh that out, and also to, not everybody understands the whole public lands, private lands, permission. If you can, again, talk through, kind of that scope so people understand some of the limitations that are in place.
And Senator Bailey, if you could be succinct, that would be, the committee, it was a long day, man. I mean, if you could do it, the committee would love that.
If you're going to hunt on anybody's property, you need to have permission, right? That's pretty straightforward, right? And so if a landowner doesn't want something happening on his property, and in order to do that, you've got to have a hunting license. In order to have a hunting license, you've got to first go through an educational class. So you've got to learn all the laws. You've got to learn everything associated with the ethical challenges of hunting and safe hunting and how to perform without doing something reckless or so that's all the parts that come in with education.
Okay, Senator Carosa? Thank you. Okay, additional questions for the panel? Seeing none, thank you. Okay, I'm just going to call, we do have a bunch of other witnesses. I'm not sure most of them are here, but I'm going to call them anyway. You know, Jackie Cowan here.
Yes, and that's for unfavorable.
Oh, well, again, somehow you signed it marked favorable here, but, okay, no worries. I got you in the unfavorable. We'll get you. Okay, Kaylee Leaguer. Ms. Leaguer, Bruce Spariano. I don't see Bruce Spariano here. Tyler Huff, did you want to sign up on this? You were here on this bill? Okay, well, we'll take you with part of the FWA category here because we've got separate. Let's just want to take straight favorable. Cyrus Baird. Okay, Cyrus. Lydia McPherson from DNR. If she's still here. Sean Beck. I don't know. Mr. Beck, you are here. Okay, we're just taking straight favorables right now. Okay, so this is the extent of the favorables. After that, we'll take some favorable amendments, and then we'll take unfavorables, okay? So who wants to lead off? Why don't you lead off?
Okay, thank you, Chairman.
Yep.
Good afternoon, Chairman Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and honorable members of the EEE Committee. My name is Kaylee Leaguer. I am the manager of the Mid-Atlantic States with the Congressional Sportsmen's Foundation. I am a generational Marylander, generational Eastern Shore native, and longtime hunter and license holder here today in support of Senate Bill 643. As you were aware, during this past interim, as the Senator just mentioned, there was a stakeholder process which had members of the outdoor recreation community together through the entire process, including the proponents and opponents of Sunday hunting. You will hear opposition to Sunday waterfowl hunting from a very select number of for-hire hunting businesses from the Eastern Shore here today. However, their personal opposition to Sunday waterfowl hunting, specifically the AP goose population, is not supported by science, nor does it reflect the wishes of most of the waterfowl hunters in Maryland, regardless of what this small group may claim. In fact, the Department of Natural Resources previously surveyed Maryland waterfowl hunters at the community and found that approximately 3/4 of those waterfowl hunters were collectively in strong or moderate support of Sunday waterfowl hunting. Additionally, Sunday waterfowl hunting continues to be the #1 requested item during DNR's regulatory process, and I ask you to please keep this in mind when listening to the opposition's testimony. Additionally, you may also hear that the passage of this legislation will decrease safety of other outdoor users. So in preparation for this hearing, I reached out to the Pennsylvania Game Commission and the Delaware Department of Natural Resources and Environmental Control's Division of Fish and Wildlife, who most recently repealed their Sunday hunting prohibitions. To no surprise, there has not been any increase in user conflicts or hunting-related accidents. And to note, Pennsylvania is the second largest state in hunting license sales in the entire United States. As you are aware, as the Senator mentioned, hunting is a highly regulated activity with many rules and regulations which hunters like me would still have to abide by on Sundays. And for these reasons, I respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 643. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sir?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'll try to be brief given the hour. For the record, Cyrus Baird here on behalf of Delta Waterfowl and our members and duck hunters here in the state in support of the bill. I'll try to not hit things that have already been hit, but first and foremost, just want to stress that this bill will provide opportunity, equity, and access equity across the state for the thousands of Maryland hunters and sportsmen and women. It was done through thoughtful collaboration in the interim, like you've heard, with various stakeholders across the state over many meetings and many long hours working with Delegate Boyce, Department of Natural Resources, Senator Carosa, others in these stakeholder meetings. It thoughtfully addresses all of that, all of these concerns that were raised during the stakeholder process. Sunday hunting has broad support across North America. There's more than 42 jurisdictions in the United States that have Sunday hunting, and that number is growing. Again, you heard Pennsylvania, Delaware, other states in and around the Maryland region have all moved in the last couple of years to repeal their prohibition. Do want to be very clear that you may hear some concerns on the migratory waterfowl portion about potential impacts it may have for population levels. And I want to stress and be very clear, there's zero scientific evidence to suggest that hunting migratory waterfowl on Sundays will have any measurable impact on population levels. This is a continent-wide managed species that has more than 24 jurisdictions up and down the Atlantic coast that all have a say in how this species is managed. And there's just simply nothing to suggest that hunting on Sundays would have any material impact. So in closing,
This bill removes the antiquated prohibition and provides and expands opportunity and access equity. So with that, we would urge a favorable report on the bill.
Okay, Mr. Beck.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Sean Beck. I'm a hunter from Howard County, participant in their deer management program. You've seen me before. I'm asking for a favorable report on this bill. First, due to the expansion of access that this would provide to hunters, as has been highlighted already, many working class hunters and also youth hunters lose one of their 2 days that they have an opportunity to hunt during the week by not having Sunday hunting as an opportunity to them. We have a dwindling number of hunters nationwide, but certainly in Maryland, and kneecapping those who want to participate in that activity negatively impacts future recruitment of hunters and also negatively impacts our ability to control the population of white-tailed deer in the state. Heard about this endlessly, so I won't highlight their ecological problems. But another thing to address, as has been mentioned, you'll hear from opposition parties that there are safety concerns related to hunting. Each year, Maryland Natural Resources Police publishes a safety report at the end of the hunting season. And for the last several decades, there are 0 recorded instances of injury to equestrians, hikers, or mountain bikers during the hunting season. In fact, hunters are often more of a danger to themselves by not wearing their harnesses when they go up a deer stand. So there's no safety concerns from that standpoint. Also, given my experience out in Howard County, we have the Patuxent State Forest. The Patuxent State Forest is heavily used during the hunting season, not only by hunters, but also by mountain bikers, hikers, and equestrians. I've deployed approximately 15 trail cameras across the park across several years, mostly to watch deer, but in that time period during each season of deer, particularly during rifle season, all of those listed groups are out and about. And if there really was that much of a safety concern, I would think they wouldn't be present. And so, again, I ask for a favorable report of this particular bill.
Okay.
Sorry, I submitted testimony on 6 bills, so I'm a little jumbled.
Okay, questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Okay, we're going to go to the FWA Favorable Amendment panel. Tyler Huff, now you can come on up, Tyler. Let's see. What's that?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Senator Bailey.
there is one favorable on the, that's on the waiting room.
Oh, okay. Oh, is it hit? Is she in there? Yes. Is Ms. Bailey? Oh, Helen Bailey. Okay. I was told she was not in the queue, so we're here. Before you go FWA, we got to get Helen Bailey in on the record here. Okay, Ms. Bailey, you're going to be on the up to 2-minute clock, and you are signed up straight favorable.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Helen Bailey, and I'm a resident of St. Mary's County, Maryland. I'm an active member in numerous conservation organizations and have hunted since I was 8 years old. I'm here to voice my support for Senate Bill 643. The last time I testified on this issue, I was a freshman in high school. Now I'm happy to share that I'll be graduating with a Bachelor's of Science degree in Environmental Natural Resources from Clemson University and pursuing. My message remains the same as it was in 2019. The citizens of Maryland should be afforded the same access and opportunities that they have during the other 6 days of the week when it comes to hunting. Simply put, Sunday hunting restrictions are a result of blue laws. The intention of blue laws dates back to the 1700s in order to push Christian church attendance and protect the outline rest day of society. Operating a business, shopping, playing sports, fishing, and many other activities were prohibited on Sunday. All of these are now allowed on Sunday in Maryland except for hunting. The North American model for wildlife conservation is known as the most successful system of policies and laws for wildlife. There are 7 pillars to this model, and the state of Maryland is currently not following 2 very important pillars by prohibiting Sunday hunting. Number 1 is hunting opportunity for all. Restricting hunting to 6 days a week creates a barrier to children, working class citizens, and students. Hunters were the first conservationists and generate millions of dollars every year through Pittman Robertson to fund conservation initiatives. Expanding access to all Marylanders through Sunday hunting would assist in generating funds for the state of Maryland. The second pillar is wildlife management being based in science. DNR has teams of biologists that monitor populations, migration patterns, numbers of hunters, etc., and they set seasons and bag limits annually. They should hold the responsibility of managing Sunday hunting as they manage the other 6 days of the week. Maryland is one of the last remaining states to have migratory bird Sunday hunting restrictions. All of our border states that are also Atlantic flyway for migratory birds have Sunday hunting. Hunting and managing wildlife ethically does not lead to overharvest, and I respectfully ask for favorable reports. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bailey. That was very good. Very efficient, right at the 2-minute clock. Okay, any questions for Ms. Bailey from St. Mary's County? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your testimony. We now will go to the favorable with amendment witnesses, starting with Tyler Huff from the Farm Bureau. And I'll just call some other names. I'm not quite sure who's here. Lindsay Thompson. Lindsay, I do see you here. William Miles. Jared Thompson. Thomas Marvel. James Kimball. Peter Heller. Mr. Heller. Okay, that's the extent of the favorable with amendment testimony. And then after this panel, we do have witnesses that are in the unfavorable column, okay? So, okay, who would like to start on the favorable with amendment panel? Tyler, do you want to start? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Tyler Huff, Maryland Farm Bureau, here favorable with amendments on SB 643. I want to start off by saying this committee is very aware of our concerns about deer damage and the concerns that are the damage that it happens to the agriculture community. Roughly 10 million plus in deer damage a year is what Maryland farmers experience. And on that portion of the bill, the deer side, we are extremely supportive of that aspect. During the work groups, Maryland Farm Bureau stayed out of the migratory bird conversation. That changed in December at our annual convention, where the membership voted to put in policy in opposition to Sunday hunting for migratory birds. So we are here in support with amendment. The amendment is to remove the migratory waterfowl hunting provision, but very supportive of the deer and the other aspects of the bill, and ask for a favorable report with amendments. Thank you.
Okay, who wants to go next? Lindsay, you want to go next? Lindsay Thompson?
Sure. Good evening, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. Lindsay Thompson on behalf of Maryland Grain Producers Association, as well as the Maryland Wildlife and Heritage Association, in favor with an amendment to Senate Bill 643 to remove the Sunday migratory bird hunting provision. Tyler covered the concerns from the farmers, so I'm going to focus on the conservation concerns on behalf of Jared Thompson, full disclosure, my husband, who is at our daughter's soccer game coaching this evening. The Eastern Shore hosts the highest concentration of Canada geese in the flyway. Maryland ranks 4th in the nation for Canada goose harvest, with 5 counties on the Eastern Shore ranking in the top 25 out of 3,115 counties nationwide. Saying that states like Virginia, which as a state ranks 20th and has no counties in the top 100, or a state like Pennsylvania, which has not yet had a migratory bird season including Sundays, did not increase harvest by adding Sundays is not relevant to Maryland's disproportionate hunting pressure. Adding another weekend day for hunting will absolutely increase that pressure. Those that hunt Saturdays will now also hunt Sundays, and those who cannot hunt Saturdays will hunt Sundays instead. How can we sit here and say that we need to add Sunday hunting for an overpopulated species such as deer in order to increase harvest, and then in the same breath say that adding Sundays will not increase harvest for a vulnerable species such as waterfowl? The Atlantic goose population has been volatile and declined to roughly 89,000 breeding pairs, the lowest since 1995 when the moratorium, and yet the proposal for next year is to go back to a 2-bird 45-day season. You'll hear follow the science. The science is not always perfect. This is not something that we can risk to try and see without lasting impacts on the future of waterfowl hunting. My husband said it before, and I will say it again. The day humans' wants come before wildlife's needs is the day conservation dies. For these reasons, we respectfully request your favorable with amendments.
Okay, thank you. Okay, who would like to go next? Lindsay, pass it to your left.
Good afternoon or evening now, Chairman Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. My name is Albie Kimball, and I'm from Talbot County on Maryland's Eastern Shore. Thank you for the opportunity to speak regarding the proposal to remove Maryland's longstanding prohibition on Sunday hunting. I've spent more than 50 years hunting, observing, and managing waterfowl in what is essentially the epicenter of Maryland's wintering population. Maryland occupies a unique position in the Atlantic Flyway. Our states host a disproportionately large share of Atlantic population Canada geese, while also being one of the most heavily hunted wintering areas in the Flyway. In fact, Maryland ranks 4th nationally in Canada goose harvest. Because of that, comparisons to neighboring states that allow Sunday hunting are not equivalent. States like Virginia and Delaware experience significantly lower harvest pressure than Maryland. The Atlantic population is highly volatile. When populations decline, hunting opportunities tighten quickly. We have already seen frameworks move from 45-day seasons with 2 birds per day to 30 days with 1 bird in just a single year. Maryland has also experienced a complete shutdown before. Canada goose hunting was closed from 1995 through 2001 when populations declined. That history should remind us how quickly conditions can change. Supporters suggest Sunday hunting will increase participation, but the evidence does not support that claim. States that allow Sunday hunting have seen no meaningful increases in license sales. Participation appears to be driven much more by hunt quality than by the number of available days. Maryland has long been recognized as a leader in waterfowl conservation in the Atlantic Flyway, and maintaining a consistent weekly rest day for birds has been part of that tradition. In short, when state already sits at the center of the flyway and near the top in harvest, adding more pressure should be approached with caution. For those reasons, I respectfully urge the committee to maintain Maryland's prohibition on Sunday migratory bird hunting. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you, sir. We'll go to our final witness on this panel.
Greetings, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Bill Miles here on behalf of the Hunters of Maryland in support. You have our testimony. I'll say, Mr. Chairman, this, days like today remind me of the days when I was a committee staffer like April up there are long behind me. My days of finance and budget and tax and appropriations taught me that you all earn every dollar that you make. And I'm glad I'm no longer part of this beak grinder. Real quick here, there's been a lot said, there's going to be a lot more said. This whole thing on Sunday hunting, it started in 1999. It went for 4 years, and then in 2002, we got through one day for Sunday hunting, and at that time, Governor Glendening vetoed it. The next year, we were able to get 2 days through with 12 counties. And after that, counties, all the way up to now, there's only 3 that don't have Sunday hunting, all came on board through local courtesy. It used to be where locals could come here and ask what they wanted for hunting, and it was local courtesy was afforded to it. That's why you have some days with full Sunday hunting and some days stopping at 10:30. And the groups that came in and basically convinced the General Assembly to go to 10:30, you know, they're going to argue with me on this, but they painted the hunters in a really despicable light. We know that we were just a bunch of killers and that we were going to go out there and wipe them off their saddles and whatnot, and that is just so not true. And we're here today because local courtesy has no longer been afforded because one group has come down and painted a very ugly picture. And if you pass this bill, you're not going to have to worry about local courtesy anymore because you'll invest DNR with the bureaucracy with the authority to do Sunday hunting. So if you want to continue local courtesy, that would be a nice thing to do. If you don't want to have local courtesy on hunting anymore, then pass this bill, but we do stand by it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, who do we have here? Two gentlemen
Marvel.
appeared. Okay, who are you?
Tom Marvel.
Okay, you can, you're favorable with amendment?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can start, and you're on the 2-minute clock.
All right, name's Tom Marvel. I'm a 4th-generation waterfowl outfitter on the Upper Eastern Shore. I'm fortunate enough to be operating a hunting business that was founded by my great-grandfather around 1930. Plain and simple, Sunday waterfowl hunting is a bad idea. The benefit it will bring to the few hunters that will take part that are already hunting is greatly outweighed by the unnecessary pressure that it will put on the wintering waterfowl population during the course of the season. Maryland's Eastern Shore is unlike any other area in the United States because of its unique geography and ecosystems. Its close proximity to major East Coast metropolitan areas makes it a chosen destination for waterfowl hunters up and down the East Coast. Because of this, the waterfowl that winter in Maryland are already under intense pressure. Hunting 7 days a week for weeks at a time will only make matters worse. It may come as a surprise to you all that waterfowl outfitters that take people hunting for money would be opposed to Sunday waterfowl hunting. This would likely mean more money in our pockets, but that's short-sighted. We're interested in the long-term sustainability of the waterfowl populations in Maryland, not only for ourselves, but for our future generations. Sunday hunting, if passed, will only kill any resemblance of quality hunting that Maryland has been famous for in the last 100-plus years. Please vote favorable with amendment to House Bill 643. Thank you.
Okay.
Senate bill.
Okay, pass that to your left.
Good evening, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the EEE Committee. My name is Peter Heller, and I'm in favor of Senate Bill 643 with an amendment to remove the allowance for Sunday migratory game bird hunting in Maryland. I'm a lifelong resident of Chestertown, Maryland, avid waterfowl hunter, conservationist, and landowner. There are many reasons I'm opposed to Sunday waterfowl hunting in Maryland. Allowing Sunday waterfowl hunting in Maryland would not only be detrimental to an already fragile and volatile waterfowl population, it would also adversely impact the quality of life for landowners and visitors to Maryland's eastern shore. Maryland's Canada goose season has already seen changes in length and bag limits 5 out of the last 6 seasons. Each year following a 45-day or 2-bird limit, we've returned to a restrictive package of 1 bird in 30 days. The department is already proposing a 45-day 2-goose limit for next season, and adding another high-pressure hunting day could be catastrophic to the resource. A Gonzalez research poll done in 2018, updated in 2019, that polled residents statewide representing a diverse group of Marylanders, not a minority, showed that 69% of Marylanders opposed Sunday hunting, and 60% of Marylanders said that Sunday hunting would significantly impact their recreational Sunday plans. Public access to recreational activities cannot be discounted. While this bill currently only applies to private land, waterfowl hunting is different than deer or other game hunting in both the location and the number of shots fired. Because this bill only applies to private land, the 25% of hunters who rely on public access will automatically lose 6 or more hunting days. Unlike deer, there is not an overpopulation problem with waterfowl that additional opportunity is warranted to solve. At some point, we must put the resource ahead of man's wants and desires so we can continue to enjoy the outdoors and the rich waterfowl heritage for generations to come. Therefore, I urge you to amend Senate Bill 643 to not allow Sunday waterfowl hunting. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, thank you to our Favorable with Amendments panel, Senator Carrozza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You referenced the Maryland Farm Bureau vote back in December, so I wanted to basically, what prompted the vote, and did it break down by individual local county farm bureaus?
Thank you, Senator Carrozza. So Maryland Farm Bureau starts our policy development process in July. It ends in December at our annual convention. Each county gets a voting delegate number based on the number of voting delegate or voting members they have within the county. So a very democratic system of the way things go. The proposal came from the floor during our annual convention to be in opposition to Sunday migratory waterfowl hunting from I do not remember what county, but I believe it was a lower eastern shore county, and was voted on and passed. We do not do anything more than a voice vote unless the situation calls for it, and this moved under the voice vote, so I would not have an exact number of counties that voted for, against, other than it was not needed by a hand vote.
So it came from the floor. We don't know kind of what sparked it, and you don't do individual local breakdowns. So if I were to try to have a better read on my individual counties, I would then touch base with my local farm bureaus.
Yes, I'd be happy to get you the contact information for all of your local county farm bureaus. And I know you already have them.
I think I'll contact them directly.
And talk to them directly.
Okay, thank you. Any additional questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Okay, before we move to the unfavorables, I did call Mr. Bariano earlier on just straight. So Bruce, why don't you come up? You can testify quickly, and then we're going to move to these unfavorables to wrap things up, okay?
Another place. On behalf of the county executive, Wycomico County, I just wanted to indicate her support of this legislation. Primarily, the concern is deer hunting and Sunday, and she was very pleased with the work product of coming together and would support the bill relative to deer hunting, and is satisfied with the proposal in the bill relative to that game. Thank you very much.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Mariano? Seeing none, thank you, Bruce. Okay, let's go to the unfavorable witnesses. Christy Claggett, I see Joanne Stone. Okay, Ben Kelke. Okay, we have some. Yes, you were going to be next up, and then Webb Johnson.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
Jackie Cowan.
Oh, and-
That was put in incorrectly.
Oh, that's correct. Yes, and Jackie Cowan, who I was incorrectly in the favorable column. So why don't you all come up?
Thank you, sir.
And then after that, we do have a few virtual unfavorable witnesses we're going to pick up. But why don't we'll do this panel, and who wants to start? Ms. Stone, good to see you.
Good to see you.
Why don't you?
She's going to wrap us up.
But you want to wrap up or lead
She's
off?
a wrap up.
Okay, then let's go to this gentleman. Why don't you, sir, why don't you lead off, and then we'll just go down the table, okay?
Good evening. My name is Webb Johnson. I'm a farmer, landowner, and the Vice President of the Maryland Outfitters and Guides Association, and we oppose the bill. We oppose this bill. We oppose any Sunday migratory waterfowl hunting, especially the AP goose, as you've heard numerous times today. The Atlantic Flyway is the only flyway that has ever experienced the Canada Goose moratorium from 95 to 2001. At the time, officials blamed the population decline largely on an overhunting and explained that once the hunting pressure was removed, that the population would rebound, demonstrating harvest as a key management concern. The federal framework does not allow for any sub-state level compensatory days, so even the counties that do not want Sundays would lose those days. This bill would eliminate the necessary legislative checks and balances on DNR's hunting regulations, while there is still the AELR oversight on regulations. It is as much less transparent process without much needed public input. I respectfully ask that you retain the current system and oppose this bill.
Thank you. Let's just go down the table.
Good evening, committee. Christy Claggett of Harwood, Maryland, representing the Maryland Horse Council Legislative Committee. We represent over 700,000 members that are through associations, and we also represent hikers, bikers, riders that are parts of those families, and we all would ask you to oppose Senate Bill 643. This bill would remove direct authority over Sunday hunting from the legislature. For a 3-year pilot period, the Maryland General Assembly must maintain management authority of Sunday hunting, keeping policy determinations by legislators responsive to their constituents. As a government agency, DNR's job is to implement, not control public policy. This bill increases Sunday hunting for game birds and mammals, all Sundays, all species, all seasons, on private and public designated lands. Sunday hunting will also be allowed for the migratory game birds, which you've heard are in a stress situation, and we fully support them not being hunted on Sundays. So why this demand for more Sunday hunting? Statistics show it does not kill more deer overall, just more deer on Sunday. If you want to kill more deer, up the bag limit. Why take the day away from other recreationists? So Sunday hunting is really a convenience for hunters and an inconvenience and unsafe for others that want to recreate in the outdoors. Is this committee familiar with the November 2025 Baltimore federal judge Abelson's ruling that hunting should not be allowed in the vicinity of the surveyors for the PSEG transmission lines? Here is a federal judge that believes it is unsafe to be around hunting. Isn't that a very clear statement for safe Sundays? Another safety issue is the concern over creating a year-round deer damage permit for 10 acres. You're going to have people on 10 acres shooting next to people who are trying to recreate all year long. Very dangerous.
Okay, let's keep going down past the mic to your left.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Jackie Cowan with the Chesapeake Plantation Walking Horse Club.
I want to address the stakeholder meetings that were mentioned earlier today and how DNR has repeatedly shown their allegiance to the less than 3% of the Marylanders' population who hold hunting licenses. I have been one of those stakeholders since the very beginning of this, and I did not receive an invitation to the first meeting, which was by invitation only. I asked DNR to include me, and they said no, which left only 2 out of 37 attendees who were not involved with hunting or with DNR. So the Maryland Horse Council lobbied for a more diverse attendance at the second summer meeting, where suggestions not in line with DNR's thinking were poo-pooed or ignored. This bill and the report from those meetings do not accurately reflect the consensus of the meetings or the goals of finding an agreeable compromise. And then at the fall meeting to review the proposed 26-27 hunting regulations, that again was by invitation only. I was one of 2 who did not represent DNR or the hunting community. You've been told that counties can opt out from this bill. There is no language in this bill to allow that to happen. So I ask you all, if your constituents can expect to be fairly represented and considered when DNR repeatedly shows such allegiance to the less than 3% of Marylanders who have hunting licenses and ignore the 97% who do not. A simpler answer to this issue is to go back to the original of no Sundays hunted so that the rest of Maryland can enjoy the outdoors, whether in their backyard, in the woods, or on the trails. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next witness.
Good evening. I'm Barbara Salner-Webb, past president of the West Laurel Civic Association. With over 1,800 houses in Montgomery and Prince George's County, very many residents of who enjoy recreating safely outdoors. And we wish to register very strong opposition to SB 643. So Maryland has a large amount of delightful public recreation areas, largely paid for by all Maryland residents' taxes, so they should be safe for the enjoyment of all Maryland residents. But the trails of many of these parks are so near to neighboring private land that errant bullets and arrows fired there cross over and endanger the hikers, equestrians, birders, joggers, bikers, dog walkers, etc., who are on these public lands. Almost all riders have experience of knowing somebody who has been fired on. Me personally, 3 times, and it's not fun to have a bullet or arrow go whizzing 3 feet away from your ear. Delegate Ben Barnes has a similar experience of being fired on in such a way. And testimony from the Maryland Horse Council documents a vast number of such accidents and near accidents, quite contrary to the disingenuous claim of the bill sponsor. The one safe day has always been Sundays, which the gun lobby has been working to take away. SB 643 would give control of Sunday hunting to DNR, whose operating budget is partly based on the number of hunting licenses they issue. And with money speaking loudly, DNR caters to the 2-ish% of the population who are hunters at the expense of the other 98% who want to use public land without fear of being shot on Sunday. Testimony from others, from just you heard, of the very disturbing pro-hunting bias of DNR. This bill would also permit firing lethal projectiles only 25 yards away from a designated equestrian trail, quite disingenuous, to arrows going over 400 yards and bullets over 3 miles. Please oppose SB 643.
Okay, thank you. Our final witness on this panel. You can start.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I have a little bit of laryngitis. Chairman, Vice Chair, and members of the committee, my name is Joanne Stone, And what bothers me more than anything is that every year Mr. Pedito was allowed to come down here from DNR and promote Sunday hunting. And for hunters, I mean, they had their own lobbyists in that state agency. Now, that's 2% of the population. Now, I know DNR does not just represent hunters. Where is my person, my advocate from DNR? And I mean, for the 98% of us, who's coming down here from DNR to represent us? Nobody. And that's not fair. And we are allowed to have safe Sundays. And it doesn't kill any more deer in the ones that have Sunday hunting in the north. No more deer are killed. It's the same amount that's always been killed. And DNR already has broad powers. They were able to close North Point State Park and bring in sharpshooters to get the herd smaller. And that's effective. That's very effective. You close them down, get the sharpshooters in, and that's where you're going to get the less amount of deers. But no, Sunday hunting should belong to the people. I'm a trail rider. I was out there one day, and this hunter looks at me. I didn't know he was even out there or that there was hunting. And he goes, "What are you doing out here?" I said, "I'm riding my horse." He goes, "It's hunting season. It's dangerous. Get the heck out of here with your horse. Your horse looks like a daggone deer." So no, it's not safe for us to be out there. And we should be able to have our own lobby in DNR for people that just want to recreate on Sundays. And I oppose this bill. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions for the panel? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Your testimony, okay, that leaves us with some virtual witnesses who are in the unfavorable column. Is that the only one, or? Okay, we got 4. Okay, let's go with Margaret Kane first. The 4 witnesses signed up unfavorable, and that'll be you guys are ready, you're able to leave? Yes, it's all, you can watch the virtual witnesses if you like.
On the way home.
Yeah. Okay, so Ms. Kane, can we pull Ms. Kane up? Okay. Ms. Kane, are you there?
So we'll just sit back here and hear listen.
Okay. Okay. Ms. Kane, can you unmute yourself or put your camera on or
Do
something?
First of all, are you saying Crane or Kane? It's
Kane.
late, I know.
I'm
It's
sorry,
7 o'clock.
Ms. Crane, I apologize.
No,
If I
it's okay.
Ms. Crane,
usually,
Ms. Crane. Okay, we hear you, Ms. Crane. Okay,
Sorry.
you can. We don't need to see you. We need to hear you, though. Why don't you?
Okay, well, you can see me too. My apologies. Normally I'm let in much earlier in the process, so I was a bit surprised when all of a sudden I heard a voice asking for my testimony.
Okay, Ms. Crane, you're on the clock. So why don't
Okay,
you
so my
start?
name is Margaret Crane. Thank you, Honorable Chairman Feldman and Honorable Committee members for giving me an opportunity to testify. I'm testifying on behalf of the Hillsbridge Beagles. We are a nationally recognized foot pack. We're nationally recognized by the National Beagle Club, which is the AKC parent club of the Beagle breed. We hunt in Southern Maryland. We are a hunting organization, and we support all hunting in all forms. The Hillsbridge Beagles and myself personally buy multiple hunting licenses specifically to support DNR. You might ask then, if we're a hunting organization, why do we oppose SB 643? The reason we oppose SB 643 is because we don't believe unaccountable bureaucrats should be making decisions on who gets to use our amazing Maryland natural resources. DNR, if they get to decide who hunts where, will be picking winners and losers, and the woods will be completely dedicated to the deer hunters. I can give an example that's on point. I used to hunt at Holly Beach. Outdoors Maryland came with me to Holly Beach, and they videotaped me. That video won an Emmy. It was voted Maryland's all-time favorite dog video. All-time favorite. When DNR took over supervision of Holly Beach, the first thing they did is kick me off, even though the original owner of that farm tried to write it into the transfer deed that the foot packs would always be able perpetually to hunt on that farm. DNR kicked us off because they use it now solely for deer hunting and occasional duck hunting, goose hunting. But no foot packs, not in the last 20 years have foot packs been allowed to go back on. And even to the extent that you have faith in this current group of bureaucrats, the reality is bureaucrats come and go. They're not accountable. They're not elected. They don't have any oversight. And I believe the oversight for hunting really rests with this august body. You guys are accountable to the citizens. You are the ones that should pick winners and losers, not bureaucrats.
Okay, Ms. Grain, I think your 2 minutes is up, but I appreciate your testimony. Okay, we're going to next go to Elaine Capon. Who else is on here? Okay. Okay, Ms. Capon, you're next up. You're signed up unfavorable, and you've got up to 2 minutes.
Thank you. Elaine Capon, representing Hamilton Fox Farm and also a member of Algonquin Trail Riders and Tuckahoe Equestrian Center. We are concerned with Senate Bill 643 for a number of reasons, which are well delineated in the written testimony provided by the Maryland Horse Council. Allowing permits for year-round hunting 7 days a week on properties of 10 acres and a safety zone of shooting from 25 yards of designated equestrian trails is careless. It ignores the fact that people may be enjoying public trails that are not designated as such, and it counters the Maryland Hunting Regulations website that defines the safety zone as 150 yards for shooting, although archery in some counties is lower, but nowhere as low as 25 yards. To the handful of Sundays where hunting is restricted to 10:30 in the morning, this bill adds hunting from 3 p.m. to sunset. Trail enthusiasts' time shrinks to about 4 hours of protected and peaceful time per week. This bill is designed such that Sunday hunting can only expand despite the fact the majority of residents' opposition to Sunday hunting. And lastly, the public interest. Our legislators represent all constituents, where the DNR represents the interests of the hunters. Passing control of public land to the DNR bypasses the interest of other nature enthusiasts. Please see page 4 of the written testimony from Maryland Horse Council regarding the transparency and accessibility. There are plenty of examples. Shouldn't there be equitable representation for all those who choose to enjoy the public lands, and can't we be fair in the shared use? We urge an unfavorable report, and thank you.
Okay, any questions for Ms. Capon? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Okay, we got 2 more witnesses. Helen Dibben, is she in the queue? Okay, Ms. Dibben, let me get you in here. Thank you, Ms. Capon, for your testimony. You can enjoy the rest of your evening. Okay, Ms. Okay, Ms. Dibben, you're up. Can you hear me? Okay, you can. We hear you. We see you. We hear you. I think just proceed. 2 minutes. Unfavorable.
Hello. My name's Helen Dibben. I own 11 acres in Wycomico County, and I ride my horses on state forest trails as often as possible. These trails are well used by hikers, families with kids and dogs, and trail runners, as well as my fellow riders. Hunting season of game birds and mammals is 9 months long in Maryland. This bill, by giving power to DNR to expand all types of Sunday hunting, is designed to negate the wishes of all tax-paying users of state lands, except, of course, for the hunters. This bill would make it state law that Sunday hunting can never be curtailed, only expanded. Wycomico and Worcester counties on certain Sundays that are not already all-day hunting have a 10:30 a.m. cutoff. This bill would add 3 p.m. to sunset to the hunting hours. How is this workable or enforceable? It does not take much imagination to foresee total Sunday hunting in the future in these counties. This bill allows for year-round, 7-day-a-week hunting on properties as small as 10 acres with a deer damage permit. There is no place on my 11 acres to safely discharge a deer rifle. 10 acres is absurdly and entirely too small an area to allow hunting. And this bill also allows Sunday hunting of migratory game birds. My cousins owned a house on the bay. It sat on a beautiful spot near a legal hunting wetland. During the waterfowl seasons, the sound of gunfire was almost constant. They did not feel comfortable walking the shore in that direction, and birds that had been shot but not retrieved would wash up on their beach. Sunday had been their only reprieve. The pro-hunting crowd is all for personal property rights. What about the rights of landowners that do not hunt to be outdoors on their own land? Bullets and arrows don't stop at the edge of your property, and sadly, some hunters will hunt the edges of legal hunting land, regardless of where their weapons are pointing.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Dibben? Seeing none, which brings it, what's that? Which brings us to the final witness of the day, Rebecca Paragoy. I'm going to bring you up, Ms. Paragoy. It's been a long day for the committee, but you are the final witness for the day, if we can find you. Tim? Okay, Ms. Paragoy, we can see you. You've got up to 2 minutes. You've signed up unfavorable, and you can start whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and honorable members of the committee. My name is Rebecca Paragoy. I'm an equestrian farm owner, biotechnologist, hiker, and generational Marylander living in Carroll County. I'm also an Army veteran trained to safely and accurately hit pop-up targets at 300 meters with a single shot. This training instilled in me a deep respect for weapon safety, something that I still find very important. My father was an avid hunter from childhood through adulthood, so I want to be clear. My concern is not with hunting as a tradition. My concern is safety. When a hunter uses a firearm, whether a hunter uses a firearm compound bow, which can be effective up to 30 to 60 yards, or a bow effective at 40 yards, the issue of safety is paramount. A 25-yard buffer from trails, as proposed in this bill, is simply not adequate when the ranges of these weapons can exceed that distance many times over. Maryland's own hunting incident report from 2021 to 2025 makes this clear. Each year, Marylanders are injured or nearly killed due to misidentifications, poor visibility, ricochets, or unsafe backstops. A hunter shot by a 10-year-old relative who mistook him for game. A father was struck when his son's bullet ricocheted. A man was shot in the face and chest at 40 yards after being mistaken for a turkey. Bullets passing through homes, shotgun pellets hitting vehicles up to 160 yards away. And last year, a 16-year-old was shot during a deer drive. I have also found arrows in my paddocks with my horses from neighboring properties, so I can speak from personal experience. These are not rare events. They happen every year. Maryland is especially vulnerable because of its population density. Pennsylvania is often cited as a model, yet Pennsylvania has 286 people per square mile, whereas Maryland has 632, more than double. What may be considered safe in Pennsylvania cannot be assumed safe in Maryland. A 2018 Gonzalez Research Survey found that 68.9% of Marylanders oppose Sunday hunting, with 53% strongly opposing it. In a state this densely populated, expanding hunting days increases the risk for hikers, riders, cyclists, bird watchers, nature lovers, and even children playing in their backyards. Even the perception of risk alone reduces park use and natural resources. Sunday hunting provides a crucial safety buffer, a day when 99% of Marylanders who do not hunt can enjoy nature without fear. Only 1.9% of Maryland's population hunts. Therefore, I would ask for an unfavorable report on this bill to allow other Marylanders to use the natural resources.
Okay, thank you for testimony. Any questions for Ms. Paragoy? Okay, seeing none, thank you. And that concludes our bill hearings. Well, 643, the bill hearing on Senate Bill 6, and the bill hearings for today. Good job, team. Strong Triple E team.